Before we begin, I'm going to start by going over the specific Bible we'll be reading, along with some helpful category marks. Categories, you say? Why, yes I do. You see, we're going to be reading from the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, an entire King James Bible lovingly fawned over by a skeptic who decided he would add his own notations. These are little flagpoles of sanity put in use to remind us that, hey, maybe slavery is evil, including categories like absurdity, injustice, and cruelty, but also a good amount of intolerance, contradictions, and conflicts with science or history. That doesn't mean it's not packed full of misogyny, false prophecy, and some questionable biblical family values. Now, we won't skip the good parts that the Bible has, only that these passages seem far fewer in number than any priest or pastor seems to suggest. So without further ado, won't you come join the Skeptic crew?
Woohoo, guys! Well, I guess Amy is in the back studio for a little bit. She probably looks like she had some technical difficulties there, but I myself was running just a few minutes late tonight, so I just got on with you guys. For those of you guys who were with us last stream, we had a really good stream about the what was our last stream about? My goodness, that was about whether the Exodus was moral, and I think the unanimous interpretation on that was that no, it wasn't moral, even though we got to hi Amy. I don't think she can hear me, but yeah, the Exodus was immoral, but we got to have a lot of good discussions, and so we're going to be moving. We're getting a little bit further away from the actual event of the Exodus. Last time we left off, God had given us a bunch of very important commandments like how to sell your child into slavery, how to beat your slave, and other important godly things like that. So thank goodness we got that information beamed down to us down high from the God Almighty. The guy who creates universes in his spare time wanted to make sure that we know precisely how to sell our kids into slavery if the need should ever arise. And if you sell your daughter into slavery and she's not pleasing to her master, I have no idea what the Bible could be talking about that, but then I believe he would have to free her for the price of a dowry or something along those lines. But it's pretty sick when you're reached the point where you're defending a book that makes rules like that. And I said it last time, and if you're at the point where you would even consider selling one of your children into slavery, you're just a complete piece of crap as a person. You're a failure as a person. And fortunately, most Christians don't defend those parts of the gospel, or the Bible. They will say things like, well, things like that were happening anyway, so God just wanted to put rules in place so it wouldn't be the worst as it could be, which, is setting a very, very low bar for their God. I don't know how much lower you can get, but they're working on it.
Holy moly.
You okay,
My
Amy?
browser... I was fine. I went live, the timer started, and 5 seconds into the timer, it crashed. And then every time it came in, it said, we can't use your camera and we can't use your mic because you're using your camera and your mic. And there's no other tab open. So that was fun. Okay.
Yeah. I've been just telling everybody about what a great God the God of the Bible is, and how merciful and gracious he was to give us these important moral guidelines, like how to sell your children into slavery or how to properly beat your slave. These important things that had to be passed on to us from the guy who creates universes in his spare time.
Well, I mean, come on. You've been in this situation where you've had to sell your daughter. We're all there. It's a common practice, just like slavery, James. Come on, times.
Yeah, I mean, your slave does something that pisses you off. You've got a rod. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with it? You're gonna beat the crap out of him, as you would do, as any good master would, I guess. Hey, Atheist Junior, hi,
Exactly.
Incher.
And yes, saying everyone hi to everyone out there in chat and sending love your way. We have I'm sure this chapter is going to be really exciting because I can't imagine that there'd be anything boring in the Bible. But don't want to do too
Probably
much
not.
spoiler. Never.
Probably not. Yeah. Hey, Nicholas. So
And
we've got the whole
okay,
crew.
a
So
little
God's got what's he
spooky and
got on the menu
Jatheist.
tonight?
And let's see, we are on the book of Exodus, chapter 24.
Hey, Jim.
Moses and God on Mount Sinai.
Ooh.
Just restart your computer. Yeah, I probably need to do. But it always happens like at one moment. Like I was actually on. I had all my ducks in a row, but those damn
So
computers. And okay,
Moses, God, and David Hasselhoff are on Mount Sinai,
on
and
Mount Sinai, and once again, he's being a main character. He is having conversations. Like this is. I'd love to get this kind of conversations with God, or at least if they wanted to prove themselves. Okay, so we're starting off with some hilarity.
Well,
But
didn't we hear just from some guy about a week ago who did have conversations with God, and the 3 days of darkness with the thing. Remember the demons killing people in the street?
yes, we had lots of plagues, and we've had lots of darkness. We've had drowning. It has not been a good few chapters.
Oh, but I mean the Easter predictions, the prophecies that were made about
Oh
the 3 days
yeah,
of darkness, and that you had to paint your windows black, and the demons killing people in the streets.
we've
Hasn't
had
happened yet.
nothing.
Hasn't
Easter
happened yet.
came and passed, almost like it passed over us, and nothing happened. I guess
And
we're
we
gonna
didn't
be
even have
okay.
to slaughter innocent animals and spray the
Didn't
blood
need
over
to
the door.
slaughter any
No.
animals.
All right. Well, continue with
But
your
speaking
prop.
of slaughtering innocent
Oh,
animals, guess what we have? Da, 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 da.
that's
It's
it, right?
violence. Everyone loves violence. Who doesn't love a little violence? Go see
Well,
the movie Nobody. It's
you
good.
can't say God doesn't love him some a little violent, little
A
killing now and
little bit
then.
of violence. Who doesn't love a little? But you know what I love about the Bible? It doesn't contradict itself, except in this one section. But every other time, the Bible does not contradict itself. That's what I like about it.
No,
Oh,
once again, as we always say, it's us forcing the contradictions in there. You know, it's on us. We just hate God.
just hate that God. And okay, let's get into the fun. The book of Exodus, chapter 24. We are Skeptic Bible studying on Gabbing with God. Moses and God on Mount Sinai. And he said unto Charlton Heston, come up unto the Lord, oh, Bob, though and Aaron Ra, Nabda, and Abu, and 70 specifically of the elders of Israel Shmishmael, and worship ye afar off. What? God said to Moses, come up and worship me from afar. You are in Nabda, Abu, and 70 of the elders.
Bring a geriatric bus with you, a whole bus
It'll
full
be
of them.
hot. And Moses alone shall come near the Lord, but they shall, oh my, near the Lord Bob, but they shall not come nigh. I thought that said come high. It's going to be like, I understand that. Neither shall the people go with him. And
Yeah,
Moses,
the Bible wasn't Amy approved when they wrote it. Yeah,
I
they didn't have you in
know.
mind.
I did like the wilderness of sin, but I'm not sure they seem to imply that they like the wilderness of sin.
Or the house of bondage.
The house of bondage. Ken Hoving saying.
Is that
That's right.
Apologia in our
Makes
chat?
sense. Hi,
That
Apologia.
is the Apologia. Wow, that is an amazing channel,
And
Apologia.
that's
That
right.
is
It's put in there to trick you. And
wow.
not only that, but you see here, you can buy my DVD. All right, moving along. And Charlton Heston came, oh my, and told all the people all the words of the Lord, Bob, and all the judgments. And all the people answered with one voice and said, all the words which the Lord hath said, we will do. And
Amen.
Moses, Ramen. And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord, Bob, that child, and rose up early in the morning. Oh my.
As you
And
do.
as you do, and builded an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel. So Moses told the people what God said, and all the people said the following words together in one voice. All the words which the Lord God has said, we will do. All
And the
right.
Lord God said specifically to mail all your money to me.
That's right.
That's what he
10%,
said.
baby.
That's what he wants. I don't know. I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger.
And he wants it tax exempt. That's the other thing. And Charlton Heston wrote all the words of the Lord Bob. Oh, I got so excited. He
Five.
built an altars. And he set young men, specifically young men, of the children of Israel, Shmishmael, which offered burnt offerings. Once again, we're back to burnt offerings. And sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto the Lord Bob.
Sacrificing make a peace offering to the man of war. Oh, okay. Makes sense.
It's true. You gotta offer some kind of sacrifice. It just makes sense if you're a god of war. You gotta get some kind of blood. And it's funny. I make a joke and then it happens. And Charlton Heston took half of the blood and put it in. I wasn't even okay. And basins and half the blood he sprinkled on the altar.
Because that's what the God of the universe wanted. He really wanted the blood to be sprinkled around the altar like that.
And that's true, Atheist. We want to send a big congratulations to Atheist Jr., who gets included on Ken Hovind's DVD sales.
Atheist Jr., grab your ankles, boy. Here it comes.
Yeah.
Here it comes, Atheist Jr.
Oh, whack that Atheist.
You said that bad word. You bend over, boy.
So we're once again, you are an almighty, all-powerful universe creator. The thing is, you kind of need something. Speaking of QAnon, you wonder where blood sacrifices to live longer. I mean, I don't know why he's doing it, actually. I don't know why he live longer. But to glorify.
It glorifies him, exactly. Thank you, Gizmo.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Hi, Kiki. I agree. He's making very valid points, actually. And Charlton Heston took the blood and sprinkled it on the people and said, behold, the blood of the covenant.
That's kind of like when Moses' wife circumcised his son and then threw the foreskin at Moses.
Oh, James,
that
don't worry.
Moment.
I have a PhD for you.
Oh boy, what has she got now?
See, we were going to use knife technology. We could combine, actually. I feel like between this right here, could wrap off like 10, 15 schmizzles and drizzles an hour. We got
Foreskins?
This. All right. Hey,
well, I mean,
someone's got to do it.
Didn't David have his men out there harvesting them like crops from all the, you kill a guy in battle, the first thing you do is drop his drawers and start cutting his dick off.
James, it was Bitcoin before there was Bitcoin.
Okay. For God. Okay. We got it.
For God.
9.
Then went up Charlton Heston and Aaron Ra and Nabadabadu and Abihu and 70 of the elders of Israel. You told us that. Now you're being redundantly redundant.
The 70 elders were
Gotcha.
like, "Why are we up on this mountain? My cane. I need my nap.
Why'd you have to go up the mountain?
Why'd you bring us all up the mountain, Moses? Come on.
We gotta schlep everywhere.
I'm like 400. Oh, no, that was last chapter. I'm like 90, which is really old.
That's true. They're getting back to like human ages.
Yeah.
So that's always good. And high inquisitive. Oh, and Titan Uranus. We say hi to Titan. I just like saying Titan Uranus. All right.
You never need an excuse to say it.
Never need an excuse to tighten that anus. All right. And they saw the God of Israel, because that's the shtick. And hey, wait. Once again, and they saw. That is, it's fairly empirical. They saw. It doesn't be like they thought about it. This is God. Here are they. They see it.
Amy, but sight is on so many different levels, Amy. That's... once again, out of you can't just take something in the Bible and read it and assume it means what it says, even when it plainly says something.
And in this corner, we have Olympic gymnastic apologist and beautiful, 10
beautiful. From God of War to Prince of Peace, amazing.
Oh, amazing! Destiny's a girl's name. And they saw the God of Israel, and there was under his feet, as it were paved work of a sapphire stone, as it were the body of heaven in clearness. Oh, now we're getting to jewelry.
Or Bombay Sapphire Gin.
Oh, I'll take that too. But I don't know the Jewish laws with... I know Muslims have you can't drink alcohol. I don't know the Jewish laws on alcohol. And upon
there's no limitation.
No limitations.
Just don't drink yourself into the point where you're having sex with your kids, like has happened before. That would probably be bad, but otherwise, no.
I would have to put my bacon vodka shots aside. But besides that,
praise God.
Praise Jeebus. Okay, not Jeebus yet. That's right, just the God. And upon the children of Israel, Shmishmael, he laid not his hand. Also, they saw God. Also, I like how that really is just like
a side note. And they saw God.
And did eat and drink. What? That is more than just seeing God. That actually is a dinner date. That is a dinner date. Where am I pointing? Over there.
Didn't say what they ate or drank, but they ate or drank something.
But they ate or drink. That's more... James, have you ever drank and eaten with God?
I don't know. I don't think I've ever been that high.
Yeah, you'd have to be burning more bushes.
Yeah, a lot more.
And the Lord Bob said unto... Where's Charlton? He's right over here. He's speaking to the big M man. He's kind of a big deal. Come up to me. I totally read that into my head wrong. Into the mount.
Into the mouth?
Into the mount, the mouth, whatever. Use your imagination. It's a choose your own adventure story. And be there. And I will give the tables of, guess what it is? What is it, James? Give it on that stone.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Given that rock is such a convenient thing to use as a writing medium, it's, portable and it lasts a long time. It's lightweight, easy to carry around.
You could throw it at people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, you could use that as a weapon. Yeah, there you go.
You ever find people like me just around? You could be like, hey,
Like Bob Larson uses his Bible as a sword to, poke the demons out of people. So, hey, the sword of the Spirit.
Sword of the Holy Spirit condemns you, James. We will get that demon. We will get it out.
Wait, Jezebel, are you in there? Jezebel. No, I want to talk to Molech. No, Lilith, get the fuck. I need to talk to Jezebel.
I'm sorry, but Jezebel did not pay her AT&T bill. Please.
People of God, send your emojis in. We know how much those piss the devil off. Send your emojis, your crosses, your flames of hell.
Or just people who are flaming. I'll go there. Oh. Just send me somewhere. Okay.
Well, God will send you to hell one day.
Eventually. Hey, I always needed a tan. All right, where were we? So I got so excited I saw the word stone. And a law and commandments which I have written, and there's probably going to be more than 10, that thou mayest teach them. God said to Moses, "Come up on the mountain, Kinky, and I'll give you tables of stone." Aw.
It'd probably be better just to ditch the tablets, because instead of teaching people, because there's not really a lot of good stuff in there.
Hi, Skywatcher. And okay, so much excitement that thou mayest teach them. And Charlton Heston rose up
once again,
and his minister Joshua Shmashua and
not
Charlton Heston. Oh, Joshua Herbel. I'm so sorry,
not him.
Joshua.
Yeah.
Not him. It's a different one.
Yeah,
okay,
it's a different Joshua.
Different Joshua. So many Joshuas. And Charlton.
My son is
Heston.
Joshua of all
Oh,
names.
really? I knew a Joshua when I was growing up.
Yeah.
And Charlton Heston went up into the Mount of God.
Into the mound.
I mean, hey, I'm not going to kink shame anybody. And he said unto the elders, oh, I've seen this one too. I've seen this one on Pornhub. Tarry ye here for us until we come again unto you.
Oh, baby.
And behold, and behold, Aaron Ra. I mean, I do. And her are with you. And if any man have any matters to do, let him come unto them. Oh my. Moses went up.
I don't think Aaron Ra would appreciate that, but,
It's not quite his shtick, but, for the sake of the erotica, I think it's appropriate. Moses went up to God's mountain, which was covered by a cloud.
Oh.
Wait a second. We were making fun that they've been explaining volcanoes the whole time, but they're explaining volcanoes the whole time. Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Unless they're talking about a cloud of like an eruption cloud or a cloud. I don't think most volcanoes. Nah, never mind. It's the Bible. What can we say about it?
It's the Bible. And hi, Maya. All right, and the glory of the Lord Bob abode upon Mount Sinai. And the cloud covered it for 6 days, not 7, not 5. It was very specifically 6. And the 7th day, once again, a pattern, he called on to Charlton Heston out of the midst of the cloud. And the sight of the glory of the Lord Bob was like devouring fire on top of the mount in the eyes of the children of Israel, Shmishmael. Oh my. At least the visual effects team would have a field day. And
God's like, I've been up here 6 days. All right, Moses. All right, come on up. I've been so busy.
Yeah, God's like, even I deserve a weekend. Come on. God's gonna have to get a union. Devouring, okay. And Charlton Heston went into the midst of the cloud because he saw burning things. He's like, I should go probably walk into that. And gat him up into the mount. And Charlton Heston was in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. Wait, what? Isn't that how long they're going to be in the desert? That kind of cheapens it.
40 years.
Oh, those 40 years. You're
40
right.
years.
Wow,
Yeah,
40 years. Holy
40
moly.
years.
There should be records of that. 40 years. Okay.
Well,
I won't get into the apologetics. Yeah,
the atheists probably destroyed them all, and to hide
The
all the
Egyptians,
evidence.
they wanted to hide everything,
I mean,
destroy.
millions of people wandering around a desert, you'd think it would leave evidence, but apparently the atheists were able to get rid of it all.
Exactly. It's Satan. Goddamn. Just like Satan who puts the fossils in the ground.
That could have been him, yeah.
And
To test your faith.
The glory of the Lord abode on the mountain, cloud covered it for 6 days. On the seventh day, God called out to Moses from the cloud. The Israelites saw the glory of the Lord, which was like a devouring fire on top of a mountain. Moses stayed on the cloud mount for 40 days and nights. Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen.
Amazing.
The book of Exodus, chapter 24. So what do you think? Moses and God on Mount Sinai.
With 70 elderly people, apparently.
70 elder people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's all the food and water coming from? They were just complaining about food and water, but all of a sudden...
God is just going to make it so that they survive, I think. He's going to temporarily suspend their body's need of food and water to live, and yeah. So they'll be okay.
Probably a Papa John's somewhere. It'll be fine. All right. So we're moving along to the book of Exodus, chapter 25.
God takes care of the birds, and they don't have to get up and go to work. They don't have to pay rent. So think about how much more important you are. So go ahead and just send me all your money, and then pray to God that somebody pays your rent for you. Have faith. Have faith.
Ramen. Did it work? All right. So we are coming to a clearly borderline, heart-pounding excitement chapter of stuff God wants. And who doesn't want stuff?
Sounds like an action movie with Ben Stein, you know.
Got the tie and glasses.
Yeah. Ben Stein saves L.A.
Woohoo! Ben Stein and Yahweh. It's a good matchup. They get into shenanigans. One kills a guy, one spills coffee on his jacket. Shenanigans.
My.
All right. We're coming in here hot with hilarity. Because who doesn't like to laugh? I love to laugh.
Actually, I think that's the Z's. I think that's the Sleepy.
Well, no. We're moving along.
Oh, yeah, that's the next one. There you go.
And
I read ahead.
It's not only funny. It's okay. We're trying to prophesize. It's not only funny, but like I said, this is going to be a heart-pounding chapter that I'm sure will explain wisdom to us to repeat for centuries. And
listening to God is like watching grass grow. It's fun.
Yay! And of course, as a continuation, there are no contradictions in this book, except for this section.
Don't even bother trying to find them.
And that last section. But that last section, this section, look, okay, there'd be no. Okay.
If you think there's contradictions, wait till you get to hell and then tell God all about it then. Send your complaints up.
Thank you very much, which we are selling timeshares to hell. Please get your passport.
Do we have like a foreskin price on that? How many foreskins?
We do. It's shekels, foreskins, or just if your hell is being sold into the river of damnation. One or the other.
Beer cans, maybe, I guess. I don't know.
As I hit my microphone. Okay. Stuff God wants. Who doesn't love stuff? The book of Exodus, chapter 25. And the Lord Bob spak. Why are you spacking? I'm right here. Just speak to me. On to Charlton Heston, saying, speak unto the children of Israel that they bring me an offering. Because that's kind of my thing. I kind of like DoorDash offerings.
Because he needs it, you know. He's not complete without it.
I mean, who really is complete without a sacrifice to themselves? You just got to take that good old lamb or your neighbor. Who needed John anyway? Anyway,
All the
stuff.
gods do it. Like the Aztec gods, they would kill people for them. It's a thing. It's a god thing, I guess. All the gods are doing it. All the gods are doing it.
And if you'd like to have your comment read directly on screen, out there to all the love on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, no matter what you're streaming, send your comment and we'll talk about it or read it on stream. And okay, speak unto the children of Israel that they bring me an offering, because that's kind of my thing. Of every man that giveth willingly with his heart, ye shall take my offering. And this, hold on, we have to get an offering. Hold on. All right. Okay. Getting an offering ready. And this offering, okay, hold on. I jumped the gun. Priorities. And this is the offering which you shall take of them: gold and silver and brass and blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goat's hair, okie dokie, and ram skins dyed red and badger skin. Wow, this is very specific. This really is like an Amazon wish list. Okay, buddy. I mean, I'm glad you're not killing anybody, but this is kind of random.
This is like one of those baby registry things where they're asking for like all kinds of crazy shit.
Does it have to be red dye? Excuse me. I'm only going to paint it once. It has to. Okay. Like ram red blood.
Like the Duchess of Sussex's wedding preparations, I mean.
That's. Uh-oh. Sup, Oz. Woohoo! And speaking of awesome people, Oz and
they
Amaretto.
are all coming out tonight. All the misfits, all the blasphemers. These are hardcore blasphemers.
All right, so we're going through our God's Amazon wish list. Badger skins,
of course.
Shit'em wood. It says shit'em wood. I'm not even
wood. Oh, shit'em wood, Amy. Go to Home Depot and ask them for some shit'em wood.
Excuse me, sir. This is gonna sound crazy, but I kind of need ram skin blood and shit'em wood. It's funny you ask, but it's for my God.
I also have these badger skins laying around. Oh, we'll take those too.
Badger, get away from me, Oh, badger. A snake fucked it up. Okay.
The honey badger, yeah. You go and try to get the honey badger skins, God.
Damn it, honey badger. Yeah, I would say, I don't know. There are many things that I would not put up against an omnipowerful, all-present creator of the universe. I am included in that. James, I think you're included in that. But a honey badger? I don't know. I give either or a 50-50 shot.
How about this? God, don't listen to this. This may trigger you. A honey badger riding an iron chariot. Yeah.
I now want that as an icon or a t-shirt. A honey badger.
And God running away. Just booking.
What would he do? The honey badger would give no fucks, and the iron chariot would just be...
He can't stop it. There's nothing he can do about it. He's fucked.
All right. And Doc Fierce says, wait, if God is everywhere, why do we have to bring him things?
Because
it's funny you asked that, Doc. We were going to give God our spaceship, and I was like, why does God need a spaceship?
No, it's like he doesn't need it. He just wants to see people do things for him, demonstrate their love. It's like, it's like your wife or your girlfriend. You give her some flowers once in a while just because you love her. Not that she needs the flower. You just do it because to let her know that you care. So God wants those badger skins. He doesn't need them. He can make them on his own, but he just wants to know that they care about him.
Just wants to know. He just wants to be loved. And okay, hold on. Wait. All right.
Huh?
This is her comment. Discuss.
Praise God.
Praise Jesus. Not yet. I'm just kidding. It's praise Yahweh. I keep on skipping.
Yeah. Jesus is incognito here. Yeah.
Now I wanted Jesus with like a mustache. Like his hair is brown, the mustache is black. I specifically want that. Okay, we got so excited over Shittim Wood.
We were number 5. Yeah, the badger skin Shittim Wood, yeah.
Woohoo! Dave Gar! I know. Fucking 2 OP.
Damn right.
All right. From
Blasphemers
Shittim
and
Wood
defilers.
into oil for the light, spices for anointing oil, and for sweet incense.
Sounds
Onyx
like a Asian massage parlors list of shit.
Onyx stones and stones to be set in ephod and in the breastplate, and let them make me a sanctuary that I may dwell among them.
No.
I agree. No, it's true. According to all that I shew thee, after the pattern of the tabernacle. Oh, that's a fun word. And the pattern of all the instruments thereof, even so shall ye make it. So, and a sanctuary for me to live in. What? Why? Once again, I feel like I'm saying things to make fun of them, and then they're coming true. Why does God need somewhere to live in?
It's a dwelling place. It's like behind the Holy of Holy. That's where it's like a safe space for God. It's like
He wants a path.
He needs his safe spaces where there's not going to be any sinning or anything else. And that's why churches refer to themselves as the house of God. It's God's house, Yes.
Oh boy. I get to get excited again. And they shall make an ark of Shittim wood.
Well, that's what they're doing with the wood, of course.
I just imagining a bunch of people on a boat, just like, guys, you ever feel like you're just in a bunch of Shittim wood? It's like, yeah, I know the feeling sometimes.
What? Oh well, I mean, I guess it's no worse than the gopher wood that they made the ark out of. What's gopher wood? But whatever.
Gopher wood, we could have made it out of the badger skins, but we got tons of Shittim wood. All right, and now we're getting into measurements, which is so funny from the Bible. What were you gonna say?
Foreskins as decorations.
Foreskins, I know. So 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. Make an ark of Shittim wood. Once again, that's them saying this, not me. 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, and 1.5 cubits high. It's all starting to make
This
up.
is the shittiest wood I've ever seen.
No. It's fantastic Shittim wood. A-class Shittim wood.
I'm going to have to take a big Shittim wood.
And all-loving God wants one creation to mutilate his other creations. Look, Jathias, what does the knife and the rock make you think that this is going to be violent? Okay? This is what I call huggable weapons. Huggy weapons.
See, I guess it was a mistake when God was designing human genitalia. He meant to take that piece off, but he already finalized the DNA code. He couldn't just go back. So, therefore, he had to tell his people, like, I really didn't want that piece on there at the end, so I can't go back now. You just got to cut the thing off. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Just going to have to get
you
rid of the schmizzle drizzle.
If it causes infections, I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. Oh, well.
And once again, all. I keep on saying all powerful, all knowing, but he doesn't claim that. But just the creator of the universe. Don't know why he has fascination with sex and foreskins and
It's very important to him.
very
He spends
important.
all his time worried about it.
You know what I have to say to that, James? I'm slowly becoming Carrot Top.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say to that.
Oh, but Amy, the people and the guys in Sodom and Gomorrah were doing yucky things with their pee-pees, and I got really, really triggered. I didn't like it, so I had to kill them all.
Had to kill them all, even the children.
Yes, it was disgusting what they were doing. You should see what they were doing. Oh, I didn't like it.
I had to nuke them out of orbit, which is what I imagine.
What else was I supposed to do? I couldn't just sit there and watch them doing those disgusting things.
Didn't you technically make them? Well, yeah. About that. Let's talk about sex and get really empirical.
Praise me.
Praise Jeebus. And thou shalt overlay it with pure gold. Oh, baby. Heh. God is investing in gold.
He's not going to go cheap.
He wants to have a long-term investment. Thou shalt overlay it, and shall make it upon it a crown of gold roundabout. Okay. Overlay it with pure gold, inside and out. Put a crown of gold on it. That's what the English said. Okay. And thou shalt cast 4 rings. Oh, we're finally getting to the good part. I've seen this trilogy. Of gold for it. And put them in the 4 corners thereof. The 2 rings of power. No. Shall be in the one side of it. And the 2 other rings is what Thanos is seeking.
Makes sense.
I'm mixing up cannons here. In the other side of it, cast 4 rings of gold for it and put them in the 4 corners, with 2 rings on one side and 2 rings on the other. And thou shalt make staves of shittim wood and overlay them with gold. Is that a gold rod? Shit. Well, yeah, but it's also 100% shittim wood. Make staves of shittim wood and overlay them with gold. Yeah, that's what it says. And thou shalt put the staves into the rings by the sides of the ark, and the ark may be borne with them. What is with him in making arks? This is now the lesser known Ark version 2.
The sequels,
the sequels never sell better. Like, you know, the original Noah. I mean, that's the OG. That's what
this is what know. Indiana Jones found in the Ark of the Covenant.
Oh, here we go. Is the Nazi about to have his head melted off?
Any day now.
Any day now. All right. They shall not be taken from it. And thou shalt put into the ark of testimony, which I shall give thee. Put the testimony in the ark that I'll give you later. Hot diggity damn. And thou shalt make a mercy seat of pure gold. What is a mercy seat of pure gold? That is an interesting combination of letters. Oh, we're going on the mercy seat. Oh, is that in the wilderness of sin?
Right beside the house of bondage. Right next door.
I know. This is getting exciting. 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and 1.5 cubits of the breadth thereof. Make a mercy seat of pure gold, 2.5 cubits long and 1.5 cubits wide.
Just because,
for funsies. And thou shalt make 2 cherubims of gold, of beaten work. Shalt thou make them in the 2 ends of the mercy seat.
I mean, I'm thinking of the mercy seat more like a toilet seat, but that's just the way I'm imagining it.
Well, that with hemorrhoids, that would be the mercy seat.
Have mercy on me, God!
Oh, baby. And thou shalt make 2 cherubims of gold, of beaten work. Beat that work. Shalt thou make them in the two ends of the mercy seat, and make one cherub on the end of one end. Well, once again, this is heart-pounding wisdom coming through with every sentence. And the other cherub on the other end. Even of the mercy shall ye make the cherubims of the two ends thereof. And the
Yeah, listen.
cherubims...
I just had a
Yeah.
lot of mercy, so you might want to wait like at least 15 minutes before using the mercy seat.
Yeah. You might
It's
want to
not
wait a little bit.
safe right now. Yeah. You know that
And
manna it gives you terrible gas, and it's
whew.
just it's like Taco Bell in the ancient world. It's really bad.
And once again, this is what God cares about.
It's number one on his list of priorities. Is
number one.
With the cinnamon.
And the cherubim shall stretch forth their wings on high, covering the mercy seat with their wings. What? And their faces shall look one to another towards the mercy seat. This really does sound like fan fiction. Shall the faces of the cherubims be? Make two cherubim at the ends of the mercy seat. Have their wings raised and their faces looking at one another. And
just because they have to stare into each other's eyes.
Just because. The longer that they say mercy seat, the longer it's going to start to break me. And thou shalt put the mercy seat above upon the ark, and in the ark thou shalt put the testimony that I shall give thee.
That is a great spot to put the mercy seat above the ark so that everything can drop down inside on that testimony. That's genius.
It's all starting to make sense.
Ark is like a septic tank.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't want to be on that ark for long. And thou shalt put the mercy seat upon the ark, and in the ark thou shalt put the testimony that I give thee, and there I will meet with thee, and I will commune with thee from above the mercy seat. Holy moly, dude, we get it. From between the two cherubims, which are upon the ark of testimony, of all things which I give thee in commandment unto the children of Israel. Shmishmael. I will meet you from above the mercy seat between the cherubims that are on the ark. Wow, this is like, I'm going to meet you behind your yard, and we're going to go behind the bush.
We're going to do it in there. We're going to do it on the mercy seat.
On the mercy seat. I'm so excited. It's it. Is this your first time on the mercy seat? Oh, yeah. I've taken a few rounds on the mercy seat, if I say so myself. All right. And thou shalt overlay it with pure gold. Not like this half and half shit. Pure gold. None of this fake shit. And make thereof a crown of gold roundabout. Make a roundabout. Overlay with pure gold with a gold crown around it. And thou shalt make it onto a border of an handbreadth roundabout. Once again,
I don't understand where the Puritans back in like the 1600s, they hated the Church of England when it was tried to make its churches more Catholic looking, because they had like gold and like ornaments and stuff. They wanted just a simple, it should be just a plain table. Everything should be cheap, and just it should be nothing in there of any value. I wonder where they would get that. It should be like have gold and everything on everywhere. Why would that?
Gotta have gold, baby. This is new though. I thought God was all like, screw this golden calf, and now God's like,
we haven't got to that yet. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's true.
Yeah, that's coming up.
Well, he seems to like gold right now.
For him,
I guess it's just has to be just gold for, like you said, for him. We don't want none of those gold calves or nothing. You're gonna have some gold. You're gonna be making gold for me, buddy. And hello, Blaster Master. And he says, "Oh boy, is this the part where it says people with crushed testes are not allowed to be around the ark?" Does it say that?
It's coming up. It's coming up. Yeah.
Woohoo! All right.
Some with the shittim wood. It doesn't. People with deformed testicles, that wood, it's not good for them.
I don't think you could be around women that are menstruating. I don't think that
Oh yeah, no, they
crushed
have to. They have to
testes.
live outside of the camp. They have to. They're basically exiled for like that week or
Hey,
week and a half,
Eric! Woohoo! Nice to see you again.
as they should be too, right? I mean, they're at
Exactly,
that
as
point
they
they're
should
basically
be.
like livestock. I mean, as soon as that blood
So,
starts flowing, they're not a human anymore. They got to go out um, till that all that yucky blood is gone because it's so yucky.
and I don't know what is with the blood, the offerings. We see a attraction and a buildup of sacrifices. So it doesn't surprise me that eventually in the 2.0, they're like, yeah, let's go with they're like, look, guys, we already kind of topped ourselves in
What?
number
Yeah,
one. How could we possibly top ourselves in version 2? And Jerry's in the back. He's like, some guy, he's just like, hey. They're like, yes. He's like, well, we've been killing animals. We've been getting burnt offerings. But what if we actually went through with that whole, right here, the whole yourself and a person? And they're like, what are you talking about? And he's like, maybe we could kill somebody. And they're like, let's go there. Let's see if we can get the ratings. And
well,
they did.
I think my own theory is that the people who wrote the original Gospels, they wanted to fix certain things in Judaism that they didn't like, and one of those things that they thought were stupid was the animal sacrifice thing. So they contrived this idea like God will come down, we'll kill him once and for all, and it'll be done. We won't have to worry about
One
this
and
stupid.
done, baby.
We won't have to worry about this stupid sacrificial system because it is stupid. But you can't just say, "Oh, God said cancel it." You would have to do it in a way that at least made sense to the people who thought it was good. So yeah.
Well, in their ideas, it is an evolution because you could definitely see that, like, they look at the Mayans or most Abrahamic
Right.
faiths don't look kindly on the heart sacrifice and all that.
Right.
But I mean, is it really that different? Is it really?
Well, I mean, from they would say, God willfully gave himself over to be killed, so it's not quite the same as taking prisoners of war and just butchering them for your gods. It's a little
Well,
different, but I'm not going to say it makes a lot of sense.
it's different in that this guy is supposed to be innocent, but then that comes with its own unique horrors in that this guy is a literal scapegoat for everyone else's bad things. Also,
Yeah.
hi Pavel,
Hey, Pavel.
and
No,
hi
yeah.
Sigma. Just got done with MDD
Yeah.
and Doctors After Show. Oh, that's right. See, I was running around doing 30 things, but just a shout out to it was Dapper, Leo, and I'm trying to remember the third guy. I feel bad if he's watching this. But they did I was watching a good chunk of that. They did a great job. So
Poor
I
Aussie
didn't
Jesus.
I
Poor
didn't
Aussie
do
Jesus.
a flat earth after show tonight because I feel like I'll do every
We've already done a few of them.
Yes, I want to. They're important to do because they're really like the top number one conspiracy, but we'll do it every other one.
It does give us a new audience because there are people who come to it for that after show. And
I will say it gets everybody fired up. It's fantastic how fired up it gets atheists and theists on the same side to just.
That's true.
And
Hovind and Arnrock come together.
I know.
To agree on at least one thing. That the flat Earth is dumb.
That is like a Marvel movie right there.
Right,
The enemies coming together to beat that bigger bad. We love it here. Sending that love out. All right.
Sending those emojis, remember.
We were going over a border of rings. Against the border.
At the girl dick level, then you can send the emoji. Yeah.
It's a good level. That's right actually above the commander level. There's the commander level and then the girl cock.
Yeah. It all works. But it's for God's glory. It's for the glory of God. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Only for Him.
God of glory.
Thank you, Jay.
Now, that does offer the question, though. If you got to glory God, and there are many ways in which you could glory God, that does theoretically mean you could have a glory hole for God.
For the glory of God?
Theoretically speaking, of course. Just theoretically speaking. For God. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I would not want to use his glory hole because it would be probably booby trapped, like there'd be an alligator on the other side of it, Yeah.
I also hear it's made from shittim wood. So
what other wood do we have, Amy? Come on, you're such a critic.
I know. Look,
shittim wood. It's the only wood we have around here. What do you think we're gonna build it with?
I know. All right. And thou shalt make the stabs of shittim wood and overlay them with gold, and the table may be borne with them. And thou shalt make the dishes. Please don't make the dishes out of shittim wood. Therefore, and spoons thereof, and covers thereof, and bowls thereof. Why are you going over this? You are, man, when they say that he is not a Sims controller, I'm actually starting to think that God is a Sims controller.
Spoons, forks, not sporks, not sporks. That's
not
unholy.
sporks.
That's unholy. A spork to God is like a girl thing that we just discussed. Yeah, he doesn't approve of it.
Mm-mm.
One or the other. One or the other.
One or the other.
Spoon or a fork.
That's true. It's an abomination. You need to have a spoon. You need to have a fork. The joy of a spork is sinful in nature.
Anyone among you found with a spork shall be cut off or stoned. Yeah. Like that kid who talked back to his mother that we just executed. For the glory of God. For God's glory, yes.
Not even the good kind of stoning. Okay.
No.
Okay, we're covering withal of pure gold shall thou make them. So make some gold dishes, spoons, covers, and bowls. Fantastic. We're playing Minecraft. And thou shalt set upon the table shewbread. Okie dokie. Before me away.
Is this like setting out milk and cookies for Santa Claus? Does God come and eat the bread, or does it just sit there until it rots?
I guess so. I'm not sure.
The priest just eat the damn thing?
We go from shittim wood to shewbread. I mean, they're just having a grand old time. And thou shalt make a candlestick of pure gold.
How that's going to work, I don't know.
Yeah, he is trying to show off.
Will gold burn like wax on I don't know. Pure.
Of beaten work shall the candlestick be made. His shaft. I looked this. His shaft, as I hit myself, his branches, his boughs, his knops, and his flowers shall be of the same. Oh, baby. Make a candlestick of pure gold with branches and boughs, knops, and flowers. And 6 branches shall come out of the sides of it. 3 branches of the candlestick out of the one side, and 3 branches of the candlestick out of the other side.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thanks, God. I like how Moses has to be sitting here like,
God, this is almost exciting as reading the dictionary from cover to cover. I mean, wow.
But God, just make your tutorial or your manual just like boom. He did it with 10 commandments. Now Moses has to sit here and write on this? Okay. Whatever. Exposition queen. 3 bowls. I thought that said, it did say almonds. 3 bowls made like unto almonds with a knob and a flower in one branch, and 3 bowls made like almonds in the other branch. Oh, now we're having cereal. This is good. With a knob and a flower. So it is 6 branches that came out of the candlestick. Make 3 bowls. I know. Make 3 bowls like almonds with a knob and the flower on each branch. And in the candlestick shall be 4 bowls made like unto almonds, with their knobs and their flowers. Oh yeah? Well, if God is real, how do almonds make milk? Checkmate. No, where's your God now? Okay. And there shall be knobs. Everyone loves knobs. Their knobs. Oh, baby. And their branches, shake weights, shall be the same. All it shall be one beaten work of pure gold. And thou shalt make the 7 lamps specifically.
Look
Therefore,
at those numbers.
Those numbers, there's great. They're the best numbers. Some people are actually saying they're the best numbers they'd ever seen. I said I didn't think they could go that high. They're like, no.
7.
Okay.
Exactly 7 lamps.
Exactly
7 lamps. Not 8, not 6, 7 fucking lamps.
Are they magical lamps or just regular lamps? Because these are gold lamps. I mean, that's halfway to Aladdin. We're getting there. We're in the desert. We're making golden lamps. You can hear my excitement.
Shape them like a dick and balls. I don't care as long as there's 7 of them.
And I want them to definitely have an inner core of shittim wood. Has to be very specific. And okay, what absolute excitement. We have just finished the book of Exodus, chapter 25. Woohoo! So what do you think,
I need
James?
to make an insurance claim against God for that time of my life that I'll never get back.
And this is honestly why so many atheists and theists alike have a hard time getting through the Bible. Because I think everyone starts excited. Everyone starts with the mission. They're like, look, it doesn't matter even if you're a Christian or a non-Christian, for differing reasons, we want to be like, let's read the Bible. And yet you open it up and it's like, oh, no, this is heart pounding. And sometimes it actually is heart pounding. It's so heart pounding. You're like, calm down there. Ooh, knife down, put the knife down. And then other times it's like,
you have to distract God. Like, okay, stop killing those people. God, tell us about the Dukes again. Go through and name all the Dukes. Oh, okay. Why didn't you say that? Put the knife down and name 43 Dukes because, it's important for us to know about that, apparently.
Exactly.
And then you can go back to killing people. You can go back to killing people after God. Get God a drink, take a nap. Maybe he'll calm down.
Snickers. I feel like that's what he's missing. And okay, we're moving along.
One step closer to hell.
I know. Sound passports,
God's instructions for making curtains. Oh, wow. God, this is amazing
I know.
stuff.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fashion Yahweh Style, our new podcast.
God's interior decorator, yeah.
Interior decorator. Also, once again, creator of the universe, literally playing Sims now. Like, it's not even, like, metaphorical. Like, apparently we're making curtains.
I mean, thank goodness we're here today where God just kind of hides in alternate dimension, doesn't do anything. In Exodus, he is micromanaging how they make curtains. He is, like, right there. He is micromanaging every little thing.
And you can't edit. Can't take any of this gold out. Because this is from Big G Man himself. And I'm talking, of course, about the YouTube debater who wrote the Bible. No.
I wouldn't want to insult him like that.
Given lots of wrong doll. No, you're not boring at all. Given lots of love to Doorknob Head and LR. What is up?
Hey
Very
guys,
excited. We're having fun. We are reading Skeptic
help us, guys,
Bible
help
Study.
us. We are pouring our way through it, but it's hard, and not like that.
Hold on. All right, I'm good to read this chapter. I was worried that my heart rate was getting a little high, but I think we're good to continue.
Okay.
On the book of Exodus, chapter
Well, if you need
26.
me to, if it gets too exciting, I can just start reading a Google or Wikipedia article.
That's exactly. Just push me to the side. So we are now on the book of Exodus, chapter 26, God's instructions for making curtains.
People, take notes.
I'm going to say that once again, in case you thought you or I were hallucinating. God's instructions for making curtains.
Take notes. This is going to be important stuff. We got the sleepy, the funny.
Of course, not the most exciting chapter, but while it's not exciting, it is a little funny. Come on. God has fashion. He's a fashionista.
And like the flat earthers say, water doesn't curve except when it does. The Bible doesn't contradict itself except when it does.
Except in this section. And the last section. And maybe the section before. But besides those three sections,
I'm sure it'll start getting better going forward. We won't see that hardly any.
I agree. This is where it all gets better. All right. God's instructions for making curtains. Apparently, he's starting a podcast channel. Moreover,
like God's YouTube channel. Like today, we're going to be on killing people or causing miscarriages. Now we're going to be making curtains. Yay! Praise me. Remember that time? You remember that time where I made the Pharaoh send those troops into the water, and I had the sides of the Red Sea held up, and I waited till all those bastards, those fuckers, they were in there, and then I drowned the fuckers. You remember that shit?
Good times.
That was me.
That was me.
Don't forget that. Don't forget about that. Praise God.
Let me look for the morality. Hold on.
Because
no, I can't find it. I tried. Couldn't see.
Because for me, it is glorifying when I kill people who are infinitely weaker than me. That glorifies me when I make people suffer who are helpless. There's nothing they can do. I'm God. But it gives me glory. It's like beating up a little kid.
Glory.
That's how you prove what a tough guy you are. You find a little toddler and beat the crap out of them for your own glory. You tell everybody, and everybody will think you're a real badass, right? Like,
how you prove?
See that kid? I beat the fuck out of him. Oh, you sure did. You're a badass guy. Praise God.
Praise Jesus, or praise Yahweh. And okay. Moreover, thou shalt make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twinned linen, and blue, and purple, and scarlet. Scarlet Witch? Finally.
Scarlet O'Hara from
okay,
Gone with
that
the Wind.
works too. With chevrons of cunning work shalt thou make them. The length of one curtain, wow, dude, you are micromanaging, shall be 8 and 20 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits, and every one of the curtains very long cubits. Some people were saying these are actually the best cubits that they had seen. Fantastic cubits. Every one of the curtains shall have one measure. The 5 curtains shall be coupled together one to another, and the other 5 curtains shall be coupled one to another. Okay, God continues his instructions to Moses, saying, make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine linen. Can you imagine a God saying this to you? Could you imagine you're like, oh my God, it's the all-powerful creator of the universe.
I want a
What do
cherubim
you
over
want
there.
from me? And he's like, hello, John. I am here to speak to you. Oh my God. Yes.
What profound
I'm
wisdom
here.
do you have for us? What do you have to
What do
tell
you
us?
have? Tell me. Go to IKEA and get me linens of fine
Blue,
and find me
purple,
linens.
and scarlet. Don't forget
It's
the
like-
scarlet.
You want me to get red and blue and it's like, but God, I thought
Red.
I wanted the wisdom of the universe.
You just got
the
it.
vastness of 14 billion years, creator of all that is noble and good as truth. Well, sure, but everybody's got to go shopping.
If they are white, they will be stained with blood when I kill people. Because they are red, it will not. Then we can use the same curtains longer.
Oh, see?
Wisdom,
Now
yes,
you're
yeah.
thinking-
If they're red,
Yahweh
the blood won't really stand out. But if they're white, I mean, within a day or two, when God starts killing people, then yeah. You have to think like a god. You have to say,
And
what
that
would
is
God
true.
do?
He's not killing people right now. So we should take the boring, right? We should be like, well, he's not rampant. He's not drowning people or smoting
It's been
people.
yeah. I imagine we'll get some of that soon, but yeah. He's in interior decorator mode.
It just seems oddly like an oddly specific conversation to be having with a god. Once again, this is like some empirical shit if it was happening to me. I should be able to be like, do all of you see the talking omnipresent bush of cloud darkness or whatever? And everyone's, oh, that's Frank. And you're like, what? Oh, he's been here forever. It's like, okay, whatever. The 5 curtains shall be coupled one to another, and one other 5 couples shall be coupled to another. And thou shalt make loops of blue upon the edge of the one curtain from the selvage in the coupling, and likewise shalt thou make in the uttermost edge of another curtain in the coupling of the second. 50 shades of gray, 50 loops shalt thou make, close enough, make in one the curtain, and 50 loops shall make in the edge of the curtain that is in the coupling of the second, that the loops may take hold one of another.
Okay, I see, I'm following you. Yeah, makes sense.
Duh. Make 50 loops on the
Inside,
top.
okay, yeah, got it. All right.
I remember when I learned about this in Hebrew school, I feel like I truly became a woman that
This
day.
is like embroidery on HGTV.
I know. And thou shalt make 50 tacks of gold. And where's my gold? Baby. Bring me that gold. Yahweh has only one thing on his mind right now, making that fine linens, getting that gold.
Well, I guess that's why he told his people before they left Egypt, before you guys go, steal all your neighbor's stuff, any of their valuables and everything, just on your way out. Because looting for Jesus is okay, apparently.
Yeah, as long as you're looting for Jesus.
You're looting for Jesus.
Hi, not so quick-witted. That's me too. I feel it. I walk into walls, so that's my thing. I don't know if that counts, but it's close. All right. We're making 50 tacks of gold, and thou shalt make curtains of goat's hair. But why? To be a covering. Oh, we gotta. You make a tabernacle, you gotta cover it. Come on.
Of all things, goat's hair. Great.
Exactly. And they make fun of us when we say that they were goat herders, but
yeah, I mean, I guess it's basically anti-Semitic to accuse them of being goat herders, even though we in Genesis we got very detailed instructions about breeding goats and how to set up sticks and whatever so that they have the right patterns, because that's how genetics work.
And
Goats
hey, I
copulate.
have nothing about the Jews. It's all this guy. Moses is sitting here like this. Oh, of course, God. And God's like, I don't know why he has all these very specific commands. Also, why couldn't God make all this shit? Why does he have to get humans to do this for him?
So he knows you love him. It's like sending
Oh,
money to the church. God doesn't need the money, but if you're going to send it, yeah.
And okay, Doc Pearson said, if God is omniscient, then he's giving these instructions with full knowledge of sewing machines, power tools, and all. I know. I mean, he's playing, I hate to say he's playing games, but he's playing games.
God's playing house.
He's playing house. And if you'd like your comment, question, or thought read on screen, don't forget to tag me at Amy Newman, whether you're watching from YouTube, Face, or Twitch. We're sending love out there to you.
Or if you're watching from the Wilderness of Sin or the House of Bondage, even those places too. Yeah.
Which is where we're streaming from, the Wilderness of Sin. It's a great place.
Right next to the House of Bondage. Praise God.
House of Bondage. Praise Yahweh. And okay.
Oh, Yahweh. Ooh.
Through the cubits.
Don't hit me again, Yahweh. Don't do it, Yahweh.
Oh my. Okay. No, we didn't read the cubits. It gets so redundant. We get it, dude. The length of one curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits, and the 7-11 curtains shall be of one measure. Make 11 goat hair curtains to cover the tabernacle. Each curtain shall be 30 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. I'm glad I know that. And thou shalt couple.
Just because, yeah.
Just because. And thou shalt couple 5 curtains by themselves and 6 curtains by themselves, and you'll have double the fun. And shalt double the 6th curtain in the forefront of the tabernacle. Make 2 big goat hair curtains by joining 2 6 and 1 into one curtain and 5 into the other. Cool. And thou shalt make 50 loops, and you should also do a somersault on the edge of the one curtain that is outmost in the coupling, and 50 loops in the edge of the curtain, which will couple the second. Make 50 loops on the edge of each big goat loop hair curtain. Cool. And thou shalt make 50 tacks of brass, and put the tacks into the loops. Wow. He's basically making his own Etsy. Like, this is a slave labor for his own Etsy store.
The God Show on HGTV.
Welcome, everyone. Tonight we're knitting, and by me, I mean my human slaves. Woo! Get back to working.
And right after that, join us for where we decide which kids are going to get cancer today. Yay!
All right. And thou shalt make a covering for the tent of rams, oh my, of ram skins, dyed red, and a covering above the badger's skins. Make a tent covering from the ram skins dyed red.
Do some with the badger skins.
And another covering from badger skins. It's amazing. The atheists and theists don't fight over this excitement. Amazing. And thou shalt make boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood, standing up. Gotta make that shittim wood stand up.
Sorry, God, we're all out of shittim wood.
10 cubits shall be the length of a board, and 1.5 cubits shall be the breadth of one board. Make the boards out of shittim wood, as you do, 10 cubits long and 1.5 cubits wide. 2 tenons shall be there in one board, set in order one against another. Thus shalt thou make for all the boards of the tabernacle. Put 2 tenons in each board.
Oh,
And
two because right. Yeah. Okay. Two. All right. I want to make sure I got
just
that
two.
right.
If it was three, then it would have been a little bit too much. Reservoir War says Moses taking a message like a 1950s secretary. I know, it's so funny. I mean, according to the story, Moses is just sitting there like, okay,
Soaking up all this wisdom. Just wow, lucky guy.
lucky
Got
guy.
he got to meet with God, and God got to tell him all this important stuff.
Like I said, this is the passages that get me through at night. When I'm in a really tough spot, I think to myself, just think of the shitting wood. And I know it's going to be all right. Okay. All right. And thou shalt make 40 sockets of silver, okie dokie, under the 20 boards. This sounds a lot like a shrine or an altar or something that he's about to say in a few chapters you shouldn't make. I guess it's to any other god. But once again, this all just seems weird and specific. Two sockets under
He seems similar to the other gods in a way, sort of. He likes sacrifices. He likes altars. He likes, yeah. Huh. All the gods are doing it.
You gotta make that good old IKEA furniture. I will say this is a total tangent, but for all those internet nerds out there, one of my favorite SCPs is the SCP about the endless IKEA. Check that out if you want to blow your mind. But a fun one. And wait. Oh, okay, I can't. I reached for it, but that's okay. I'll keep trying anyway. But I'll use Shit'em Wood, and then maybe I will. I will defend IKEA's honor. Oh, hold on. Excuse me, good sir and ma'am, but are you trying to insult reasonably priced furniture? Excuse me, I will not take this. Instead, I will have a meatball.
Where's the Swedish chef from Sesame Street when you need him?
Okay. I look more like I had a seizure than a Swedish chef. Okay. Sockets of silver and 4 second sides of the tabernacle on the north side. There shall be 20 boards. And there are 40 sockets of silver. Once again, oddly specific. 2 sockets under one board and 2 sockets under another board. And okay. And for the tables and for the sides of the tabernacle, he's throwing a dinner party. Westward, thou shalt make 6 boards. The west side shall be 6 boards. The west side. And 2 boards shalt thou make for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides.
Oh, wow.
And they shall be coupled together beneath, and they shall be coupled together above the head of it onto the one ring to rule them all.
Oh, okay. Trying to form a picture of this structure in my mind, but all I can think of is shitting wood.
You just gotta get that shit'em wood. After you eat the IKEA food, then you make shit'em wood. Once again, I'm so sorry to the people that are eating, that are like, and it's the Bible people. We're just reading.
People who work at IKEA.
I know. We love you. We love everyone out there, even the IKEA people. Even though I have to sit there and build the furniture. Just think of it as a furniture adventure. Okay. And 2 boards shall thou make corners of the tabernacle in 2 sides, and they shall be coupled together. They shall be coupled. You just said that again. And they shall be coupled together beneath, and they shall be coupled together above the head of it onto one ring. Thus shall it be from them both. They shall be for the 2 corners. Put the 2 boards in the corners of the tabernacle coupled together with a ring.
Is that going to be where the meth lab goes?
That is amazing. Yes, we're going to break bad right here. And they shall be 8 boards, and their sockets of silver, 16 sockets, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And thou shalt make bars of shittim wood. Can't make this shittim wood up. 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards. At least we're away from the mercy chair.
I would love to hear someone like Bob Vila going over this on one of his shows.
Would be. Where were we? Shittim wood, 5 for the boards. Make them
this old
bars,
tabernacle.
Wood. For the bars, 2 wides. What number? And the middle bar in the midst of the bars shall reach from end to end. And thou shalt overlay the boards with gold, and make the rings of gold for places for the bars. And thou shalt overlay the bars with gold. Overlay the bars with gold, and make rings for the bars, which will be overlaid with gold.
Rings for the bars. Oh, those kind of rings. Okay.
Exactly. They're sonic rings, specifically. And thou shalt...
They vibrate?
They vibrate. Speaking of vibrating, and thou shalt take it up. No. And thou shalt rear up the tabernacle according to the fashion thereof, which was shewed thee in the mount. Make all these things in the style I showed you on the mount. Oh, baby. You remember when I had my hands over you and I was just like showing you how to make all these tabernacles while I had you on the mount? Don't you remember?
That was like when Joseph put his hand on Jacob's thigh over and over again.
Oh my, I know, that was hot. There's so much Yahweh in the Bible, or should I say the appropriate amount of Yahweh in the Bible. All right. And thou shalt make a veil of blue and purple and scarlet, and fine twine linen of cunning work. I like how God seems to have good style. Specifically, they make him seem all mysterious, but this God, you could actually make like a character profile. You could make like his likes, his dislikes, kind of a little bit jealous. I do like long walks on the beach that lead to shittim wood. I'm kind of a fan of gold.
I like the vacation in hell. Watch people burning.
Vacation in hell. And okay, and thou shalt hang upon 4 pillars of shittim wood, overlaid with gold. Their hooks shall be gold upon the 4 sockets of silver. And thou shalt hang up the veil under the tacks, that thou mayest bring in thither within the veil the ark of the testimony. And the veil shall divide unto you between the holy place and the most holy. And thou shalt put the mercy seat. We're back to the mercy seat upon the ark. Wrong. Everybody's saying it's wrong. Everybody. Ark of the testimony in the most holy place. And thou shalt set the table without the veil and the candlestick over against the table. Oh, is that how you're going to roleplay? On the side of the tabernacle toward the south. Once again, this is the all-knowing, all-powerful creator of the universe, just listing shit. And thou shalt put the table on the north side. And thou shalt...
Congratulations.
And thou shalt make it hanging for the door of the tent of blue.
How's it hanging?
It's hanging. It's hanging a little low.
How's it
Fine
hanging?
twin linen, wrought with the needlework.
Needlework.
And needlework. And thou shalt make for the hanging 5 pillars, specifically, of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And their hooks shall be of gold, and thou shalt cast 5 sockets of brass for them. So
5. All right.
Set the table outside the veil, and the candlestick on the south, and the table on the north. Make a tent door hanging of blue, purple, and scarlet, and fine twin linen, and make 5 shittim wood pillars with gold hooks and 5 brass sockets. Whew. The wisdom, can you just feel it pouring off you?
And it's so obvious that humans could not have come up with something like this.
Oh,
It had to come from a supernatural,
exactly.
all-knowing, all-loving, all-just source that could give us this wisdom.
And okay, we just finished the book of Exodus, chapter 26. So what do you think, James? Did you know God had instructions for making curtains?
We know now. We know now.
We know now.
I think, anybody who's been a Christian or you know that God had a tabernacle, but I don't think most of them knew how detailed he was with the instructions of how to build every single square inch of it. I mean, yeah.
I didn't know
Praise
how
God, though.
specific God was. Whenever I, ask for a conversation or a Damascus Road experience,
No,
that pales in comparison to what Moses is getting right here, right? This is the real deal.
This is like God coming into your apartment there and telling you how to set shit up.
Exactly. Sup the freak. And anyone else who is watching us out there on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, we heart you and thank you for joining us along with all
even
our
the
mods.
house of bondage or burning
Even the house of bondage.
in the wilderness of sin.
Wilderness of sin. And all right, moving along, this is going to be our last chapter for the night, and then we're going to switch it into the open mic back portion of the show where you could tell us your thoughts on what you just read. Well,
yeah,
we are doing the book of Exodus, chapter 27, how to make an altar and tabernacle court. Oh God, so much more excitement. What are you about to say, James?
This one, look, they couldn't even say it's This one will be a struggle.
This is it. We're finishing up with our chapters of just pure excitement. Just pure
if
excitement.
you have a heart condition or anything like that, high blood pressure, you might
now
not want
would be the time to stop
look
watching.
away because this might get a little hairy. But yeah, if you want to come and make comments on the design of the structures, if you are an engineer, construction, you want to say, tell us what you think. I don't know.
Exactly. And okay, I'm putting that into the streams right now, and that'll come back. That will go out on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. And and you can come in while we read the last chapter. And welcome to the book of Exodus, chapter 27. Let me pin that. And we only have Sleepy. It's just a little bit.
That's it. Nobody to keep us company except for Sleepy. Got the pillow talk with God.
More excitingness about how to make an altar and tabernacle and court, I guess, apparently.
And all the useful information he's giving us, is just amazing.
Once again, this is the stuff I like to quote to myself at night just to keep me, sane and strong. And
when you're having trials in your life and tribulations,
I like to say or think to myself, what color would God like linens? And it really speaks to me.
Jesus is love.
Love, baby. And apparently Jesus is an interior decorator. And all right, how to make an altar and tabernacle court. And thou shalt make an altar of shittim wood. Because, what else you got?
Once again, we got lots of it laying around, I guess, apparently.
You got a lot.
The whole forest of the shit.
Got to get rid of this shittim wood somehow.
Nobody's buying it.
5 cubits long and 5 cubits broad. Specifically, if you make a fucking 4.8
cubit.
So what's gonna happen? Right here. That's not how we handle it. That's
maybe
not
we'll
Yahweh
do a second
style.
circumcision. We'll just cut a little bit more off this time.
That's right, baby. Get that circumschmizzle. Smizzle drizzle.
Yeah,
And thou shalt make an altar. Okay, 5 cubits broad. The altar shall be fourscore and 7 years ago, if you don't mind. And the height thereof shall be 3 cubits, specifically. God continues his instructions to Moses, saying, make an altar of shittim wood, 5 cubits long, 5 cubits wide, and 3 cubits high. What is shittim wood? Like, I have to look this up, because I feel like the Bible is now making fun of itself. But whatever. And thou shalt make the horns of it upon the 4 corners thereof. His horns shall be of the same, and thou shalt overlay it with brass. We've been going down. Do you notice? We went from gold, we got to silver,
brass.
and now we're at brass. So he's just going through like his most wanted. He's like, look, I want gold. If you can't get gold, then I want silver, and fine. If you can't get anything like that, brass is functional, I guess. And thou shalt make
We
his
need
pots
to build a wall.
a big, beautiful wall.
Or a big, beautiful tabernacle.
Or a beautiful tabernacle. And thou shalt make the horns upon it 4 corners thereof. His horns shall be of the same, and thou shalt... brass. Okay, I read that. And thou shalt make his pans...
It's a brass horn. So instrument.
Why is he talking about pans? To receive his... You created the universe, at least in this canon. Why are you talking about pans?
Menstrual pads.
To receive his ashes and his shovels and his basins and his flesh hooks. Sorry, what?
His meat hooks.
Hey, I always get excited about my
have
flesh
them laying
hook.
around. Yeah.
Everybody's
got one laying around.
Everyone's got a flesh hook. And his fire pans and vessels
the fire
thereof.
pans. Okay.
That's a lot
with
of
the
different
fire
pans.
With the fire ants.
With the fire ants. Make pans for the ashes, shovels, basins, flesh hooks, and fire pans. And thou shalt make for it a grate of network of brass. And upon the net shalt thou make 4 brazen rings in the 4 corners thereof. And thou shalt put it under the compass of the altar beneath, that the net may be eaten to the midst of the altar. Okie dokie. Make a brass grate of 4 brass rings in the 4 corners. Put it under the compass of the altar. Excuse me. And thou shalt make the staves for the altar, staves of the shittim wood. Would there be any other type of altar? And overlay them with brass. And the staves shall be put into the rings. This really is like God IKEA. Like, we are building furniture right now. Like, God is just sitting there building furniture with Moses.
Being Bob Vila, but not a good Bob Vila. Like a Bob Vila post-lobotomy.
It just seems so random. Once again, we can't fit in, thou shalt not own a slave, but this makes it into the Bible.
It makes you wonder if, like, one of these translators from the King James that the king paid was an atheist and was just like, I'm just gonna put some crazy things in here just to troll these people. Like, who knows what the shittim wood originally was, but he's like, shittim wood. There you go, shittim wood. They'll love it.
Yeah, like maybe he's just doing some things just to test people. He's like, I just want to see if you're paying attention.
Maybe one of the translators that King James paid to translate all the Bible into English. Maybe one of them was an undercover atheist. He just decided to put crazy things in there. What kind of wood? Shittim wood. There you go, guys. Shittim wood. Have fun with that.
It all makes sense, James. You just gotta not think about it. Don't think about it. Okay. So where were we? We were so much shittim wood, so little time. And the staves shall be put into the rings, And the staves shall be put upon the two sides of the altar to bear it. Hollow with boards shalt thou make it, as it was shewed thee in the mount, so shall they make it. Holy moly. And thou make the court of the tabernacle for the south side southward. There shall be hangings for the court of fine twined linen of 100 cubits long of one side. Make the court of the tabernacle. Wait, hold on. Make it hollow with the boards like I showed you on the mount. Okay. Once again, who cares? Make the court of the tabernacle with linen hangings on the south side of 100 cubits long. Fascinating. And the 20 pillars thereof, and their 20, I thought that said sacks for a second, and their 20 sockets shall be of brass. Make 20 pillars with 20 brass sockets. Okay. And likewise, for the north side in length, there shall be hangings of 100 cubits long, and his 20 pillars, and their 20 sockets of brass, the books of the pillars, and their fillets of silver. Wouldn't it be funny if, like, in the middle of this, just like we've been going on and on and on and on and on, and Moses is just like, shit, it fell. Can you just say that part over again? Like that whole last few chapters. It's like, sure, let's just go red lid and purple lid.
You want me to go back, Moses? God does not go back. I am in all times at one time. I am in no time at no times.
Dun, dun, dun. And hey, God equals the square root of -1. That's right. Fill my glass with spirits, baby. All right. Where are we moving along? Do the same on the north side, south side. Did I read that? And like it mattered. And like for the north side. But we're reading it all, so it does matter. Cover to cover, baby. In length there shall be hangings of 100 cubits long, and his 20 pillars, and their 20 sockets of brass, and the hooks of the pillars, and their fillets of silver. And for the breadth of the court on the west side shall be the hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. And the breadth of the court on the east side eastward shall be 50 cubits. The hangings of one side of the gate shall be 15 cubits. Like, are you paying? Like, is Moses a contractor at this point? Like, what the hell is going on? Their pillars 3 and their sockets 3. I wanted it to be their pillars 3 and their sockets thee, because that would have just sounded cooler.
I mean, he gave instructions for the ark, but not like this. Damn.
I know, but once again, this is uber. Not only is this uber micromanagement, this is The Sims. Like, we make both atheists and theists are like, what do you think God's doing? Playing The Sims?
It's
yes, I do. Yeah, I see it. It's right there.
Hell. Yeah, it's The Sim, but with hell.
But with hell. Actually, we don't quite have hell yet, but it seems like God is making one right now. I think we are in it. Right,
you're gonna wish you were another couple chapters like this, and you will wish you were.
I know. The fun just never ends, James. It never ends. The hangings on one side of the gate shall be 15. Oh, baby. I wonder if, I mean, they say he's a male. That means that deity's gotta be packing somewhere. Gotta be getting those cubits. 15 cubits and their pillars 3.
No, Peter has that one sound file of Ken Hovind talking about the whale anatomy.
Oh, it's 15 feet. The biggest person in the world.
The whales have a 15-foot penis, and they have to do it in the dark, and they can't talk. They can't say, "Scoot over, honey."
Scoot over. How about you?
Scoot over, honey. They're in the dark. They're underwater. They're whales.
I've never seen a dolphin give birth to a dog.
Or a puppy come off a cornstalk.
And for the gate of the court shall be an hanging of 20 cubits of blue and purple and scarlet witch and fine twin linen. He's said that sentence 3 or 4 times now. Wrought
Yeah,
with
they're just
needlework.
copying and pasting it.
I know. And their pillars shall be 4, and their sockets 4. I mean, it makes sense, I guess, because you don't want 4 pillars and 3 sockets, right? I mean, whatever. All the
There
pillars,
you go. Isn't that's wisdom right there?
there's the
It
wisdom.
all lines up. 4 sockets, 4 pillars. Yeah.
Oh,
You expect it to be otherwise.
got Zoe in the house. I know it's these damn atheists hating God. Honestly,
That guy again. Really?
Can I be honest? After tonight, I just want as good as a dinner date as he gave Moses. Excuse me. You can give Moses wine and dine, and you can give Paul what they call a Damascus experience. I'll let you fill in the blanks on that one. I think you can talk to us right here, baby. Talk to us.
I mean, Donald did how many episodes asking God
I know,
to come
didn't
to
I?
show up? Like 9 or 10?
Never did. All right. We're almost done tonight's
Oh,
Skeptic
please be
Bible
done.
Study chapters on Gabbing with God, which means in a few moments we're going to open up the floodgates for anyone to say their thoughts on what we just read tonight. And the link is in chat. Ooh, excuse me. And okay,
Congratulations.
fantastic. This is some of the best chapters that I've ever read. Some people were saying
Constantly
that
complaining.
they actually got these chapters from me. Now, that's not me saying that. That's some people, other
I don't
people.
care.
High people. Okay.
I'm really rich.
And all the pillars about the court shall be filleted. Filleted? You just made me hungry. With silver. Their hooks shall be of silver, and their sockets of brass. Okie dokie. Specifically, if it's gold, I'm going to flip my...
Yeah, the sockets, they can't be gold. They got to be brass.
Gotta be brass. It's
I
like
will
Minecraft, James.
Yeah.
Okay? You need to have things in the right order to get the thing that Yahweh likes. Okay?
Otherwise,
Jesus, but not yet.
I'm going to send the angel of death to kill all the second-born. I killed the firstborn last. I'll send him to kill the
True.
second-born.
Gonna get those
Don't
second-
test me. I'll fucking do it.
Don't test me, bro. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits. More wisdom coming our way. And the breadth 50 everywhere. And the height 5 cubits of fine twined linen and their sockets of brass. All the vessels of the tabernacle and all the service thereof and all the pins thereof and all the pins of the court shall be of brass. I feel like I'm going to need a pop shield just by the end of this. And thou shalt commanded the children
You're
of
going to need
Israel.
to buy stock in brass. I mean, that's a lot of brass.
I know, Jeebus.
Loves brass.
Loves brass. Loves that ass. That they bring the pure olive oil. We're back to cooking with Yahweh. Beaten for the light to cause the lamp to burn always. In the tabernacle of the congregation without the veil, which is before the testimony, Aaron and his sons shall order it from the evening to the morning before the Lord. It shall be
making another
established.
cameo appearance
I know.
in the Bible.
Woo-hoo! Forever. And the Aaron Ra would be kicking ass and taking names. He'd be up against Yahweh. It might be the only other thing that could take on. It might be a honey badger and Aaron Ra.
In an iron chariot.
In an iron chariot. Onto their generations on the behalf of the children of Israel.
Shemishmael.
And wow, Israel Shemishmael. The people must bring pure olive oil to keep the lamp forever burning. Forever? Forever, ever? Forever, ever.
No.
It shall be a statue forever.
And then God will resurrect Esau the seesaw and place him in the center of the tabernacle. And thou shalt worship
Buzz.
Esau the seesaw. Oh, Buzz. Thank God. Praise God.
Okay. What do you think? We're about to open it up. But what do you think, James? We just finished the book of Exodus, chapter 27.
I don't know
Was
where
your
to
heart
begin. I
racing?
do not know where to begin. I am at a loss for words.
I know.
This,
So much excitement.
I mean, what other religion in the world could claim to have, foreknowledge and wisdom like this?
I honestly, how can you not say that this was divinely inspired, James? We now know how to make an altar and tabernacle court. You didn't know how to do that
Yeah.
before, did you? Huh? No.
I mean, we did, but not to make it the God way. Because the God way, we have our ways, the way that humans do things. Then we have God's. His ways are better than our ways. His ways are godly, and they're holy. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole world is filled with his glory. Not the whole universe, the whole earth is full of his glory because
It's full of his glory.
At the time, they thought that the earth was the universe and that the stars and everything, the other galaxies were just in the dome up there, that God made those as decorations. And in fact, we're going to eventually get to a point where God says that the stars in the dome will fall down and people will walk on them. So that will be
a Thunderdome, an ice dome.
Yeah. The stars are going to fall down to the earth. Now that would be a very scary thing to see stars falling down to earth. Maybe it'll shrink them. I don't know.
And okay, so with that, are you ready, James? We're going to be switching into the fun.
Do it.
Moving into our open
Do it to me.
mic section. My body is ready. Woohoo! And
I mean, we are so amped up from that last couple chapters there that, yeah.
It was exciting. I didn't know. I felt like I was going to have to calm myself down. I didn't know if the tabernacles was ever going to end. The excitement was the heart pounding.
I mean, you never want it to end, but something that amazing can't go on forever. I mean, that'll be like heaven. That'll be like heaven, Amy. Imagine like those 2 chapters. God you're praising him and he's reading off instructions for building the tabernacle to you forever. And you never want it to end, but guess what? It doesn't have to end. It'll always go.
Forever and ever. Praise the flying spaghetti monster.
You'll never want to do anything else because there will be nothing else to do.
Oh, forever and ever, baby. Well, those other little small people burn, but that's like a small thing. Don't mind the burning people. They're fine.
They deserve
it. Speaking of the opposite of people, I was going to say who are really cool. I can take that anyway. Who are burning hot, really cool. Amaretto, we're Skeptic Bible Studying. We are gabbing with God, which is holy moly. Who knew God? Let me tell you, who knew that Yahweh could talk so much? How are you, and what are your thoughts about tonight?
I am hanging in there. Completely sober. Boo. But
it happens every once in a while.
We've all
been there. We've all been there.
No, I'm doing okay. Kind of had to step out for a second, but it was kind of I'm just reading along with this and I'm just like, yeah, it's now it's like I want to go to Liberty University and like ask, the students and the faculty how to make curtains for the Lord.
Right.
So,
I know.
Your curtains behind you. You could redo those God style.
I didn't even know, as somebody who was kind of mind you, I didn't go to weekly church services, but went to Sunday school, had a lot of religious family. I didn't even realize this was in the Bible, and I'm like, man, this is I've been to church services with extended family and never heard about this stuff, and I'm like, what is the point of this? It's
They don't spend a lot of time on this.
yeah, like it's. I have IKEA. IKEA is good, you know. Uh, it's ridiculous. Like this, like God literally sounds in this like. Well, it's like these commands rather, like of how things should be. It's literally almost like a bridezilla at a wedding. It's got to be like this specifically, and
like Meghan Markle at her wedding. Yeah.
Oh yeah, she gets so much shit. I don't think Meghan Markle is that bad. Like that.
I don't know, just the stories about the wedding.
Well, there's also a lot of racism involved with that too. To be fair, so I think a lot of that.
Okay, another bridezilla.
Yeah, I was gonna say I could go. I could talk about Meghan Markle and everything. I mean, hey, Prince Philip just died, so it's relevant. But yeah, it's definitely bridezilla-esque attitude.
Bridezilla, yeah. I mean, he's being a little bit extra, in my opinion.
It's almost like it's kind of like pastors and mega churches. Well, want all of this, or God says He wants it like this, so you must have it. And did God really say that, or are you just being a greedy fuck?
God wants me to have a Rolls Royce. I mean,
God wants me to have a jet. God wants me to deny people entrance to my Houston church in a natural disaster. Yeah, fuck
God will take care of them. God will take care of them. I'm not God.
I
just need. Hold on, I got it.
Pastors.
Just need this. That's right.
Yeah, God will take care of them, guys. Come on.
I got new orbs. I got some new. Oh, and I got a scrying mirror even. I got a obsidian scrying mirror.
All your sorcery gear.
Yes. Listen, I am still a theist at some point. I'm just a somewhat skeptic theist. I think the Bible is bullshit. Like I really think a lot of the Bible is bullshit. It was put together by a group of white men in Europe who wanted to oppress people and keep control, and that's my general stance on formal Christianity. And it's what was it like the other night or something, like when we were all talking and someone mentioned like it's basically like Christianity as it is. It's like the Church of Paul or something like that. It's not like Jesus was a Jew. Jesus wasn't here to redo everything.
Depending on the Christians, it's almost used as a
there's apologetics.
An insult. Like they're not You're not supposed to be a Paulatinan and stuff. I'm just putting on the Christian hat I never had since I was never a Christian.
Yeah,
I mean, there's apologetics for all that. You can go either way.
And Amy, you talk about learning stuff in Hebrew school. I didn't even think you went to the classes because you told me.
No, I was forced to.
You literally told me though that you would skip the Hebrew classes and you would go and hide in a closet and play Pokemon.
So first of all, that's true, but both are true at the same time. I was forced to go there. And Game Boy and Walkman were kind of big at the time. And so, like, our thing, we had two different things. First of all, the bathroom, you could just go in there and play Game Boy. You had to go back eventually. But the best thing was, for whatever reason, since it was a conservative synagogue, they have, like, these specific holy prayers. And they lock the doors during those prayers, and no one is allowed in and out. So we would get locked out, and we're like, I guess we can't go in for like the next 10 minutes. I guess we're going to have to go walk. But we're still stuck there. I still got sent to Hebrew school whether I like to or not. They're still like, yeah, you're going there. Because you're like a kid. They're just like, my favorite part of Hebrew school is the snack stand that started every day before the thing. Good times. Gosh. Thank you, Hershey's.
Oh, my gosh.
Okie dokie. And moving along, speaking of people as sweet as Hershey Kisses, Nick, we have been Skeptic Bible studying. I know the wisdom was passing right through you in these few chapters. We have been gabbing with God. How are you, and what are your thoughts?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. I enjoyed the observation that it appears that God's morals seem to adjust to us as opposed to us having to adjust to him. We're going to do these laws so that they work with the slavery that you've already had, and we'll make slavery moral because human beings are. So it seems a bit more like he was made in our image than the other way around. But
you might think that. You might.
I listen. I don't mean to be throwing stones. No, that's a bad. I don't mean to be, trying to. I was going to make a really bad joke. I won't go there. At any rate,
that's okay. That's the whole. We support that here.
Support jokes about crucifixion. Yeah, no, I'll stay away from it.
I was going to ask if it was a dad joke, but if it was a joke about crucifixion,
it was a dad joke, but it was a dad joke about the crucifixion. But
just hang around up there for a while.
Yeah. So. Oh Jesus. Yeah.
Exactly.
There you go. I didn't even better one without even needing to. I'm killing the dad jokes tonight. Which should be fair. That's the height that I can get. I can do the dad jokes really well. Past that, it's a stretch.
Well, thank you so much. And hey, we appreciate a good dad joke here.
Oh, thank God. You better.
Or wait, no. I forget which comedian said it, but it's like they always look up here. No one's like, oh, thank you, God. Thank you. Yes, thank you. They don't look down.
God's down there, huh?
I mean,
wouldn't the Chinese need to, or is that just
that's
maybe
true,
I'm missing
Chinese.
something?
And if he is everywhere, you should be able to point down there. It shouldn't just be like, I don't know which way where is hell.
I want to talk to the manager.
If heaven is everywhere, where is hell? Because hell can't be below because there's nothing below. But now we're getting canon.
Where God is not.
Hell is the endless IKEA on that SCP. Endlessly. Actually, hell is buying a brand new thing from IKEA, putting it all together, and then realizing that you're a single screw missing.
Yeah. Oh Jesus. Yeah.
And okay, moving right along, Jim.
Keep the praising going.
Speaking of praising, Jim had an awesome show tonight on the Atheist Round Table. So go check that out. And speaking of which, Jim, how are you? And what are your thoughts on the subject?
Looks like you're in the good part of the Bible now, right? The super good part, the part that all of us skip over, or at least fall asleep trying to read. So I applaud you.
Part, yeah. Nobody's dying.
So enjoy it. And then as far as the show tonight, that's Oz, mostly on Tart, who ran that. He's in the chat. So check out the Atheist Roundtable. It was a great conversation on Christians behaving badly. And 3 Christians, 1 atheist, but it wasn't the way you thought it would be. It was mostly interfaith accountability, talking about that, so that was really good. So that being said, sounds like you're in the good part of the Bible, the part that most Christians do skip over. I can't stay for very long, but it sounds like you got a great conversation going on. And, I would say there's some very interesting viewpoints that I've heard so far. So I'll leave it at that.
Woohoo! Well, thank you so very much, Jim.
Thank you,
both Jim and Nick have awesome channels. Nick has a real-time news channel, and Jim has, just like his name's, kind of like a Forging Meaning channel. So go check those out.
Yep. Find me at the Meaning Forge.
We're going to have Oz on next week. I think it's next week. I got to double check.
Really?
I better check before. Yeah, actually, we're going to have all of Tart on next week. And then, so Oz, Pasta Mike, and Dog, and then Nate Dog, and then Randolph Richardson's going to be back, which is going to be really fun. Ooh. And then I heard through the grapevine that you've got a debate tomorrow, which I did not know about. But
that's right. I almost completely forgot.
We would have got
Well,
there.
and James reached out to me because I guess James had contacted me. But
Yes,
unfortunately I'm not- yes.
really? I actually suggested, I said this James, but I thought he would be working, but I said his name anyway. I said Randolph, and
Emailed
Nick, I
me.
should have said you, I'll remember, but he said he contacted you anyway, because I knew he was looking for somebody, but it's
I used to be on a lot, but I haven't done
Who's
it in
it
a
going to
while,
be?
so.
Yes, it's going to be Sal and John Maddox. So the good
Versus
cop,
you
bad
and Nick?
cop. Mm-hmm.
Well, no. Versus, I'm not going to be able to make it, unfortunately. So it's.
Oh, you said me and Nick. I just said
Yeah, no.
yes. I just realized you said yes. I would have
Who's
said yes
with
to
you,
everything.
Abel?
Hold on one.
The last I heard, she doesn't have a partner, so it's gonna be her against the two of them, I guess.
Okay.
Which
I'm hearing a little bit of an echo, and it's gonna be a raging atheist. It looks like.
Oh, hey.
Oh, you in the rage. Okay, cool.
Raging Tom, and I look forward to the 2v2. There's nothing I like better than a good foursome. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just gotta.
You fucking heathen.
This is the wilderness of sin, Jim. Right next to the
Wilderness
house of
of
bondage.
That is why we are all atheists, as I am.
No, well,
as
actually,
explained to
it
me.
is a mix. I get all excited. Amaretto is like a liberal Unitarian type of. Is it not a Christian theist? And then Jim, I always put Jim as like he's like here to sell the metaphorical version of Christianity. He is like, and we can put meaning right here. And so, no, not that much.
But meaning made of brass.
Well, that too.
Overlaid with gold around the shittim wood.
Yeah, I'm actually, so I ascribe to Unitarian Universalism because that's kind of the basis for it. Like, yes, Christianity, Judaism, those are like kind of the basis for it in a sense. One of them, but it's another overall thing is being able to find faith and inspiration in all sorts of different faiths and religions and stuff, and that on a level resonates with me because I don't think any one religion has it 100% right, and I think anybody who does is very prideful and overconfident. But
what do you guys say? No, finish.
But a lot of my stuff, like the reasons I have the spheres and stuff, Wicca and paganism is kind of a lot of what I am into personally. But a lot of Unitarian Universalist congregations have like Wiccan members of the congregation or Muslim members of the congregation and stuff. It's very interfaith and also very open to LGBT stuff. Amy and we actually went to like some LGBT stuff at a Unitarian congregation and in our home state years ago. So they're one of the first denominations that was open to LGBT people.
The what's it called meeting?
Yeah, it was
themselves the T-girl meeting.
for trans, not just T-girl, but trans in general.
Oh yeah, well I'm so sorry. That's right.
It's just for trans people in general, or gender
right.
non-conforming.
And James got summoned by Satan, so he is out there selling our time. Well, Sam is also, she's in the wilderness of sin somewhere. But James, every once in a while, he gets DC'd because he gets summoned by Satan directly so that he can go sell our timeshares.
That's definitely a satanic
Remember,
ritual right there.
I know, and cruises.
You sin 100 times, you get 2 weeks free.
Order now, 666. All right, but someone who hasn't been summoned by Satan yet, Doc Fearsome. We have been skeptic Bible studying about gabbing with God. How are you, and what are your thoughts tonight?
Oh, wow. Well, how am I? I am terrified. I am hanging out with some heavy hitters here, and I'm just mostly just a bloke that hangs out. I usually watch your show from work and tonight I'm off work, and just kind of have a rare opportunity to hang out, I suppose.
Fuck the company.
I don't know if I have anything really to contribute to the conversation, but I do like to hang out with and meet cool people. So,
and that's okay. You might have something to add in. Thank you for hanging out with us, Doc Fearsome. Welcome aboard. And okay,
thank you.
Like Jim says, I feel like this isn't quite the chapters that they quote in Sunday school. Not as much. Not quite.
Well, they're a lot more convoluted and they're not as feel-goody, typically speaking. And so it's a slog to get through, to say the least. Reading where you are now in Exodus through Numbers, Leviticus, and Deuteronomy. I know I got the order mixed up, but they're not easy.
James.
Yeah, I think that's why.
Yeah. Call me down for a quick meeting.
It's always about the meetings and the paperwork.
I mean, listen, I guess James has to get his numbers up.
Well, no, Pastor Bob, you see, the gods, they sent some emojis down, and the devil was getting really triggered by it, so he needed somebody to comfort him, because too many people at the sword bearer and the girl dick level, so it's
Commander,
it's really,
excuse me, I don't want to hear nasty language like you come out of your mouth. We say commander here.
Cobra Commander.
I think you said captain or something horrible like that.
Oh my gosh.
So anyway, the emojis are really getting to him. So yeah.
That Bob Larson, I have to say, he's a trip. Whew. Not only that, but I'm sure his bank account is also a trip. I'm sure he can afford Betty.
$400 for a 50-minute call.
I'm telling you, man, I would hook her for the poor. I would fleece these fuckers out in an instant.
That's a good sentence. I just want you to know that.
Amy, we should go to DC and do that. That's what we should say. We're lobbyists, but instead of being lobbyists, the goal is to become mistresses to all these conservative, rich people, and take from the rich and give to the poor.
We should have Bob do an exorcism on Amaretto.
That's not what I do now. We have to go and do that. No. Okay.
But DC is where it's all at.
Amaretto exorcism. We have Bob do an exorcism of Amaretto.
Oh my god. Can I act? I don't know if I can act that good. I have to get in good headspace for that.
I don't know. You probably have some good demons in there. I mean, with the Unitarianism.
I would probably end up trolling him so much. I would actually probably try and grab a flogger and try and actually be like, I must beat God out of you.
That's why I want to argue a presupposition.
I would try reverse Dom Bob Larson because I'm
trying to do an exorcism for the devil.
Try and put a demon in someone.
Listen, I'd be like, let me show you my cross, and it'd be a St. Andrew's cross.
Oh my. I like where this is going. But we are Skeptic Bible Studying on Gabbing with God. We'll go back into open conversation in a second. But Blaster Master, how are you? What are your thoughts?
Got kinkier.
Oh,
good
my.
evening.
Blaster.
I'm wonderful. How are you guys?
We're doing all right.
Yeah.
Praising
my
God.
Thoughts are, I guess I'm glad my testicles aren't crushed so I can go around the covenant. I guess it'd be cool. I'm not a dwarf.
As long as you're not menstruating.
Yeah. I haven't been menstruating lately. Not lately at all.
I think there's a rule that we wouldn't have been able to be around you if you were. So that's always good.
I think there's like a tent for me out back.
Happens to us all. So was your heart pounding? Because I don't know what I would have been able to do without this type of excitement in my life.
I don't know if those curtains back there are compliant. I don't see any brass rings.
Yeah, no gold.
No overlay.
I can open
It's
them.
just-
But James, there's no
You can see
leavened
the
bread
background.
in
It's
his
fine.
background, so we're good.
there's no yeast or baking soda.
Exactly. Oh, snap. Woohoo!
Oh, hello. I like this setup already.
There you go. That's the Nintendo room.
The wilderness of
That's-
sin.
Let's support
I
it.
got my Nintendo and PlayStation 2 hooked up over to TV right there.
Nice.
Yes, at least he does have pants on. Yeah.
Amy, that's like a
That's
setup
all
I
I
want
want.
for the house. That's what we need.
Word, right? And there's a bunch of plants in there and stuff. Can't really see.
Oh,
I can go turn the light on.
gaming and plamping? Hell yeah.
Well, it's vegan based. Yeah.
Well, plamping, like, do you know what plamping is? Like, that's like refers to like plants and lamps a lot during like rave streams and stuff on Twitch and everything. So plamping's become a big thing. Like plamping, that's plants and lamps. That still counts as
dude.
plamping. Hell
I
yeah.
didn't
I
know
have-
that plamping
I have a little
sounds...
grow tent here. I plan on growing a lot of house plants.
Oh, of a certain variety?
Yeah, all varieties.
Oh, nice.
All varieties of houseplants.
But yes,
Praise
a certain
God.
variety in particular.
The goals, that's the dream.
Yeah, dude. I'm just trying to save money, honestly.
That's right. It's a good
Yo,
business decision.
I feel that. I have to purchase medicinal herbs, and no, I definitely it is not low income friendly.
Nope.
Woohoo!
I
And
agree
okay.
100% with that.
Thank you so very much, Blaster Master.
Oh, I'm glad to be here. I just want to say
Absolutely.
I'm a large fan. I'm a huge fan of Nicholas. Like, he's amazing.
Ooh.
I've been following him since he showed up on YouTube.
Well, that's been a while, but thank you so much. I sincerely appreciate it. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And
Yeah.
you're probably the only news stream that I watch.
Yeah, I was gonna say I tuned in the other day and you were touching on the riots in Ireland, and I had no idea until I watched your stream that was actually going on.
No, I love the fact. I love that you keep up on current news. Like, that's important to me. And I lived abroad like a long time ago, like 12 years ago or whatever. But when I did, like, the internet was like a huge source for news for me, and I couldn't go to like regular news. It didn't do it for me,
Yeah, we built a pretty good system, and I'm really proud of the fact that we're able to get a lot of stories like that, and then oftentimes beat broadcast news. So I'm thrilled.
Oh yeah, you're ahead of the.
What were you
Yeah, you're
saying?
ahead of the game. You're on time. You're always on point.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Woohoo! All right, so we're moving down. We're gonna add in Jay. We are skeptic Bible studying on gabbing with God. How are you, and what are your thoughts?
How you doing, Jay?
Hey, how's it going, James? Amy,
Good.
Amaretto, everybody.
Doing good.
So, Jay, you're the. Okay. You were a blob for a second.
Yeah, I had the cam going. But yeah, there's a thunderstorm out here in Alabama, so you may hear God speaking from time to time. But
Oh, hopefully it won't rain on Kent.
Yeah, he's just trying to tell us what carpet we should put in this investment here. So yeah, no worries. I'm
Might
taking it.
disrupt his farming operation, probably in his trailer. I just picture Kent Hovind is like Breaking Bad. I'd like to think of him that way. It makes me feel better.
If she were gonna sell meth.
I would definitely watch that show. Yeah.
Dude, maybe it was based around him. Maybe Kent Hovind is like bringing in the Blue Man.
I now understand why you would make Dinosaur Adventureland after doing a whole bunch of meth. It makes sense.
It all makes sense now, right?
Exactly.
More meth. Keep coming.
Forward every day. Do some meth.
He's like, no, I kick people out for that. They don't do that around here.
Don't do drugs
So,
around here.
He's like, no one gets to do that except me.
Trevor Mike.
Just leave it all here with me. Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure that goes to the dumpster right here. I'll take it out myself.
And okay, Jay, thank you so very much.
Hi, Jay.
Welcome aboard.
I would. I'm going to try to explain this from a theistic perspective. I think James kind of hit the nail on the head when he brought up the scripture referring to God as His ways being above our ways as humans, so far above our ways, and I believe it even compared His ways as higher than our ways as the heavens are above the earth, right? And I think this is the magnum opus of the gospel, if you will. Basically, when you have the creator of the universe who has these ways that can't be comprehended by the human mind, it takes a system that transcends human nature, that transcends logic and everything we know about anything in order to adhere to whatever stated that he said.
I wrote like a pack of smokes.
Yeah, I saw it.
This is why I think at a time, I think this is why a lot of times where the thing that transcends humanity for a lot of theists, if you will,
Lighters in there.
Is faith. Because faith is what the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. So,
what does that mean?
It takes faith. Basically, it means that there's no there. It's basically you have no evidence, but it takes faith to assert evidence where there is none. Right. So this is why you get a lot of Christians who can, literally read passages in the Bible that are synonymous with things like racism, misogyny, genocide, violence, death, murder, everything. They can literally read it and not interpret it as it being exactly what it is, based on faith and based on their faith and this entity known as God, whose ways are so high above our ways that murder really isn't murder, right? Racism really isn't racism in the Bible. We just don't understand what we are reading.
Slavery's not slavery. It's
exactly.
Servitude.
Yeah. What
slavery.
Welfare program or?
Yeah, it's happy good time slavery.
Yeah. The good.
It's the good slavery.
Yeah, exactly, because it's coming from God, and we don't have any evidence of God being an actual entity or a thing or a being, but we rely on faith, which means we can't rely on our human understanding of logic and facts and everything that we know about life from an experiential perspective. So this is why I think a lot of people are so entrenched and or indoctrinated within this entire system, or I use the term cult, but
you're a theist yourself?
What's that?
You're a theist yourself? You believe?
No, I'm an atheist.
You're just saying what your perspective is on these people.
Yeah. Okay. I'm an atheist. I was a former minister.
Okay, really?
Yeah, and the assistant pastor. And so,
I'm kind of right there with you. I used to travel to church with the youth pastor every week. He was my neighbor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's definitely a powerful. It's definitely a powerful thing for those who, for those who believe and for those who accept it. But I said all that to say this: when we talk about the curtains, when we talk about the, whatever we want to talk about, it from from a logical perspective, it doesn't make sense at all. But you would have to have this delusion. Well, I'm going to try to speak in a way that doesn't offend, but
I like to say superstition.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There you go. You have to have this superstition to believe that there's actually something to it. So if someone tells me, "Hey, God told me to, paint my roof pink,"
And can I interrupt for 1 second? I agree that it's not even that. Even though I think it can be a superstition, I even commonly say religion is. I think what it is once you emotionally accept the first piece, like once you emotionally accept it as canon, then you can start to make logic out of it. But you have to take that emotional first step of accepting the canon. And so then you can layer the apologetics on.
I think that's where they trick people into taking that first step is like, hey, we're all taking that first step. You should too.
Well, it works better when you're kids and you're used to taking instruction from your parents and adults. You never question it, and then you just move into adulthood that way, and you just never stop and think, does this make sense?
Yeah, it's a huge problem.
Yep. Until you actually think, does this make sense? And then you completely exit the faith.
Yeah, and then you're like, all these other adults are not questioning this. How can they not?
Well, and of course, kids can't determine what makes sense. They're not old enough to have sense yet either, which is
so you accept it as fact when you're a kid before you're even critically analyzing things.
For me, I felt like I was definitely lied to by every peer that I ever had.
Well, and they ingrain as well the fear of questioning it. So the thing is, by the time they teach it to you before you're capable of questioning it, and then they instill as well a fear of questioning it, so that by the time you have been trained not to, and you can be critical. And this is why we have so many scientists, for example, who are able to sort of bifurcate. Yeah.
Or if you do question it before, they will just ostracize you. That's what happened to me.
Yeah, I think that. Well, I think there's a lot of strategies for dealing with it. But I think a lot of people will try to figure out why it is that there's some people who are so rational and even hyper rational in so many elements of their lives, and then it ceases right then and there. And I think it's very close to sort of operant behavioral conditioning, where they have been trained not to question this, and it's a little sad. And I often get asked the question, am I raising my kids atheist? And I say, absolutely not. And they say, well, what are you doing? I said, well, I'm giving them an education in all religions. So we read what the Hindus believe, and we read what the Vikings believed, and we read all of this. And I don't opine on any of it, but I let them see all of it. Like, that's the same thing as raising your kids atheist. I was like, okay, good. I'm glad you admit that. I get that done. That's raising them atheist. So letting them choose for themselves is
not God is a.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Oh, what?
Looks like it's broke up.
And I was just going to say.
Makes sense to me. It's like a malformed question, almost.
Yeah. No,
it's like what is the? It's like a shock of God. You ever seen that douchebag?
No,
on YouTube. He rides around on a motorcycle and he's like, atheists can't answer this one question. What is the truth and evidence of atheism? And it's the burden of proof at that point, kind of.
Yeah.
That's what
there's an answer, but it's essentially a meta answer. It's like, well, why don't you understand what it means to make a proposition first, and then figure out if you can even ask that question?
Exactly.
That's where you just go to Russell's Teapot. You know what I mean? I had the Humanist Codex, which was it was for deconversions, and it was a community for theists and atheists to sort of come together and try to talk over things. But it was obviously a strong atheist bent. But one of the things, we had a couple of challenges. One of them got me in a lot of trouble, which was $10,000 to prove I'm not God. And we did that one for a while. People started, and on Facebook, it was on Facebook more than on any other. And people started saying, well, if I kill you, that would prove it. And I was like, actually, it wouldn't, because Jesus died.
Oh, man, that's funny.
It really wouldn't. But then there were people who got so offended, they're like, well, there's only one way to find out. And it's like, oh, okay. So that one, we had a whole bunch of others, prove I'm not the king of Siam. And then Google it and they'd say, well, Siam doesn't exist anymore. It's like, no, that's the cover story, you see, because the thing is, as a kid, I was, and you just apply and you could just keep bullshitting forever. And it's like, because of global skepticism. Yeah, I've argued with flat earthers. I can do this. I can do this for a while. And then they're like, well, this is totally unfair. I was like, bingo.
We were like, oh, now you get it, finally.
Yeah, yeah.
Now buy my DVDs, yeah. Then you'll get it.
My favorite was one night I was looking for Russell's teapot. Okay, I had my
Russell's teapot.
I had a really cool telescope, and I was looking for it, and I hit Mars, and all of a sudden I saw an alien race on Mars. They saw that I saw them. They teleported me up. Now they had a cloaking device, but it kind of failed right at that moment, and I happened to see it. And they explained that Earth is only 5,000 years old or 6,000 years old. They created everything. They faked everything here for us. And we are a reality TV show, but we've gotten very, very boring, and they're about to cancel us, which means they're going to wipe the planet clean, kill all of us, and start a new species here for everybody to watch. And they can watch it right out their window. So they look out their window, and they can see Earth. So it's great for ratings, but they're about to kill us all. But they gave me a tablet that says that if I follow these things, and if I can get people on board, then they will save the species. Now, I know you want to see the tablet, but the problem is, of course, I can't show it to you because they're cloaked. They don't want anyone to know. And if the jig is up, they're going to wipe us out anyway. Then I keep, and it's that's a lot of fun. Exactly. And then once you believe, I will show you the tablets, because once you understand that this is true, then you're worthy of seeing these tablets.
You got to put your God, your Jesus-colored, rose-colored glasses on, and then with the big-ass blinders around them so you don't see anything from the outside. And then you're going to be okay. You got to just do everything like that.
Plug your ears and just say, Jesus, 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 Jesus.
That's it. That's the move. I'm pretty sure.
Yep. Well, it's a lot of fun. But
I mean, to me, okay, you guys we've been talking about like presuppositionalists. Like, to me, it's always just been like, stick your fingers in your ears and be like, na. Anything you say bounces off of me and sticks to you. I'm rubber, you're glue. That's all a presup is.
Because you can't know anything without God, so boom.
That's right. Yeah. How can you justify even reasoning?
Yeah. You can't show that 1 + 1 = 2 without appealing to God.
It's an interesting argument. I've never argued a presupper, and since I assume I'm not going, Sci 10 wanted to do a debate for a brief time, and at that point I started to say, okay, I'll get into the argument.
Do you guys know who Doug Wilson is?
Sounds so familiar. Doug Wilson.
He
Jesus!
He debated.
I know exactly who he is.
Yes, Christopher Hitchens, right?
Yeah.
He went on a tour with him, right? That motherfucker is from my hometown.
Oh dear Lord, that was the collision.
Dear Lord is the right thing to say, because what he has done to that town is gross.
Well, I respected him for one thing, which was he was asked, okay, Hitchens asked him, and I think he asked him in that movie. He said, okay, so if you saw a Canaanite babe, what would you do? He said, I'd kill it. Like, okay, there's a man who's at least read the Bible and knows what he's talking about. At least he's not.
He has read the Bible. No, he's not unread, but he's the kind of guy that's like, I believe black people are better off being slaves in America because they were brought up under a Christian people.
Yeah, it was a missionary program.
He's fundamentalist. Mm-hmm. He's cray. I mean, when he said he'd be willing to kill a baby because
hardcore. And there's like messed up shit that he's done to the town that I live in. He's basically taken over his cult has moved in. He has like 200,000 subscribers on his blog. It's insane. And he has that many people living near my town, my hometown in North Idaho. Moscow, Idaho is where I'm from originally. And but he just destroyed that town. He just it used to be like a vibrant, artsy town, and he came in. His dad wrote a book on how to take over a small town like that, and he implemented the town. He implemented the plan on our town, and it worked.
Cats
and
and
his
dogs
cult has taken over.
playing
They own
together.
all the local judges and police and everything. Like
Well, what he did to Hitchens too wasn't I had felt that at least he and Hitchens had a mutual respect for each other. Now they went at it, of course, and Hitchens was doing his usual.
I think Hitchens respected him too much.
Well, that may be the case because I remember when Hitchens was in his last days, he said, just so everybody knows, I don't believe any of the tales of deathbed recantations or anything like that, because that's always happens. And there were witnesses there who said, nope, didn't happen. And then Wilson, who's supposed to be a friend of his, comes out and says, well, we all know that he had this doubt and he was afraid that, and I was just, that's not what he said. That's not, and he just, dude,
that shit pissed me off more than anything too. That's what I'm talking about. This is the guy that he got retweeted by fucking Trump, the dude from my hometown.
Hey Ryan,
was
his source of influence? Was it like a religious one in your town?
Yeah. He's a Calvinist minister. He runs a college. So what happened originally is he put in like a grade school and a kindergarten, and then it became elementary, and then it became high school as well, and then they put a fucking college right smack dab downtown in the middle of town when there was already a university in town. And there was a law against putting a college downtown because of that, and he wouldn't put one in there anyway and didn't give a fuck.
Wow.
I saw something in the live chat. Hitchens did support the Iraq War. And Hitchens had a lot of views. And
dude,
I think people were surprised.
He owns like 90% of the property downtown, like his church followers and him. It's super fucked.
Yeah, he's a deeply unpleasant human being, quite frankly.
Mm-hmm.
He is profound. I mean, again, Hitchens said, would you murder, actually, I think it was, would you murder a Mennonite babe? And he said, yes, I would. Yeah. Absolutely. It's just like, okay, you're a father. He talks about beating his kids and why that's important. I'm beating them.
This is the same. Do you know what he did? He married a girl.
Like Ken Ovind.
Okay, listen. This gets really bad. I know some shit on Wilson that you can go look up, and it's fact. He married a girl to a guy that was a known pedophile and didn't inform her of that.
Wouldn't surprise me.
And guess what happened when they had a kid?
What happened? Molested the child?
He was like, they had to split up because he was trying to fuck the baby.
Wilson is reasonably well known. He got elevated primarily because
there have been multiple girls that have been molested through his church because he had his church downtown, and they weren't going to like a dormitory or anything. They were scattered throughout the community living in homes. And there were men molesting these women in their houses. And that had happened in multiple instances. That's all been shoved under the rug.
Nobody would have ever heard of him.
Kent has run around DAL.
Yeah, I think you made a good point about, and I hadn't really considered this, which is nobody would have ever heard of him, and he got his power from debating Hitchens. They were good debates, and I thought it was worthwhile. And then they did the Collisions show, the documentary, which I thought was really well done. But all of a sudden, Wilson's on CNN all the time. He's on Real Time with Bill Maher. All of a sudden, he's got it's sort of like what's his name?
He has a huge
everybody likes or hates.
They've been protesting. They've been anti-mask from the beginning of COVID in my hometown. They've been going and harassing like businesses that are like not anti them. That don't like them. They will go and harass those businesses. They will send like 30 people at one time they shut Tri-State down. You know what Tri-State is? It's like an outdoor warehouse place, right? You'd go there to buy tents and clothing and like nice jackets and your anything you want to do camping wise, you go to Tri-State, right? They went there and did a mask protest in that store.
I definitely want to continue this, but if Jim's about to bail, I think we should let him.
Okay, yeah.
So Jim is about to leave, but you can find Jim out in the YouTubes at Meaning Forge.
Yeah, just
At
Google
the
Meaning
Forge.
Forge and on YouTube, you'll find it. You'll see a symbol that looks something like this.
Oh,
Something like that, and
Ah.
that's me.
I like
I'm
like a
ending
little
my season
campfire or
1
something.
stuff right now, so I'll have some new content coming out here really soon where I do like a little bit of analysis, but look for a revamp because season 1's the pilot season, like all good seasons. So I appreciate it, and thanks Amy for having me on and the conversation. Sorry to interrupt it. You guys keep driving out.
No, you're good, man.
Having a
No, it
good
was-
time.
No,
Good night, Jim. Thanks for coming on.
Nicholas and I have been talking, but one more thing that I want
Sure.
to add to this.
So thank you
With
so very
Douglas
much for
Wilson.
Jim.
Have a
And
great
so,
night, Jim.
Blaster Master, you're going to add one more thing, and then we're going to bring in LR.
All right,
Oh.
sweet.
Okay.
So with the Douglas Wilson thing, like this, I don't even, man, I lost what I was going to say. Just go ahead.
I'm
It's
sorry.
all right.
It'll probably come back.
It'll come back to me. Don't worry.
That's my brain basically every hour. And okay,
It happens.
LR, we have been skeptic Bible studying. We've been gabbing with God on some really important, highly quoted stuff. How are you, and what are your thoughts?
As always, thank you, Amy. And I heard about your debate tomorrow, so good luck on that. I'll be watching.
Thank you
It's
so
gonna
very
be-
much.
Of course. And also cool Bible study. If anybody watched it, we were talking about curtains and God's DIY rules and things like that. So pretty interesting.
Wouldn't miss it.
I don't really have too much to add. I'll let the conversation kind of free fall where it will. But yeah, just what's up, everybody? Glad everyone's here. Appreciate everyone willing to come and have an open dialogue. So let's continue.
But the Shit'em wood. I mean, what do you think about the Shit'em wood?
Woohoo.
That's,
So we'll continue talking for a little bit, and then in a second, we'll let Sunflower in.
With the Shit'em wood?
With the Shit'em wood. We gotta get. I love how it literally said bricks of Shit'em wood, and I didn't have to make anything up. It just that's what the Bible says.
Only purple, blue, and scarlet.
Straw manning the Bible
Only.
again, Amy. Are you seriously straw manning God again?
Just a quick call. Is anybody a theist? I kind of missed. I'm not sure we're a room full of atheists at the moment. Or
Jim is a theist. He just left, and Amaretto is a theist, and she's right over there.
yeah. Oh, okay. Is Amaretto there? Are you there? I'm not sure if she's
She's
away.
probably typing because she'd be on camera, so she's probably doing something.
Oh,
She
But
might be
okay.
listening, but
No, just because I heard earlier how she was kind of saying, she kind of alluded to how all religions kind of have a sense of truth behind them. You know, you can kind of cherry pick and there'll be truth. I would kind of push back on that a little bit because it seems more of a way of trying to beat around the bush with agnosticism. So I just, I would just push back on that a little bit. But if she's not here, then that's okay.
that's okay. And you know what? There may actually be someone to give you pushback. So we'll find out.
Let's
Oh,
do
boy.
it. I need it.
Sunflower, we have been skeptic Bible studying on gabbing with God. We're moving through the Exodus. We're almost there. We're past the halfway mark. How are you? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks for thanks for the introduction.
how you doing, Sunflower?
Hey, doing good, James. Thanks. Again, I kind of piggybacking on what LR said. I've been listening. I don't have like a pressing question or commentary on the topic at hand. Although I just because the way I think I could give a quick response to LR, but I don't know if that's
Sure. No,
Yes,
anything
yes,
we
please.
talked about tonight's on the table.
okay. LR. So your question was how any religion could have a sense of truth.
I guess I didn't really formulate it in such a question, but it was more for Amaretta's. Her position was kind of she doesn't identify with one single religion, but more in the sense of you can kind of have an identity with all religions in a sense. And she can correct me if I'm wrong. I
She's
could
a
be
Unitarian, Universalist.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like a church of everything.
Exactly. Exactly. That's a perfect. So I mean, what do you think about that, Sunflower?
I think that's basically the same thing you'll probably hear if you roll up to what's it called? What's that expensive concert in California that
Woodstock
everyone goes
or
What's that expensive outdoor concert? Coachella. Yeah, if you go to
Coachella.
Coachella and you find the people dressed in the most like beads and headdresses, and they're probably on various things, they'll probably give you a similar response on their feelings of God. But anyway, actually, LR, now I remember what I wanted to ask you. Didn't you got into this whole thing with John Maddox about like free will and how you think that because you can't demonstrate that you could have done differently? Do you remember that?
Yes. That's one of my sticking points when it comes to a conversation specifically on determinism versus
Okay,
free
so
will.
basic question. Why is the onus of truth on people to demonstrate that they could have done differently? Why can't I just say, demonstrate to me that you couldn't have done differently?
I'm confused. Is that not what I'm asking you? I wouldn't.
Well, no,
have
you're saying that you don't accept free will because you're saying that essentially the onus of
No, I wouldn't make the claim that I don't accept free will. I certainly wouldn't say that. I would say I'm not convinced of.
Oh, so you're agnostic. You're agnostic about free will?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'll make the claim if that's of benefit.
Yeah.
That
So
sounds, in fact,
if someone's willing to make the
let's
positive
back to
claim,
open conversation.
yeah, if someone's willing to make the positive claim, then I would definitely be open to hear the defense of positive claim on determinism.
I would because based on at least my understanding of what people say when they either free will is malformed as an idea, or I'm missing something. So the idea of free will, let's do that thought experiment, which I think is ostensibly what you were talking about, because we can't do it. It has to be a thought experiment. What if we go back in time? Would I make the same decision again? If the answer is yes, I'd make the same decision again. Then ostensibly what we've got is determinism. It's free will in the same way that that a coin flip is random. A coin flip is random for virtually every intent and purpose, but the reality is it's not random. It's determined based on the viscosity of the air temperature, how much pressure you apply and where to the coin, the makeup of the coin, the minerals in it, yada, yada, yada. And if you were to reproduce that coin flip exactly every time, you'd get the exact same thing every time. In order for that coin to land another way, there would have to be something that wasn't or could not be accounted for. What you would have to have is essentially an element that had no cause. But as long as everything necessarily has a cause, I don't see how you can have this concept of free will, which is this nebulous idea that essentially the only way that I can understand it, as it's been explained to me, is an event without a cause. I choose something without having a reason. If I had a reason, then it wasn't free will. It was deterministic. We can operate as if it was free will. We have to operate as if it was free will, but it wasn't. It was deterministic. If it didn't have a cause, it was random. And since nothing in this universe appears to not have a cause, that's
unpractical otherwise.
I can respond very, I think, well to this. So the first thing I would say is it does appear that on the quantum level, there are uncaused outcomes. Right.
That's a recently new discovery, and yes, it does appear that way.
Right. So then I would just, and I'm trying to make it simple. At least juxtapose that against not the idea of someone being able to spawn an action out of thin air, but how about the inverse? How about the ability to refrain from or to not do an impulse you have? That's actually how I view free will, and that's kind of been a somewhat new approach, in that if you view people as people that are sort of bombarded with impulses nonstop, the only way we exhibit free will is by refraining from those that we feel tempted to do, but for a sort of unexplained reason decide not to because we know that it's wrong. That's how
you just said because we know that it is wrong, so there is a reason.
Well, maybe we feel that it's, I mean, either way, just think about it like this. If you have impulses, like in your environment, right? Like you're looking around you, maybe let's take a drug addict, take someone who is just a compulsive eater, and they're constantly having these impulses to sort of like just gorge on whatever the thing is. And then one of the times they feel the same impulse they've always felt, but they sort of take hold of themselves, they pause and they go, I kind of shouldn't be doing this. And they decide not to do the thing. To me, that's what exhibiting free will is. It's not spawning a new impulse out of thin air. It's refraining from the impulses that we have a sense that are wrong or bad. That's the only way I think we can exhibit free will.
And if
here's the interesting thing to that.
Super quick before you speak, Nick. I think it's important in this conversation to delineate what will is versus free will. Concept of will versus free will. So that's all I had to say. Sorry about that.
Well, let me try. If it comes up, then my hope is we can do it without delineating it. If we avoid equivocation, so we'll try that, and if we can't, we'll.
Well, if I may interject, and correct me if I'm wrong so far, but it seems thus far that your argument is kind of grounded on that you believe there is an element of true free will. You're kind of explaining it in the same way you could explain an element of randomness, and that poses a whole array of other problems. Because if it's random, then it's not free; it's still determined.
Well, no. I was the reason I brought up quantum physics was that I think that there's an inherent mechanism in the universe, in the physical universe, that sort of bypasses determinism. That's the only reason I sort of brought that up.
And that's a good. I think that's actually a valid. That is the only counter to my argument that I'm aware of, having argued it many times.
Well, if I can fill you in on kind of the new information coming out, Nick, and also to answer some part.
I would like to answer because I think it was directed at me, so I'd like to answer, and then I would love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah.
But because there are plenty of counters to that, but I wanted to deal actually first with this notion of, well, gee, you have this, you pause for a second and then you do, and that's free will. Here's the thing. The question would be, of course, why did you pause? And we know for a fact that our brain, our subconscious mind calculates so much more than our conscious mind does. And so we end up making that math. And even if you're not aware of the math, that's one reason why I do have a tendency to trust my instincts. It's not because I think there's some power out there or anything like that. It's because I know that my mind has picked up on far more than I can consciously process at any given time. That your ability to consciously process is so small compared to what the rest of your subconscious mind is doing. So first of all, the fact is we have plenty of evidence that because different people do stop themselves in different ways, and your subconscious is always feeding you information. Now, the other thing that I find interesting is this is very similar to people's gut instinct. And I've met a lot of people who say, my gut is always right. My gut is always right. My gut told me to stop. I stopped. It was right. But here's the thing. That's hindsight bias. And if you say beforehand, write down why you stopped and what's your gut versus the little voice of doubt and all this other stuff, they can't do it. The reason they can't do it is they only know their gut is right when they go back. And it's the, I call it the Prince Humperdinck effect. Prince Humperdinck and the Princess Bride says, I think you're bluffing. Guy holds up the sword. He goes, oh, I guess he's not bluffing. Sits down, they tie him up. Turns out he was bluffing. I knew you were bluffing. I knew you were bluffing. You didn't know, or else you would have acted on it. But when you go back to those moments where you paused, if you want to believe that is free will, you will go back and say, you see something I picked up, and they were always right. They're not always right. That's a bias that we've accounted for. And the reality is your brain also misfires. I mean, we say things we don't mean to say all the time. We transpose words. We do things. So sometimes you pause just because your brain misfired, because any number of the neurons.
I'm gonna go from a different, completely perspective. I've been practicing martial arts for since I was 9 years old, and I'm 41. I just turned 41, and it's all about that instinct. There's not anything else going on there. I don't know why people think that there's some external force to our.
Well, hold on. So let me reframe this, and I guess I have to do it in my own experience because that's the only way I can do it. But if I'm, and I deal with impulses that I probably know I shouldn't be doing throughout the day. Let's just why not make it clear, right? If I work standard business hours and it's not quite 5 o'clock yet, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna have a beer. It's 4:45. As I'm having that thought, as I'm reaching for the beer, I'm processing. I could not do this. I'm processing. I probably shouldn't do this, and then I'm processing, but I'm doing it anyway. And then there's also
especially the bartender is forcing you to drink it.
So
Sure.
Respond to this point.
That's what happens.
Yeah,
Nick,
just briefly. But
we have a question from you.
Sure,
for
okay,
you.
really briefly.
All right.
But then on the days where I had that exact same feeling, and I just say like, you know what? I've had the same feeling. I could have, like, I feel constantly in control is what I'm trying to say. It's not like I'm baffled as like, oh, I was lost in this daze where I just it never occurred to me to not reach for the beer. And then one day I just miraculously didn't. It's like, I always knew I could have not and shouldn't have, but I didn't act on it. And then one day I decided to act on it. So I don't really see that as retrospective justification, because I'm sort of realizing.
I agree with you at some level. I think that we can train our minds to act certain ways. We have to acknowledge that what we've done in the past, though. We have to actually have that experience. Otherwise, we can't really. People don't correlate it doesn't connect in their brain.
But here's
some people it just doesn't work ever.
What you did was you changed your mind, which everybody does, and we do so for all these reasons. I go buy Dunkin' Donuts and I say I want to get a donut. I'm gonna get a donut because I love a donut, and sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I'm pull up to the thing, and at the last minute I decide not to go through. You know what determines that? My blood sugar levels. It's not conscious, but if my blood sugar level is at the wrong thing, I am much more inclined to get a donut, and I'm not aware of it. I'm not sitting there taking.
But Nick, what if there was what if there was a feeling of I shouldn't be having the donut even when your blood sugar levels were fine?
Have you seen me stand up? Have you seen my belly? I have that feeling every day. I have that feeling every day because I'm over.
But that's what I'm saying is if the factors you're attributing to the reason you stopped weren't present in the reasons where you did get the donut, why was there a sense of this is not something I should be doing at all? I don't see how it seems like you're basically saying you could reduce it all down to environmental factors, but if that's true, there's no reason to have a conscious waking perception of an ought in the same ought in the cases where you succumb and don't succumb. I don't see where that ought is coming from.
Sunflower, can I just ask you something a little different? I know who you are, and you seem to be. You were a lot more aggressive, like maybe 6 months ago. Would you agree with that?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably true, but to be quite honest, it catch me on some days. It's Jekyll and Hyde, man. So
I'm like this. I'm saying
you're probably right, though.
Like that too.
Fair enough. To grant you, I say that I think you're generally right. Yeah.
I think you've matured. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate that you're being more. You have appreciate for like conversation rather than just name calling and shit.
I appreciate that, and that's something I have to work on, but I'm trying it.
No, I mean we all work on it, dude. It comes with maturity, dude.
And so I am going to ask the question to Nick, and then we're going to bring Will Stewart in. All right. So question is, does Nick agree with Gladwell's overview of the subconscious in Blink?
I haven't read Blink. I do know the book. I know the fundamental premise of the book, and I've discussed the book with people who have read it and understand it. I have not had a discussion specifically about subconscious, but so I don't know precisely his views. But if they are, as I have inferred them based on what I know of the book secondhand, then I would answer. The answer is probably yes, as I understand it. Yes, I would.
Is there like a 30-second version for what the book's about, or
Blink is how we make rapid decisions without thinking about it, and it's another order of processing that we are required to engage in to make decisions faster than our conscious brain could do it. So Gladwell, who also did, he did a whole the tipping
Sounds
point.
up your alley, Amy.
Sounds interesting.
I'd like to listen. It's on my list of things too, So, and I've certainly discussed it. And his understanding of subconscious is roughly the way as I understand it, is roughly the way I just laid it out. So the answer to that is yes. And we do have also, we have an infinite number of drivers to do anything. So many more than, and it's the same problem with we're actually a chaotic system. And just like any other chaotic system, we can't tell the weather past 3 or 4 days. And the reason is because there are so many variables, and what puts a cloud in a specific spot where literally the butterfly flapping its wings in China can create a hurricane. And
I think you're spot on with that, Nick.
And so, thank you. So what ends up happening is we have that many factors in how and why we choose things. And it has to do with, some of it's just our psychological makeup, our history, the uniqueness of our experiences, and also the uniqueness of our brains, our chemistry, any imbalance in sugar, iron, salt, anything else. And all of that influences things to how we make those decisions. And it gets to an example I given earlier. Guy shoots off a gun. Boom. This happened in 93 in New Mexico. The bullet traveled 1.3 miles, struck a girl in the head, killing her as she was walking along the Rio Grande. What were the chances of that? It wasn't a miracle.
These types of analogies make me hurt my head because they bring up death. It's traumatic. So sorry, I just wish you could find a better analogy for that. I've heard you say that before, but I just want you to find analogy that doesn't.
I'll try to find another one for this kind of thing. You have to use that.
Okay, that's all I'm asking.
All right,
I'm just kind of sensitive to that sort of thing. That's all.
Yeah, and I think that answers the question, at least for Blake. So go check that book out if you're interested.
Hey, could I jump in really quickly?
Yeah, so jump in really quickly, and then we're bringing in Will.
Okay. Hey, and I'll make it super quick. Hey, Nick, I just wanted to kind of point out one of those factors you were talking about, and I think one of the big things that have to do with choices and decisions are things that we learn and or are things that we are taught, and how our perception is framed based on those things that we were taught. So kind of like the donut and what we were taught about health, how it's not good for you. That's why we feel like we shouldn't have it.
Extremely unhealthy.
And then just one quick question for Sunflower. When you mention things that we shouldn't be doing, would it be fair to say that you're alluding to sin and the concept of sin?
Absolutely. 100%. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think there's an innate sense of that. And I think that's why I don't want to, I know there's a different topic, but I would just say there's times that we pause and decide to do something else without even realizing it. And if we then if we look in retrospect and say oh, you know what? You know why I actually decided to stop tapping my foot to the music at that moment? It's because I actually knew that there was someone studying underneath. That would be silly because you just do that without thinking. But if the conscious realization that it was sinful was changing your decision in real time, I think that's categorically different than something your subconscious sort of compelled you to do or stop doing that you didn't even see that you didn't even realize you were doing or stopping doing. So, yeah, I think those two things clearly happen in our lives. So, yeah.
In that case, I would ask because the problem is so many people have very different definitions of sin, and this gets back to the sort of claim. Well, if you read the Bible with your heart, you'll get the true interpretation. But I've heard that from Christians, Seventh-day Adventists, Jehovah's Witnesses, Baptists, Southern Baptists, the whole 9 yards. And then when
they all say it.
They all say that. So do Muslims. They all say that. And I think about the 9/11 hijackers, who I think had as much faith as any human being I've ever seen. And while we don't know what happened in the last seconds of right before the planes hit, I believe that the evidence that I've seen is they believed at least as strongly as you, maybe even stronger. And I don't think they had any doubt. If there was any doubt, I have no idea how they could have done that. So
dude, they were compelled.
They might make the same argument you're making.
Wait a second.
They might make that same argument, but they'd say the sin is different. So how could that be the case?
So Sunflower is going to respond, And then if any of the atheists want to respond to Sunflower, they can after we bring the next theist in. But Sunflower, your response, and then we'll bring in Will.
Yeah, so I actually believe in, I don't know if this word has been coined, but the word I use is intentionalism. I do not believe God would punish someone that had genuine intent to do the right thing. And when I say someone, let me be clear here. I wouldn't categorize like, a non-human animal as a person with moral agency or intention, right? So when you talk about the Muslims that did 9/11, I would simply say, yeah, if it like
that's strange to me.
If they were, so it's incomprehensible to me to imagine a person causing that much death, pain, and destruction to have an intentionally their intentions to be good. But no matter which way I spin it, the same reason we have the plea from insanity in the U.S. courts, right? We do recognize that there are strange cases where people shouldn't be held accountable for their actions because they just didn't understand what they were doing. So there's multiple ways out of this, and you can say that you think that they believe as well as much as I did, but I think all you're really saying there is that they were very radicalized in whatever they were compelled to do. You could brainwash a child or indoctrinate a child from an early age to believe in anything crazy, but that's fundamentally different from what I believe to be like a genuine belief that was not the result of indoctrination, abuse, or brainwashing. So it's a little bit of a complex issue in my opinion.
And okay, we'll have a chance to respond. Sounds like Will, we have been Skeptic Bible studying on Gabbing with God. We've had the AT&T right to his hotline. How are you? What are your thoughts about the subject? And I'm going to say, I'll just add in anything we've been speaking about tonight.
What about that?
I'm sorry, what, James?
Shit'em wood. What do you think about that? Is it a good word for making
for IKEA furniture?
Exactly.
Only shit'em wood, the best wood.
Oh, I thought you said shitty wood. I'm sorry.
Shit'em wood.
Thing. Yeah, no need to go full screen, Amy. I just have a couple questions for people in the panel because it seems to be.
Sounds good.
It seems to be shit on Calvinist week, so I figured I'd come let people do it right on my face.
I despise them, Will.
Do it on my chest. So I actually have a question for you, Ryan, and then so you're welcome.
You don't need a special.
That's fine.
We can do it all the time.
I'd like to know. Okay. So for Ryan, why do you feel that Calvinism is a particular heinous form of Christianity, seeing that they're the most persecuted and also responsible for the most good that Christianity's ever done?
That's hilarious.
Do you know about Covenanter history?
Yeah, I know about it, but do you know what they're doing currently?
What are they doing currently?
To Moscow, Idaho.
Okay, so I'd have to say
I'm talking about specifically Doug Wilson and his.
Okay, so I don't know Doug Wilson, and if he is actually,
you don't know Doug Wilson, but you're a Calvinist.
Correct.
I don't believe you.
Never heard of him till tonight.
Wow, he is like one of the most famous. He is literally the most famous Calvinist out there.
That's not true. John Piper.
No, it is actually, dude. He is the most followed Calvinist. He has the largest following cult that I know of. I don't know any other Calvinist that has a larger cult than he.
Just because your knowledge of Calvinism is scope is small doesn't mean that he's the.
I don't know one that's larger. You name one that's larger.
John
than
Piper,
because he has like
John Piper, Matt Chandler, Mark Driscoll
that he has control of. Do you have a whole town that you're getting control of?
So Doug Wilson is a very. Doug Wilson is a very specific example, and like I said before, he scares me as a human being. I would not be comfortable in the same room with him, but he is just one human being.
He frightens the shit out of me.
So do you have other examples outside of Doug Wilson? Because every religion and I have atheists. There are atheists who do things that I cringe at, and then you see these are atheists. It's like he doesn't speak for atheists.
There are other Calvinists, absolutely. There are definitely other Calvinists that are just as bad as he is.
Like who?
There
for
are other
example?
Calvinists that subscribe to the same doctrine that he has.
Okay, and what are the particular parts of the theology?
Okay, well, okay, how do you feel about slavery in America? Do you think that because listen to my
who
argument.
ended slavery?
What I'm going to
America?
listen to what I'm going to say. Okay. Listen first. This is what Doug Wilson says. That the majority of slaves were owned by Christians. Correct?
No, not in my belief.
Claim to be Christians. How about that?
Yes. I agree with that statement.
And he considers those people that were under their possession to be better off as slaves than they are now because they were being indoctrinated via Christianity. How do you feel about that?
If that was his exact quote, I would say that he's wrong.
That's pretty much it in a nutshell. How do you justify that biblically?
I wouldn't.
How do you justify what he's saying
what
against him biblically is what I'm saying, because he can justify it. He has.
How could he justify it?
Will, we can rephrase this. What if there's just modern Calvinists that have slaves? Are the slaves better off because they're being taught by Calvinists?
Well, to me as a Calvinist,
yeah, if they're heathens, if they come from heathen families, are they better off that they were being taught by Calvinists?
Yeah, good question.
Okay, a Calvinist wouldn't own a slave.
Well, that's just no true Scotsman fallacy. Dude.
There we go again. Yeah,
not a true. No.
How do you
shift the goalpost?
No.
Rather than shifting the low goalpost, answer the fucking question.
Well, I want to be fair. I want to be fair. From your perspective, Will, are there, because like I came from a Pentecostal church, but even under that Pentecostal umbrella, there were different like sects of churches. So would you say that there are different like sects of Calvinist churches?
Okay, so
there's large cults.
Here's my viewpoint on Christianity as a whole. Okay, it is not an identity. It is not something that you can call yourself. There are very clear things theologically that make you Arminian, Reformed, Baptist. If you don't follow those, you're not that. Like I said this over on Oz's channel earlier. If I say that I'm a socialist, but I believe that an individual has the right to the means of production, am I a socialist?
No. So what?
No.
So wait a second. So even you, Will, telling us now that you're a Calvinist doesn't make you a Calvinist.
I follow Reformed theology.
But wait,
I thought my question was pretty good. I'd like an answer to my question.
How should
That'd
we
be
believe
great.
that you're a Calvinist then? Like you saying you're a Calvinist means nothing then, but based on what you just said.
Okay, so how does the Bible say that we know if a person is saved or not?
Very carefully.
You have to know. You have to
know. God, man. It's like you're fucking
brothers.
Well, that's my point, Will. We don't know
You have to have Shittim wood.
Will, you have no way of determining if you're the deceived, if you're just not pretending that you're God's elected. You have no way of determining that. That's that whole point.
The scripture gives you evidence for it. It says by your works, right? And it gives a whole complete list, right? Gives you a whole complete list.
You think you check every box off?
I don't think he claimed to. I think he's claiming that at least he's trying.
Exactly.
Well, I know, but I'm not saying like you can't know. What if God forsake?
But wait, Will,
do you know if God has forsaken you a week ago?
We don't know. We don't know.
You have no idea.
But Will,
so you just have.
I've never claimed.
You just hope.
Well,
this is your thing. This is your thing, Will. I know what you do. You hope. You hope. You pray.
And what's wrong with hope? How is my?
Because it's artificial.
It says who?
Says.
What is
reality?
Hope?
Reality.
How can my hope be artificial?
Can you make your hope equal reality?
My hope is real to me.
No. Does your hope equal reality? That's the question.
What do you mean? My hope is real to me.
Does your hope make reality equal anything? Does it make it more valid?
Does your opinion make reality? Is it any more valid in reality?
Does it make it more valid?
Is your opinion any more valid in reality? Does your opinion become reality?
I think my opinion is more valid than yours. That's for damn sure.
That's your opinion.
Well, perhaps we could.
Doesn't make it valid.
Let's also maybe differentiate a little bit on hope, because hope is an extraordinarily important thing, and doctors will tell you that hope will help keep a person alive. But and I don't think you do. I don't think you do. So I want to differentiate
on my hope, though.
I think so. I think there's hope, and then I think there's what's often referred to as the Tinkerbell effect. I don't like that because it is rather condescending. But there is a psychological phenomenon in which human beings genuinely believe that they can commit an idea to reality by hoping for it enough. So it's an excess of hope, and it's this idea that if I hope, I hope, I hope. Now, I was going to use a rather traumatic example of someone who had hurt somebody else, but I won't. So I'll try to keep those down. You're welcome. But somebody had hurt someone, and then they got traumatized, and they just kept saying, no, 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 as if they could undo an accident that had just happened. They could undo it by the strength of the thought. And I think that when you get into religious ecstasy, that's what we're talking about, this idea that just by hoping enough, I could commit it to the reality. So what I'm actually not taking a position. What I am doing is just to help the two of you communicate maybe a bit better, is suggesting that hope is a good thing. And if Will is talking about hope as a good thing, and as if Ryan is, I think they both agree on that position. But I think we're talking about something else. I think Ryan's complaint is about something else. And if we're more clear on that, I think the conversation might go a little more smoothly.
Okay, but no one was talking about undoing anything. Undoing the past is a totally strange. That's not what hope usually refers to. You don't try to undo history with hope. That's
hope
weird.
is basically it's like the intent. It's wanting to manifest a certain
or Ant-Man.
Kids do it. I mean, this is a psychological. It's not just undoing. It's also like, if I hope enough, if I have enough hope, I can do this or do that. When a child gets, I use children a lot because I see it in my own children, where you catch them lying, and they feel like if they deny it enough, they can make it true that they didn't lie. Now, that's just one example. There's many other ways where it's done in the future, where people say, if there wasn't this kind of hope, nobody would ever, Pickett's charge would never have happened if people weren't capable of that level of hope.
So Will, his theology tells him that he can't have certainty. So the best he can do is read what the scriptures say and try to line his belief and his life up with those. And I guess he would probably say that's all you can do. Well,
thanks for diminishing my viewpoint.
What was that?
I mean, I'm just saying how it sounds to me. I didn't.
No, was that an inaccurate?
That's not how you. That's not how you. That's not how you said it.
Well, you explain yourself. Go ahead.
Well, instead of straw manning, why not ask me?
That's what I just said. Go ahead, explain yourself.
Or ask him the question, perhaps.
You haven't asked me a question.
Okay, here's the. I did ask you a question. You didn't answer.
I did answer. Are you talking about the one about slavery?
Yeah,
and Doug Wilson, I answered it.
It took you 5 minutes. If you'd like to,
I answered it immediately.
And it was like,
if that's what he said, if that was his exact quote and that was his intent, then it would not be biblical. That's exactly what I said.
Okay.
So that was his intent.
All right.
So what if it? So he believes that it was God's intent to have these.
Doesn't matter what he believes.
America under slavery. Do you agree with that? Is my question.
I said no. If it's not biblical, I don't agree with it.
For these Africans that were heathens to be brought to be under slavery under Christianity, so they could be saved. Do you think that was better for them? Nope. Okay.
No.
Good.
Well, and so now,
thank you.
Again, to sort of try to frame it, and this makes sense to me here, which is, so it sounds like the objection is, okay, well, then that's a no true Scotsman. But the problem is, I personally can't agree or disagree because I don't know enough about Calvinism.
I do.
So,
I am one.
I know you do. So I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm sort of.
That's why it's not a no true Scotsman fallacy.
Which is why what I'm saying is, which is what the proposition I'm making is that I'm fascinated in hearing what your beliefs are. Because you're here and we can talk to you.
Too. Exactly. So what is your perspective on that?
Expert, so you
please ask me questions instead of making.
So what is your thought? What are your thoughts on when Doug Wilson says, "I think it was better for the slaves
ask him about
to be under Christian masters because they became Christians." And
Hey,
what is your
Ryan.
argument against that?
Hey, Ryan, I want to be fair because I remember being on the panel maybe a week or a couple of weeks ago with Will, where he was where he did explain that his belief was that historically the Calvinist Church has been diametrically opposed to slavery.
I don't agree with that, and I don't think that
And you don't know history,
most
Ryan.
Calvinists agree with that either.
You don't know history, Ryan.
Well,
the majority of
here's
Calvinists
the
today do
problem
not
we
agree
might
with
be
you, Will. I'm
encountering is
sorry.
where it's,
That's
you
not.
know,
You just
We
said
could Google
most.
it. Let's
that
maybe
is a
Google
no
it.
true Scotsman statement right there. That is
I
a
think
no
we
true
could-
Scotsman fallacy.
I think we
right
could
there.
Google the beliefs of Calvinism, and I think
yeah,
that would.
I was going to say too, like what I'm hearing from both of you, it seems like you both have two different experiences with Calvinism or people who are Calvinists, because it seems like
Nicholas,
Ryan has,
please Google. I'm sorry.
I agree with that completely.
it seems like, you know, Ryan, you had negative experiences with people who identify as Calvinists.
Dude,
and that has definitely
are
informed.
the most extremist cultists you've ever met.
I
They
totally
will. They
understand
kick
that.
people. They
And I
bought
can't-
all the property
and
in my
here's the
town.
thing, and
They
that's
kicked
your
people
reality,
out of.
that's
They,
what
okay,
you know.
they kicked. They got sued because they tried to kick two guys out for holding hands into their restaurant.
Well, all Calvinists
I'm not
got
going
sued, or just
to say
Wilson's?
that that's okay by any means. I don't know enough about Calvinism to make a judgment call either way. I'm just saying, observing you two going back and forth, it seems like you guys are coming from two very different.
I know that. I know
based on
that
your
actual
personal
true outcome of Calvinism. Will is just naive. I think.
Well, can we just
that's what's in Ryan's
Ad
backyard.
hominem.
So
Wait,
I mean, that's
Will,
what he
Will.
has to go by.
I think we should do a service to the panel and the viewers. Is it fair to say that the predestination claim of Calvinism and the fact that people don't have the ability to even not sin, as in all that people do is ordained, predetermined, therefore whether or not someone is truly a Calvinist, they can use the guise of Calvinism to excuse sinful, evil behavior.
That's right. That's
and
why
then say,
all the
and then say it was all.
You're reaching my point. That's why all the Calvinists in my town own all the bars.
That's all. That's what I'm saying.
They don't give a shit because they just figure everyone's going
What's
to hell.
wrong with owning a bar?
Because,
no, Will, is that not the categorical distinction? And would that not at least, even if these
they
people
own it in the idea that it doesn't matter if you sin or not.
I have so many conflicted feelings.
Well,
that's what we're asking.
Good and bad.
I've done something absolutely terrible. I have done something that if this is broadcast, hopefully we can edit this post hoc and make sure that nobody ever finds out about this, because I'm, as a teacher and educator, I have gone to Wikipedia, and what I see there is, and again,
Share
this is
screen name
Wikipedia,
so we can read all this.
So I can't read all of it, but I found a passage that I think works very well because it's 2 paragraphs, and I think it highlights it. The whole thing would take a little while to read. But what I'm reading here is
I'm just messing with you.
Okay, so in the 19th century, churches based on or influenced by Calvin's theology became deeply involved in social reforms. A book that was called The Abortion of Slavery by William, a number of names that I assume are, women, and then they were involved in women's suffrage and prison reforms. So this is a whole bunch of the founders of the Red Cross movement were Reformed Christians. I don't know how that gets into Calvinism, but okay. And then it also says, however,
is Calvinism.
Oh, okay. Thank
you.
We
call ourselves Reformed. Other people call us Calvinists.
And I should have known that because you've used that term before. So thank you for that. And then the next paragraph, it says some sources would view Calvinist influence as not always being
Don't call
positive.
Will a Mormon.
No. Mormons don't like being called Mormons. That's considered an insult. They consider themselves the Church of Latter-day Saints of Jesus Christ.
Saints, yeah.
Exactly.
They're
I've
not
never heard of
Calvinists.
that. I had Mormons that went to school in at my high school. I mean, they were like, "Yeah, we're Mormon." I'm like,
they're very lax
Well,
with it.
yeah,
But
well,
They just
that's
recently disavowed the title.
Clearly, you don't live in SLC because the actual Mormon center is they all go by LDS. Amy is right. They all go by Latter-day.
They just disavowed the title.
yeah, I'm
like
East
in the
Coast.
past
I think
year.
like
I am
what
well
might be
aware
coming
that
across
there are-
when we're talking about these is regional differences.
They
sex stuff.
reclaim it because just like
I'm well
Calvinism,
aware that there are multiple different types of Calvinists. The problem is
Oh,
that
yeah, no, I'm
Calvinists
not
that are
saying that you
prevalent in
weren't.
America, and especially in where I'm from, are the complete asshole type.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to attack you, and I'm not
Will is
saying
like
your
one of
experiences are valid
one of
and
the
stuff. I'm just trying to.
It's like being a Catholic.
We're on Amy's
I'm
show,
from
and
the
Amy's
Catholic
trying to-
Church where they
Hey,
molested
Ryan,
a bunch of kids.
Start muting.
And Will's
Amy's
like,
trying to-
"Oh well, we're still good." You
I
know,
just
that's
want to
all
say
it is.
that there is generally a church tradition because I'm just learning that until I was 20, it was just Christian, and then I became 21. I'm like, there's Catholic and Protestant. I don't even know what that means, and so I'm learning all this stuff myself. But
I learned it way later too.
Yeah, exactly. Some of the stuff is so, but there's a church tradition, I think, in Catholicism and probably in others, where they name the tradition after the person of whoever is not leading it, but who is schisming in attempt to
I'm not trying to delegitimize.
No.
I'm just trying to ask him his opinion on Doug Wilson as a Calvinist.
Ryan,
you said you're an unreformed Calvinist. You're like
let Amy finish her point. Let Amy finish her point.
Thank you, Sunflower.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I will.
No. I'm.
I mean, this is a good discussion we're having.
Towards what you or
I'm
Will.
just passionate. That's all.
No, we like passion. And so I think that's why it happens with Mormons, and that's why it happens with Calvinists. And I think there are other sects too, and what happens is that name becomes pop culture. And so once it becomes pop culture, it's like Mormons have to be called Mormons because everyone goes Latter Day. They're like, just fuck it. Just
They're not called Smithians after.
I only use that term because
I don't think Will. I don't think you're a bad guy or anything. I don't think that you're on board with Doug Wilson. I don't think you are, and I appreciate that you are not, honestly. But I was just honestly asking your opinion on the subject because this is a huge influence within the community that you claim to be a part of. And maybe you're reformed.
I don't
or
go
whatever,
to Doug Wilson's
but there's
church.
a difference between the two, I guess. I mean, it's very confusing, but I don't think
Reformed
there's that
theology
much of a
is the name of the theology. John Calvin is the individual who, I guess you could say, first kind of organized or wrote the very first systematic theology of that, right? So you have John Calvin's, commentaries on the Bible, right? So it actually comes from Augustinian, and then through Luther to John Calvin, and it's based off John Calvin's, commentaries on Scripture that this theology, I guess you could say, traces its roots through. And then there are branches of that, but the main form of Calvinism in America comes through the Puritans and the Covenanters. So the Puritans.
What is the percentage of those people? If you don't mind me.
Well, there's only like 75 million Calvinists worldwide. So it's a very small
75 million worldwide. So what is the percentage in the U.S.?
Maybe 5%.
5. So
definitely
million?
less than that.
I'm asking you,
primarily going to be your.
There's like a million Calvinists.
There's no way. If there's 5% of the U.S. is Calvinist, I would
5% of Christians.
Oh, okay.
So I'm asking you, what is the percentage of Americans that are Calvinists? Do you know that?
Well, according to Pew studies, almost like 65% of America claims to be Christian, right?
No. So it would be 5% of 65 is what you're saying.
Will is probably right here. 5% of 65%. That sounds about right.
It's way lower than that.
No, I think it's
a very small number. It's a very small number in the U.S. Reportedly, there's only about 245,000 Calvinists just on the West Coast reportedly. So
wait, how many?
Only 245,000 reported. I mean,
there
so
it is.
I don't how many.
And 90% of those follow Doug Wilson.
How many churches do you think
Well, I don't know
No,
what
because you have
percentage.
John McCarthy in California, who's a Calvinist.
Night Ancher. We're probably going to actually start to go into outros soon.
I
We
think
got another
Ryan's
15 minutes.
views on Calvinism might be a little shifted because he's got all that going on in his backyard. That might be his experience with it. But Will, who lives
I'm
somewhere
okay
else,
with that, but I still think it's really toxic. I kind of agree with you.
What's toxic about it?
Yes, I'm totally biased. Well, you should go to my hometown, and if you would have been there with me,
I think he's saying Wilson is biased, not all Calvinists.
Doug Wilson has ruined my hometown.
It seems like your opinion on Calvinism is very heavily.
His cult.
He
has like 200,000 followers, dude. Like it's no joke.
I think that your grudge toward, and I'm not trying to devalue your opinion at all, but I think that your negative opinion on Calvinism, and I share some of it, but I think a lot of it is rooted in anecdotal evidence, specifically based on this whole Doug Wilson scenario.
They shove like
if I lived there, I might agree with them.
They want to take the local
that
government.
would definitely inform your opinion on it. So
And
I
I'd
think,
like to-
Ryan, like I said, Ryan, I'm not trying to attack him. Like, I think his experiences are valid. We can't say that that's not his reality because that's his reality.
Than you guys do.
I'd like to point out one quick thing, which is the second paragraph that came right after the one I just read said that the Boers and the Afrikaner Calvinists, which is a subset of Calvinists, they do not represent all Calvinists and they are a minor sect, are in fact have justified apartheid in South Africa. But they are, at least according to what I'm reading here, it doesn't represent all or the majority of Calvinists, but it is absolutely a phenomenon that, at least again, according to the almighty Wikipedia, has been recognized.
And there's a phenomenon like that in the United States too, and that's why. Can I please finish my sentence, Brian? Thank you.
Sure.
There was a subsect of that here in the United States too. In 1786, when the Reformed Presbyterian Church of North America declared slavery a sin, and that anyone who owned a slave could not attend church service and or even take communion with anyone who owned a slave. You could be friends with anyone who owned a slave. The Southern Presbyterian Church broke off because they wanted to continue in that sin and continue to own their slaves. Right?
What year
you
was
have
that?
people
Non-reformed Calvinists that I'm talking about.
There's no such thing as a non-reformed Calvinist.
Yeah, there are. There's like
I
250,000
that earlier, I think. Yeah. But because they call themselves Reformed, if the Calvinist and Reformed is as I understand,
they're not
the same thing.
Right. These are the people that support slavery.
To be fair to Will, it wouldn't really make sense if someone identifies as a non-reformist Calvinist. Like that doesn't really make.
That's like saying I'm a capitalist socialist.
No, I know Calvinists that support slavery. That's all I'm saying.
What I'm saying is I can, like I said, I can call myself a socialist, but if I don't follow the ideology of socialism, I'm not a socialist, regardless of what I say.
Right, like that's like the North Korea, right? Aren't they like?
This isn't an identity, right? It's not a sexual preference. It's not a gender.
I wouldn't belong to
an
the
ideology.
Catholic Church. I wouldn't identify as a Catholic.
I'm a unicorn
because of what's been happening with the Catholic Church. Even if I was raised as one, like that'd be ridiculous.
Wait a second, Ryan.
I would leave the Catholic Church.
Wait, Ryan. Like that's like saying like I wouldn't use my own last name if everyone else in my family was a monster. Like,
yeah, I would change it. Absolutely.
Well, you would change it, but you would like before you found out they did that, you would say like, yeah, this is who I am.
No, dude. Like I wouldn't not identify as one of these people if that's what you identify as.
You would try to depart from them, but it would be bizarre to say like, that's not my name. Like that's not my.
I'm sorry, but I think Will is ignorant in the fact that he doesn't know about Moscow, Idaho, and Doug Wilson.
Well,
that's not fair.
Well, hold on one second. I feel bad. You got name checked. Do you want to say something, Will? And if not, Amber wanted to say something.
Well, no, I find it extremely hypocritical for a group of people who claim to be marginalized and are trying to normalize a specific worldview to constantly straw man me and loop me in and ad hominem.
Dude, I'm not. I'm just saying you shouldn't identify as one of these people. I'm just saying you should identify as Calvinist. That's all I'm telling you.
Why? Because a small minority
Because
of
it
a
has
small
No,
minority.
it's not a small minority. It's 250,000
Ryan,
people
I have been a
in the
Calvinist
Northwest.
for the last 25 years. I listened to sermons from every major Calvinist in the country, and I had never heard of Doug Wilson until today. So obviously,
Okay,
he is not a major
debated.
part.
Everyone
of
else here
Calvinism
knows who he is. You're
in
the only
America.
one, dude.
I
You didn't know.
I didn't know.
I actually don't know. I'm not going to say that.
I did not know who that
my
was.
first time
I think
hearing
Nicholas
about
was the only one that knew.
Okay, Nick knew, but Nick knew because
one out of 10.
he's older. How old are you?
I am, I think, 46. I think
I'm 41.
47, maybe.
I'm 40. Will.
40.
Okay,
But
so
I
you
knew
should
because
know about that shit, Will. That's what I'm saying.
The
Why should
reason
I know
knew
about a small Calvinist in
Trying to
Idaho?
think of something witty, but I'm
Holy
turning.
crap, you guys are old. I have
He's not small, dude. He took
Thank
over
you,
the whole damn
Sunflower.
town.
Thank
He
you.
has like
I can't wait to
250,000
have
subscribers on his blog.
Praise Sunflower. Praise
Okay,
him.
John Piper has 2 million subscribers on his YouTube page.
He might just be a big fish in a small pond, maybe.
That might be.
Is
No,
he
he's a small
Calvinist?
fish in a small.
Does he own his own town? Because
my
that's
God.
what Doug Wilson does. He owns his own fucking town.
Oh, dear Lord. Help me to
He
help you.
shoves.
Well,
no,
Ryan-
here's the thing. Listen to me, Will. He has shoved things under the rug that have happened politically within the town. He has shoved sexual harassment violations against his church under the rug because he has political control of the town. This is what I have.
Ryan,
Can I make a point, kind of not attacking either of you, kind of making a neutral observation point? So what you're saying, Ryan, that's not just a Calvinist or Reformed phenomena.
It's a Doug Wilson.
No, I don't blame Calvinists in particular.
This is a very common thing in certain religious communities, especially throughout the South. So, I mean, it's not, to be fair.
It's like the South and they came to the Northwest and it sucks balls.
And I would like to make one. I'll make a.
Bill O'Reilly meets Satan.
Calvinism is a historically northern.
It happens in non-religious communities too.
Can we make sure that Amy can't talk because this is her channel and I really don't want her to say anything?
Honestly, I learn so much when I'm listening, and so that's okay. I'm having a good time. But this is a neutral yet anti-theistic position. I mean, I just take it back, just a little bit further, and I'm hearing Ryan say is what every comedian takes pot shots about. The Catholic priests were just like, hey, we got one over here. It's like SeaWorld. We'll just pass him up north. He'll be fine.
The Baptists, the Pentecostals, Smokey. I mean, whichever way you want to go.
But I'll agree with both of you at the same time and say religion.
No need to mention the only countries that have nationalized atheism, right? Like the Soviet Union, China.
But wait, did they pass around children's sex slaves?
Oh, they ate them. No, they just eat them. They don't pass them around. They just eat them.
It's human. It's humans doing evil
For God's
things.
glory.
Look up cannibalism.
But
I'm talking about something very specific.
South Korea just passed a law banning teachers to allow them to look at the teenager's bra color.
South Korea is not.
I didn't say South Korea. No, China.
But they're Christian. Just so you know.
But they killed. So all the communist regimes killed people for different reasons, and they erased people. But I just mean this. I don't know. Religion has this weird obsession with sex, and then at the same time, as they preach the morality about how
it's not just
amazing, it's true. But let me tell you, I can't help it. My anti-theism debate is tomorrow. Go check that out.
Wait, really quick though, it's just people, right? So if you realize that
it is just people, but I think the common quote, and I am just paraphrasing: "Good people doing good, that's normal. Bad people doing bad, that's normal. But for good people to do bad, that takes religion."
What about the entire?
There is no one that's
China
good.
that doesn't have religion.
I disagree with that.
You guys know who created
I think you're a good person, Will.
You're good, Will.
China
Apparently not.
doesn't have religion.
Apparently, I'm a baby killing monster that deserves to be put in jail and have my children
I
taken
don't
from
think
me.
that you're a bad person.
You know how many times I've heard that in the last 2 weeks?
China has nationalized atheism. There's no religion. What are they doing to people? What are they doing to the Uyghur Muslims? What are they doing to it's a monstrous.
I'm not. Oh no, I mean, I'll take your point, Sunflower, that all humans do bad. Like, I'm not trying to put atheists in the pedestal. I think the harm I think religion does. Say I am just a normal schmuck, which I am, and I'm just like, I just have all these beliefs, and then all of a sudden I'm like, I'm gonna follow this religion. Even though I like gays and I like, women and I like all this stuff, there is a chance that once I get into this religion that I go, well, I like the gays, I like the women and all this stuff, but the book does say this. It can't be changed. It is written from God. And not only that, but I'm new. I want to prove how much I am actually following this, and someone can very quickly mold into something radical.
Yes, they can twist
from good intention.
Wait, 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds. You mentioned three. You said three things. You said good people doing good, that's normal. Bad people doing bad, that's normal. Then you said good people doing bad, that takes religion. What's the one you left out? Bad people doing good. Maybe that takes religion, and maybe you've underestimated the ratio. Maybe you've underestimated the ratio and how many people were actually bad that did good things because of religion and not the opposite. Hey, just an idea.
So I could respond to that, but Amaretto, I take it and I'll respond to that, but Amaretto has a thought. I'll write it down. Amaretto, what do you want to say?
So it's just earlier, this was a few minutes ago when I started raising my hand. What I kind of wanted to respond to, like there was in the conversation between Will and Ryan, I think it was Ryan brought up, if basically your whole, if the leadership of the church and everything else was bad, if people in that church were doing bad things, I wouldn't identify with that religion and stuff. And I think the one thing you have to consider too is that, some people, a lot of people, when they get into power does corrupt. And, people will try and make changes based upon how they feel. And what a lot of people don't want to do is, lose power when they perceive that they have it. So I think that's what you see with. So I think that's just something to keep in mind. A good chunk of my mom's side of the family is Catholic. And the other half's Methodist. But I know, for, a lot of the Catholic side of my family, they would say that those things that those priests did, that is not in line with the teachings. And so, what can happen is one of two things. You can have people, what has happened before when major branches have had disagreements with how things are done, they branch off into separate branches of Christianity. So I think that, you'll have a lot of people that they want to try and make, be the good in the world in that name of that religion as well. Because for some people, like their Catholic faith or their religious faith, it's a positive influence on them.
Right. I don't think
my general
I agree.
View is,
I don't think Will's that guy. I don't think he has bad intentions.
Yeah.
I think Will is a nice guy, and he answered my question. He was like, "No, I don't think slavery is good."
No, I'm not.
I appreciate that. I was like, "Okay,
I'm just making a
you're
point
not
to
with Doug Wilson."
Of course, I'm not with Doug Wilson.
I'm gonna learn about him a little bit more, but no, and I think just my general thing to keep in mind when you're talking, with theists and about, well, so and so in your community did this and this and this. I think it's just something to kind of keep in mind that,
I mean, that's part of what led me to leave Christianity, though, was that aspect. Was like, hey, there's all these people acting this way. I don't know. I can't think of a branch. I can't think of a branch of Christianity that I would want to be a part of. Period.
Ryan, can I?
Yeah, that's kind of. I'll be honest. That's kind of what.
I'd love to hear your response to that.
That's absolutely.
Everybody's accepted in this, in Unitarian churches. Everybody's accepted. Actually, even atheists and agnostics play a big role in the Unitarian Universalist Church. For a lot of people, it's like a community of growth and learning and stuff.
It's not a real church.
We have one here, yes.
I'm going to disagree on that.
Ryan, there you go. They're going to say
Ryan's on your side, Sunflower.
I was about to say, but does the church make good pancakes?
Ryan, what you said is so ridiculous. Like,
okay, Sunflower, hold up, man. Let me.
Ryan's on right now.
Go ahead.
Let me say so. He's got his headphones on. He can hear. What I was going to say, Ryan, is I am 100% ultimately sorry that somebody that, in my opinion, like Sunflower said earlier, is a bad person, claiming to be a good person, did such irrevocable harm to you and the community that you live in. And that me, if anybody was watching the Tart channel, just with the exception of Jim, right? I get more crap for Christians based on my theological viewpoint than I could ever get from, because they all want to hold on to the fact that they're their own God and that they make up their own rules. And instead of giving,
you want to know who you remind me of?
That's
Will?
not true, but
you remind me of Skylar Fiction.
Oh, snap!
Before he became an atheist.
Wow.
But I think
Blaster, that is so funny that you said
he
that
called
is
me a
literally.
fucking monster.
Aren't I?
Well, no, that is. Oh, I think that's little irony. Will just got done a debate with Skylar Fiction.
Like,
I know, I watched it. But he reminds me of him so damn much. He is like their mirror image.
I'm not.
Yeah.
No,
it's Skylar 10 years ago.
No, because I don't ad hominem attack people when I'm arguing.
He didn't. He's Skylar is a sweetheart. You just got to get past his bravado.
Yeah, like calling me a fucking monster who murders babies. I got to get past that bravado.
Yeah, I mean, no, I agree. He is not like chill.
That's Yahweh. Excuse me. Don't try to share titles.
He doesn't pull punches. That's for damn sure. He's
Where's
like
my shit one?
he has gone from one extreme to the other. But you kind of remind me of him because you're like, I am a Calvinist. I believe in this shit so hardcore. And he did too. He was also just like you.
So, Sunflower, was there something else you were going to say? Because I think there was something else I wanted to hear. I was curious.
And yeah, so let's do. So answer.
Now your question for Sunflower too.
Yeah, we're almost at 4 hours.
That's okay. So we're gonna go until the questions end, and then once the questions end, we'll switch into outros. So ask that. I have I want to answer afterwards Sunflower's question and make a comment. But what were you about to say, Sunflower, or was someone about to say something?
So wait, Nicholas, you asked me if there
was it Nick or Sunflower?
I'm sorry. I thought Sunflower was on a, and I wanted to hear. I thought he hadn't completed his.
Go ahead, Sunflower. The last thing I can remember saying was that I felt awful. Like it sounded tragic that Ryan has made the professed the sentiment multiple times that like once I found out this group that I thought I was a part of, once I found out that people were doing bad things.
Well, I traveled across the country of the world too. I lived in another culture, and that's what really snapped me out of it because I realized that these people have superstitions that are just like mine, and they don't correlate.
Well, okay, well then that's a whole different argument. But the idea that like if you truly believe in something and thought a bunch of people that also said they believed in it were your friends, and then you found out they were all monsters, I don't think that should change your belief in the abstract.
Well, I wouldn't want to be associated with them.
Well, yeah, but you can say that.
You leave that church.
Yeah, but like not wanting to be associated with them.
I would. I know people. I know plenty of people that left the Catholic Church over what has happened,
but they still identified as Christian, right? I imagine.
Yes.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So that's what I'm getting at here. Is maybe there was just a little bit of miscommunication. Is like I thought you were saying probably. Like. Yeah, no. I'm
just saying I wouldn't identify as a Calvinist if I was Will. I would be like, I'm just like a Christian.
Why should I not when I've never even heard of who Doug Wilson is?
Because their Calvinist has a bad rep, I'm telling you.
Will
doesn't have a bad rep.
I'm sorry, Ryan, whatever you are, what if you're an atheist?
Why do you get shit from everyone then, Will?
Ryan, wait. What if you're an atheist your whole life, and then you find out that 99% of atheists are like, bad people? Do you say, I'm not.
Well, no, that's not how it
That wouldn't make any sense.
We're the worst.
I actually, in my experience, most atheists are like people that don't believe in God are way more thoughtful than
Ryan. All I'm saying is
we sin just for fun.
All I'm saying
we love it.
It sounded like
get enough sin.
Okay, it sounded like you were saying you would consider it you would readily divorce yourself from an entire ideology. All that would take is that the other people that claim to be a part
what
of
I was saying
ideology.
was I don't want to identify with a specific Christian ideology or group because of the way they are perceived or act around me.
Okay,
and
but
I would
still
say I was non-denominational, which is what I did for a long, long time.
But what if you still adhere to the ideology? Like, what if you're a capitalist and you find out that all capitalists are idiots,
I would stop identifying as a capitalist.
You can't divorce yourself from the core idea, though. Like, you're just putting a different label on it.
No, but that doesn't mean you can't stop identifying as one.
Okay, that's just trivial in my opinion. I don't really.
Yes, of course it's trivial. That's what I'm saying. I never argued that it wasn't.
Okay, I'm done. Sorry, I'm done.
I was just telling Will it was totally trivial. I wouldn't identify that way because they have a bad rep.
Yeah, and I think there was a bit of false equivocation there, because number one, atheism doesn't have a claim to any system of morality.
That's right.
And so I don't think that.
And yet people like to call people immoral all the time.
That's very
yeah.
true.
Well,
we have moral systems. It's just atheism doesn't prescribe one.
Right. Yeah.
Like Will, do you
make
consider
our own
people
up.
that are atheists like immediately like heathens or like they're evil? No, okay, good.
Not
So
automatic.
completely go against my theology.
A lot of Christians, like 90%
Any
of Christians
Calvinist
I talk
believes that?
to, at least online, if I talk to a Christian, they believe that sort of thing.
Not automatically, but it's like
well,
highly
the fool says in his heart there's no God. So we are all fools.
There is no God.
Yeah.
Did I just say that? Oh.
Yeah. You're a fool, James.
This is what I'm saying. The reason why I can come on here, and this is what really irked me earlier, was that I was accused on a different channel because of the tag Calvinist, that people seem to really misunderstand what that is or what that theology is.
They don't.
Because they said that it's such a dangerous theology that we completely just hammer and smash and abuse non-Christians and atheists. Have I ever done that to anyone here? Ever?
Bro, no one's saying you do.
Never.
That's why I'm saying you should identify as
fair,
one of those
Will.
people
Never,
because they do actually do that shit.
I'm going to attack anyone.
Good night, Nick.
But I don't like Will. Just say you're Christian. Don't.
No, because
No,
the
you can't
theology that I follow. Okay.
Will is not going to let one bad apple spoil his party.
You need to like just say if people ask you specifically what kind of theology they want you follow, explain it to them.
Ryan, you're drunk, dude. I'm sorry, but I have to call it like I see it, dude. You're drunk.
Well, I'm just saying, explain it to them rather than telling them.
Look, Will's being very patient and reasonable, and you're just sort of this.
I like Will.
You're belligerent. You are belligerent, man. I'm sorry. I have to call it like I see it.
Thank you,
I mean,
Sunflower.
listen,
I appreciate
he's
it, but I can handle myself.
passionate and he has a pretty cat. So listen.
But
Ryan is
He's
passionate.
drunk, and Will is just trying to explain his position, and Ryan is rather. He's drunk. Let's be honest.
Well,
I see.
I'm going to interrupt.
God damn it!
I love you all.
Have you never been drunk before?
Only on
I
Tuesday.
could drink you under the table, young man.
Oh, snap.
I'm probably
shit.
Yeah,
You know that I'm at.
All right. Before we get
Wait a second.
Before we
Wait.
get into the
I'm
weeds,
ashamed of that.
151 straight?
I'm ashamed of the fact that I
discoed
can.
one.
I
don't make it anymore. Go figure.
Listen, I'm not proud of my drinking history, but yeah,
probably a good
I'm
thing to get
half
rid of
Brian's
151, to be honest
age,
with you.
and I would drink him under the table if I
No,
wanted.
you won't.
So you were saying
negative.
All right. So I'm
Makes me
not.
want to have drinking debates. We should. You
I
would
would
do
do
that.
interlocutors come in.
That's what I wanted to do on my channel.
Let's have a
lady.
drinking debate, Sunflower.
With Hovind.
And here's the thing, though. What altitude are you at?
I'm at the highest point in the Western Hemisphere.
Whoa, dude. I'm just kidding.
Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
That sounds like a brag.
Uh-oh.
All right. I have a
Yeah.
question for
Last-
Sunflower.
Yeah, I immediately thought marijuana when he set that up.
I don't believe him. That's what I'm saying.
You're pretty
No,
sharp,
like,
man.
I missed
You're pretty sharp to have picked up on
So
that.
you're in the Andes Mountains?
Yeah, nice. Your Googling skills, you're kind of quick, but I'd say you're like.
Okay, Sunflower, you're about to go over the edge here, and I just want to rein you in before you go there.
Okay.
Pull them back. Pull hard.
Thank
like
you, Will.
Titanic.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Now, I do have a question for you, though.
Oh snap!
Oh boy.
It's on the free will thing.
By all means.
Why does your theology require free will?
Wow, that's a
good question.
Deep question. Why does my theology require free will?
Yeah.
The way you worded it is a little bit hard for me to understand, because I've understood free will as the part of the human condition that I've experienced for as long as I can remember. My theology sort of confirmed it, informed me about it and what it is. It's not like I didn't believe in free will until I started reading forming my theological position. It's like I had a position on free will, and then the more I learned about Christianity and the more I understood, this just confirmed and aligned with the position on free will I already had, if that makes sense.
Do you believe in libertarian free will, or more of like a
No, I believe
version
free
of
will exists, and I said this earlier, but you weren't in here yet. As in, we're bombarded by impulses. As humans are bombarded by impulses nonstop in our waking life. Some of them are kind of negligible from a moral standpoint, right? Like, I don't think God truly cares on.
Right, when you're tempted. I was listening. That's
okay. So I don't think God cares on what color sneakers you decide to buy, but I do think there are pivotal moments.
I don't know. Have you read today's chapters?
Yeah, dude. God cares if you have crushed testicles.
Purple.
Anyway,
did you buy the little Nas X shoe?
Right. Well, no, absolutely not. But anyway, like, I think there are, at least I know for a fact that I've experienced moments where I've felt impulses that I recognized as wrong, and these were impulses similar to impulses I felt in my past.
And don't you think the scripture
that I had succumbed to, and knew I didn't have to succumb to, and there's moments where I, out of my own ability to refrain from negative impulses, through the grace of God, I did refrain, and only good things come from this. And that's kind of my understanding of free will, is God gives us the ability, unlike all other creatures in the world, to refrain from impulses we recognize as sinful. This is extremely unique. This is why humans are capable of such seemingly backwards behaviors that are counter to our survival and so on and so forth. Is because we're able to abstract and align with God, and that's extremely powerful, and only humans have that capability.
And how are we able to do that?
That's an extremely complex question. I can only really explain that from my own experience. That would be sort of in the moments where I feel the ability to refrain from negative impulses.
Okay, right. Now, let me ask this in an easier question. It's the easier answer. Are you like, when you fall into temptation and you can't see me because I have my camera on, but I'm air quoting sin, right? When you sin, do you feel guilt and remorse for that?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Now, Ryan, do you feel guilt and remorse when you get drunk, smoke weed, have premarital sex, or anything like that?
No, I never feel guilty for anything like that. No.
Okay. So, Sunflower, you shouldn't laugh, because that's just his experience. But see, that's the difference between a regenerated heart, scripturally, theologically, Ryan. I'm not trying to insult you here, but I'm just talking about the
I
theology.
don't see anything wrong with that.
Actually,
that's fine.
Like,
I was
you
laughing
guys are
for
just
other
prudes.
reasons.
I was laughing because
whoa. Let's hear
fascinating to me.
Sunflower and Will.
Wait, Will, are you saying that those things, you should feel guilty for those things?
Of course. How could you
I'm
not?
sorry, I don't feel 1 ounce of guilt for what I'm doing.
Are you guys actually?
Okay, Sunflower, you're about to go over that cliff again.
Sorry.
Smoking mirror.
I just want to point out that I've been married for 20 years with the same woman, and
that's great.
There's
nobody says you can't get married to the same woman.
Are you guys in an open relationship though?
No,
maybe-
I've been monogamous.
Maybe-
All right, I'm gonna pull you
I
right
don't know.
back.
I don't know, Ryan.
I'm gonna rein you in there, Sunflower. I'm gonna rein you in one more time.
Very,
because
very briefly.
Yeah, I was
and
gonna
then I'll
say.
let-
I'm
like,
41.
Jump off the
I
cliff
met
again.
her when I was
Partners will be
20,
ethical.
almost 21. She was 19.
Okay, look.
Okay.
Can I finish my
Or
statement? Because this
18
wrap
at
this
the
up,
time.
right?
She was a
Yeah.
freshman in college.
So before Sunflower gets
PhD soon now.
blossoms and
Thank you.
and shoots sunflower seeds all over the place.
Thank you,
I'm gonna,
Will. I genuinely appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm gonna rein you back in. I'm gonna finish my statement. Okay, so the difference is that so Scripture says, and this is all theological talk right here. So for everybody who's not a theist, this is all mumbo jumbo BS, right? But for you and I, theologically, the difference in a regenerated heart and a reprobate heart is that Christ is supposed to reside within us, correct? And it's God in us. It's the Holy Spirit who working through our lives that now makes sin or things that are going against God's will, that makes it repugnant to us. And therefore we repent. And even though we fall temptation to those things.
Hold on. I'm repugnant to a lot of things. Does that mean that I'm a Christian?
No, it would be the things in Scripture.
Yeah, he listed very specific.
Oh, it's just because of God that I'm repugnant.
He listed very specific things that you said.
I'm repugnant to Christians.
Ryan.
No, that's
Will
not.
listed some specific.
We're talking
things
about
that
sin
he
to
didn't-
us. Okay,
Yeah,
so
go on.
Yeah, so Christ in us causes us to now have I guess you'd say, we despise that sin in us, and therefore He allows us through His will, through the works that He's prepared for us in advance to walk in, right? In order for us to become more and more Christ-like. That's what sanctification is called, right? So if God is doing that in us, if it is the Holy Spirit or Jesus Christ in us who's made that change of heart, right? Where what you once found normal and fine is now repugnant to you. If God is causing you to walk through in that, do you have free agency in that, or are you doing what God's causing you to do?
Well, it seems like you're saying that if I were to, so for example, I smoke marijuana, right? And I do have sex, and I would not call it premarital sex because the term premarital has many issues in the sense
Before
of
marriage.
the people that I have sex with, I don't plan on marrying them. So it's not premarital. It's
before you're married, right?
That's
any sex outside of a marital union before God is considered adultery.
Well, I have kids, so I guess I'm
I think
I'm guilty of that sin too. Don't worry.
I think that premarital sex is a subcategory of adultery, but that's the whole point.
You have to be more like John Maddox.
Let's say that I eventually come to Christ, right?
I'm glad you finished that sentence.
In the Calvinist worldview, does that mean that inevitably I would find, for example, smoking marijuana repugnant?
No. First of all, smoking marijuana isn't a sin.
Amen.
You said you should feel bad for it.
Right. Being addicted to being gluttonous in something. So like drinking isn't a sin. Being a drunkard is a sin.
Yes.
Right. Being an addict or a slave to something. Smoking
Yeah.
a cigarette isn't a sin. But if smoking consumes you and it takes over your entire life, for instance, smoking weed on occasion to have a good time or do whatever, not a sin. If it consumes you and it starts causing you to lose your job, destroys your relationships,
Smoking all
stuff
day,
like
every
that.
day, yeah.
Right, smoking all day. Then if it becomes a destructive force in your life, that's a sin, right? So you see the difference?
And if it never reaches to that extremity, then it will
Yeah, if
never
you're just
reach.
a casual smoker that smokes on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or once a night to help you relax,
No,
or you have pain.
I smoke chronically every day. I would all the things that you listed. And when I say every day, obviously, you might picture me sitting on the couch. That's obviously not what I mean.
Weed every day. No.
But what you're listing.
You gotta get off the couch, Amy.
I mean, do you smoke like 20 joints a day? Or, I mean, is that
No, no, of course not.
Go out and get a job, Amy.
I guess what I'm saying is the criteria that you're laying out. It's a very slippery slope with the criteria you're laying out, because if someone can be extremely successful, let's say successful even in the eyes of God, but smoke very often, every day, chronically.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
I hate this.
My Google Home went off.
By the way.
Well, I think he would say if it's like if it's not a destructive force in your life, if it's not causing you problems, that's what I was hearing.
Yeah,
I love this line of reasoning. So what if you are just a genuinely good person Is what I think he's kind of asking,
No,
right?
Can
So
we
what
go
if you
loaded-
were just
loaded
like,
question?
what if you're not
Hold on a
sinning?
second, guys.
I mean, if you want to talk
guys
about
and
weed
girls, guys and
specifically,
girls.
that's fine.
Will, can I get back to Will's question where he said, "Is it free will if God, if God was the one that allowed you to walk this way?" I think that's kind of what Will wanted to ask. And then let's not get bogged down on is being a stoner
I
allowed.
like the idea of
I don't think. Okay, so anyway, Will,
praise Sunflower.
Can you reiterate? I think your question was a good one, but it was.
No, so what I'm saying is that since Jesus Christ in our theological review, or the Holy Spirit has changed our heart to now that we see things differently than we did before we were saved, right? Is that cause now not the reason that you choose to do things that before you would have chosen?
Well, that's a great question, and actually, you know what? Here's the reason that I'm not convinced of that. Because I see in other people what I see in myself, and because there was moments where I felt the presence of God but rejected him for prideful purposes. When I see that in someone else, how am I not sure that that person is not someone that will be saved but hasn't yet been saved? And how can I not hold them to the same standards that I hold myself? Because I can't look at someone and know immediately if they're forever condemned to be a non-elect or an elect. What I see in every human being, unless their eyes are glazed over and they look like a zombie, I see that could be a saved Christian. I'm going to speak to them as though they have.
They could be a saved Christian in my theological worldview as well. And the difference is that because God is making that choice, not us. I have no high horse to sit on. I have no judgment seat to sit on and say I'm better than you, because
but then no one goes to hell.
All of these. No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said because I'm equally, as according to Scripture, right? This isn't Will's view, and this is, I think, is the hard thing about that. I think a lot of people get wrong with Calvinists is that when I state what Scripture says, people take it as I'm condemning them. Like if you notice, like when I started mentioning off different sins according to God's word, people started getting offended because they didn't fit that mold. Well, I'm gonna say here, I don't either, right? I don't fit that mold either. I've had more sex than most people probably should. I've done things that most people probably should.
Or just the right amount.
Okay. No, but Will, what I'm
And so,
saying is,
Sunflower, answer, but then we're gonna bring in Jesus is the way. He's gonna basically do his intro, and then after a few minutes, he's gonna then start the outros.
Sure.
So, Sunflower, make
He'll
your
tell
point.
us why we're all
bring it in
wrong,
Jesus.
and he's got the answer.
Okay, so I guess, Will, to be totally fair, I'm not well versed in Calvinism enough to even know if my answer to what you just said is even relevant. But the one of the most profound and sort of present concepts to me in terms of the hell claim is that the only people who will go to hell or who are in hell are those who have locked the door from the inside, right? As in,
are those who deserve to be there.
Well, I don't understand. So I don't understand how it wouldn't make sense to me that a hell could exist outside of some form of personal either choice in terms of rejecting or accepting God. As in, the Calvinist view is, as maybe I'm not understanding it properly, but it would never be justified to send anyone to hell if they had.
That's not true, because it's not quite complementarian. It's what I call consensual will, right? So even though God ordains that for you to do the things, everything that you do,
will finish this point, and then that's going to be the last point, even if anyone else has someone else to say.
Yeah.
Which is a compatible. It's almost compatibilistic, but it's not quite.
We'll go back to open conversation.
Yeah. So consensual will is everything that I do, I desire to do, but it's also been ordained by God for me to do it. So even though God has ordained that to happen, I'm still participating consensually, right? So if God if I end up killing somebody, right, I am consensually doing that act and I'm responsible for it, the consequences, but God has ordained it to happen. Do you understand the difference?
That would no person, as I understand personhood,
just ask the question.
Would
so
okay. Yeah.
I mean, Scripture's very clear.
Sunflower, you can respond to him in just a second, but we got Jesus is the way. We have been Skeptic Bible studying on Gabbing with God, and we've actually still been talking about God. We've been doing spoilers. We've been talking about, I think, the 2.0 version. But how are you? And what are your thoughts on anything we read or just anything we discussed tonight? What's on your mind? Jesus is the way.
Shalom, blessed master. Is it impossible that a Bible God exists?
Is it impossible? It depends on how you describe it, or what you think is how it exists, Mr. Envy.
I felt like that was a pretty clear question.
No, he
you own me, dude. I'm done, Oz. You got me.
All right, so I'll have that. Thank you, Jesus. I actually wanted, unless Jesus wants to make a point, I actually wanted to go back and make 2 points, which is that Sunflower asked about religion can make, or he made a statement basically, or made a hypothetical, bad people could do good with religion. And I will say there is that, like, and Matt Dillahunty talks about this often, there is that 1% of actual psychopaths who go, look, if it wasn't for God, I would go around stabbing people.
I think
and those people, well, okay, but whatever the number is, those people, I want them to still believe, because honestly, okay, we have found the one situation of which that religion has.
Yeah, we're all scared shitless of those people. I agree.
But that being said, I think that morality and being altruistic comes naturally, and that a lot of times religion actually makes it more difficult, not easier, to be moral. Not always, but that's why. I don't know if you could respond to that, because I wrote it down this time.
Well, okay, I have a perfect response for that, and that would be, you said 1%, as if you think it's some kind of, tiny number. What's the number of good people doing bad things? Because you got to realize, people did bad things before religion. This is extremely important. Unless someone could say, like, oh, humanity was doing just fine. People were living peacefully. We were all holding hands and singing Kumbaya until this damn religion came along. Then everything went downhill. That's not at all the case. It was actually aligned with civilization and technology and progressive politics. I mean, I'm not even gonna say, oh, you owe that all to religion, but at the very least, I feel like it's kind of, at the very least, I don't see how you could say that the same amount of.
I don't think I owe anything that I have achieved in my adult life to religion.
Okay. Anyway, at the very least, if you're gonna say 1% of bad psychopaths being made to do good things because of religion, I don't see how you could get a number bigger than 1% for good people to do bad things, because it.
I just want to respond to that in that. It has to be parceled out in that, how much good is happening, how much bad is happening. I think that there are like 1 or 2 things that religion does really well, and that one is community. Yep. It gives a great sense of community, which is what I'm trying to create here. Is that sort of same thing, but with a skeptic mindset?
You don't know what civilization would have looked like if you can never know what civilization would have looked like if, like, you can say how much harm it did. How do you know it wouldn't have been a million
How
times
would have
more
been worse?
chaotic?
I'll tell you why.
Look at
Because
the Lord of the Flies. Classic.
Well,
classic. Everyone should look into it. The Lord of the Flies. It's important.
But
she's trying to respond.
religion, and someone said it. Someone said it earlier, and it's the main theme. In my view, religion is a superstition. And so you're saying, if we remove that superstition,
that was me.
Are people, yeah, exactly. If we remove that, are people still going to do terrible, horrible things? And the answer is yes, and probably always will be. But it is one element that I think impedes more than it helps. And the other thing that it does well, which I think ends up being a bad thing, is that initially it actually helps handling death because you think that your loved ones are going somewhere else. You, in dangerous situations, you can be relieved thinking that even if this ends horribly, I will make it out some way, or just you have cancer, I'm going to make it out some way. But in most situations in the long term, I think that alleviation of fear of death is actually a negative and can have some really bad consequences for all the reasons that we bring up all the time.
Pretty bold. That's very bold. But then the question would be: Is there a hypothetical religion, not in terms of any of the classical ones? Forget about Christianity. Forget about all the religions that exist. Is there even a hypothetical superstition that would have a net positive on humanity? And if there is,
there could be.
If there is, you can't even say religion is bad. And if there's not, then I don't even know how you would have any grounds to make that claim. But I'd be interested in hearing.
Can I make another claim? Because it's something I've been thinking about recently. I really dislike the idea of prophets. Like, I've been slowly thinking just how odd it is that one person comes and just says, I am the root to God, and through me, you're going to know. And not all religions have prophets, but they seem to have a high correlations of prophets being in religions.
I like.
And
okay. Here's the problem with Sunflower's argument: it doesn't. No, when you're saying it doesn't actually accumulate, that's not how that works.
I just want to believe what's true. Whether
that's another point.
No, James. What you're not realizing is you wanting to believe what's true is the result of a religious backdrop of centuries. As in, what was the world like before? What were humans doing before religion? I mean, like, if you're not willing to attribute all of the progressive, civilized sort of questions and ideas you have as the result of the religious backdrop. It's weird to say that, like, if only religion never existed, humanity would be like a bunch of gentlemen shaking hands with no. It's like the savagery that existed before religion is unparalleled.
Okay,
I mean,
well,
absolutely unparalleled.
I would push back slightly.
That's actually not correct.
I would push back slightly because Carl Jung obviously is the one who popularized archetypal figures, and then famously, of course, Jordan Peterson advocated for the same exact things. But one thing that many people, including myself, disagree with Jordan Peterson's point is these archetypal figures obviously placed in a hierarchy, some at the top, some at the bottom, some in the middle. That is not the only pathway to find truth. And that is a huge misrepresentation that Jordan Peterson kind of puts out there, is that this archetypal figures, religion obviously giving the majority of them, and some can argue all of them, that is the only way that historically people have came about truth is with the hero figures and the evil figures and all these archetypes. And I just simply disagree with that. And that's kind of, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like that's exactly what you're saying, which is hey, people have come about finding truth, and people have come about finding morality because of the backdrops of religion.
No, LR, I'm talking about human nature. I'm not saying necessarily humanity would have been doomed if religion never came along. I'm saying if all you have is the timeline that we're living in, it seems like it's very easy to cherry pick the bad parts and then say this is why it's bad overall. Who knows how unbelievably horrible it would have been if the religion never came along. I don't know, but you can't just say, oh, I can attribute this to religion and therefore religion is
Sunflower
harmful. Like,
can I ask you, just let's say, because I don't completely, but let's just say for the sake of argument, we needed religion to get science and all this, which I don't 100, but let's just say we did. Does that still mean we're going to need it in the future?
No, but I don't view it as like, if we did it once, then it served an infinitely good purpose. I don't like. Again, like I'm not.
We didn't know anything.
And
wait.
I'm not
Wizard of Oz.
Well, this is why I don't sit here and say like atheists should be put to death and cast out of the like.
That's very charitable. I appreciate that.
No, but the point is, I'm never of the opinion that people should be like willfully like atheists should be like deported and like religious people should be like held in higher status. Like I'm democratic. If religion falls because democratically it falls, then it falls. I'm making my case. I'm making my case for it, but I'm not in any way, shape, or form saying like, hey guys, religion, you know what? It was important in our history, therefore bow to my God, or you shall be, like put in a cell somewhere. Like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just trying to make a case for
why. Let him do that.
Sure, fair enough. But all I'm saying is to say like look into human nature, look into like how people act in like, feral situations, to be frank. It doesn't exactly end in, gentlemen giving each other handshakes and saying like, wow, I'm so glad we didn't get our worldviews clouded by some crazy God figure. Like, they'll probably be biting each other's flesh.
You guys remember Tracy Harris from the Atheist Experience?
Yes.
She was one of my favorites. When she would be like, God is the person that waits outside the door while the child is being molested on the other side. And is like, well, I'll punish you after it's done.
And Sunflower, but
you
Sunflower,
put a hat on. You put a hat on
his
indoors.
Glory, Ryan. For his glory.
Ryan, you put a hat on indoors. You got to go to sleep.
Actually, no. You know what?
Put a hat on. Just
the
for
Wizard
Oz.
of Oz. You had your hand up. What's on your mind?
So, Sunflower, we talked the other night, and we had a great, as far as I'm concerned, a great conversation. And now what I'm hearing tonight, I'm like, maybe we weren't as close to having a common ground as I thought we were.
We weren't close. You asked me questions, I gave you answers. I mean, if you think that you asking me a series of questions and me giving you answers is some kind of like alignment of common ground, it's not. It's just me answering your questions.
Oh,
so I don't know what you thought. I don't know what you thought you did with that, but explain to me. So
I didn't think I did anything. I thought I was in the process, or at least in the beginning phases of developing a relationship where we could have decent conversations. But just in your tone right there, I feel like that was offset. I feel like
I definitely have problems with tone. Fair enough.
Because I came into that, and I received actually many messages on how well you and I were able to talk and have a conversation and dialogue.
I'm willing to have a conversation and dialogue, but you just said, well, so were you basing the first thing you just said on my tone or on my sentiment?
I wasn't basing it. I was coming in saying I wanted to talk to you again.
No, you said you said now I'm not, in so many words, now I'm not so sure that we actually got anywhere. I'm saying, are you basing that off of my tone or off of the sentiment?
Based off. So I opened up the dialogue again, And then your response, the tone, not previously, but tonight, your tone was essentially a fuck you tone. It was like, oh no, we weren't on the same page. That's how
that was after. No, wait, that was after. No, wait.
All right, Sunflower.
Chronologically.
Come on, boys.
You started out. Wait, no, Oz. You started out by saying you're not so sure that we were.
What he was saying is that he thought. Let me put this into words. I think you'll be able to understand a little bit better. What he was saying is that he thought he understood your position a little bit better, but maybe he was wrong, and so now he wants to ask you further questions on it, and you took that offensively, and kind of got snarty with him. Is what he's saying.
Yeah, for sure. Because I took that as like,
because Oz thought you were more of a humanist than you are, apparently.
Blaster, how drunk?
It's not like he was saying he thought he had deconverted you, but he was wrong. That's not what he's saying.
No.
Well, I don't know what he was saying then. I'm still a little bit.
I just told you what he was saying, and he nodded as I kind of rephrased it a little bit.
But he didn't make clear what I said that led him to believe that. That's why I'm confused.
Okay, so Sunflower, let's all of us get better in this area, because I think all of us can improve here. If you don't understand what someone's saying, or maybe you don't understand the totality of what someone's communicating, instead of assuming, stop and say, okay, can you please clarify what you meant by that?
Oz, I literally asked you an explicit question. I said, is it my tone or was it my sentiment? I literally did that.
Okay, well, and I didn't get a chance to get there. So if you did, I apologize. So we can rewind back to the beginning. So, Amy, let's rewind us all the way back to the beginning.
Hang on. And okay, actually, we're gonna stay rewound for just 1 second, because I'm gonna hand it over to LR, who's about to leave. LR, we've been Skeptic Bible studying and gabbing about God, with God. It's been a magical, metaphorical adventure. What are your thoughts of the night?
Yeah, it was a really fruitful discussion. Fun as always. Productive as always. I hope some of you guys can walk away feeling the same tonight. And yeah, I'm glad everybody came and had a productive conversation. And again, Amy, thank you as always. And tomorrow, I wish you luck, and I'll be in the comments rooting for you.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much. Thank you for being here, LR. I always appreciate the support.
Awesome. Everyone have a good night.
Night.
Good night, LR.
And it's so funny that you say that. Speaking of me and having a debate tomorrow, this is so crazy in a good way. We are Skeptic Bible studying on Gabbing with God. Sal, how are you? And what are your thoughts on anything of the night?
I actually didn't watch the rest of the Bible study.
Oh,
I was taking care of my mother.
Sorry, Saul, but I love you, dude.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I think
you're one of the nicest people ever.
Oh, what a sweet thing to say. I try. And I just wanted to extend my greetings. I really don't like debating people I like Amy. And so I wanted to at least come by and explain what happened. MDD contacted me, and he's helped build out my channel. So whenever I get recruited, I try to say, hey, so this is, at least as far as I'm concerned, tomorrow's not meant to be anything personal or a hostile attack. We'll just exchange our ideas. And I also just wanted to say, just out of courtesy, just as a heads up, my after show on my channel will be mostly for my audience and for the Christians. And so I'm actually inviting only a few people to come. And I just wanted to let you know that in advance, Amy, because if you wanted to have more dialogue after that,
absolutely,
we can do that. So I just felt out of courtesy to let you know it's going to go on tonight. I'm going to have kind of my own lineup of guests for my show, and I didn't want to just make you feel like I'm dissing you or anything. So
no, that sounds good. I actually think we're going to have a midnight after show. We'll have a super late one. But that sounds great, and it's actually so nice to have you on. In fact, if you would like to see Sal on this channel, we have Past Sal's Wager as one of our podcasts. So go check that out.
Well, I was, well, part of what made that fun is I actually got to talk about casino stuff. We weren't talking so much theology because it reminds me of my former life when I would be on Saturday nights walking around the streets of Las Vegas and try not to get kicked out. And so, yeah, I totally miss that life.
Sal the card counter.
Yeah.
It's true. We learned how to card count.
Good
episode.
Amy, so then Amy, you'll be all set to go work for the casino thing I told you about.
There we go.
Yeah. And I like the Wizard of Oz's hats. I grew up in the DC area before the Washington Nationals are here. So that was our baseball team. And yeah. So I couldn't help but notice it. So Amy, that's the main reason I came by. I just wanted to give you a heads up what's going on in the after shows tomorrow. And just
that sounds good. I'm looking forward to it tomorrow. I think it's going to be I said it's the good cop, bad cop. You're a mensch, Sal. And I look forward to having an interesting conversation with John too. But we're going to have fun.
I wanted to get someone that's probably a little nicer.
Swords once again.
But I'm just like everyone that was volunteering for this topic. I'm just like none of them are as nice as me. So
woohoo!
What can I say? So I can't speak for my partner.
And no, I'm just kidding. I love John. He knows.
Amy's got the reach to go off on John. Keep John in check.
So as far as I know, all the details are worked out, and I've never interacted with raging atheists, so this will be the first time. So
he's a good guy. He is.
So Blaster Master, it was nice meeting you, and everyone else here and James. Oh my goodness, James W is here, and
I'm here.
So it's been a long
as
time.
Always.
We've talked, right?
So he's here.
I chatted with you.
Queer, but that's me.
Remember?
I'm sorry, what were you saying?
At one time.
Praise.
And I don't.
Yeah,
I don't know that I
subscribe to you. I'm a subscriber to your channel, so I'm on there occasionally.
Oh, thank you. And there are some other people here I've not met, and greetings to you all. So that's all I had to say. I have to
don't be offended by my awkward questions.
Oh no,
Don't be offended by me saying, Amy, you have to debate this cinnamon roll tomorrow. I don't know how you could. He's so sweet.
He is.
He is adorable, isn't he?
See, Sal, so much love in this channel.
I'll say it.
Yeah. Well, thank you. So I'm gonna go check out now. I just wanted to drop by and say hi, and we'll meet again tomorrow. We'll have a fun time. So
Amy will be riding an iron chariot with a honey badger.
That's true. We've learned that today honey badgers were important, and we found out we got to have a honey badger and an iron chariot. A little bit of reverency. Sal is like, "What are you?" Exactly.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't ask. Don't ask.
All right. Well, I'll see you all tomorrow, and thanks in advance to everyone who's coming out to the show.
Sal.
All right,
Sal.
Take care of yourself, buddy.
Good night.
And remember, you better call him.
He's gonna get destroyed.
That's my dad joke of the night. Okay.
And Amy, in normal,
Amy, you will crush him if you're debating him. Oh my! I feel sorry for him.
See, here's the thing. I honestly, I do think it's going to be John. That's going to be because I love John, but
you're debating LPP too. He's
yes,
ranking?
But
little PP.
Little PP. Yeah, that's about right.
Our
projection master.
Well, the thing, I mean, I'm saying it all the time. I've hoped he's heard my stream, and so that he'll be like question me on it because I say it often. John is one of the people.
Picture of him with like 10 projectors around him, like he's holding him, like trying to hand him to you. Be like, here, this is you, buddy.
It's just he doesn't. His main belief is a personal experience.
Yeah,
and he debates genes. Genes are his shtick, And
I was
like,
going to say that would be my main contention with Will down
give
here.
sun on your mind, Oz. I almost saw it. I saw gears.
Kind of.
Well, your personal experience with Calvinism is right on the money.
My personal experience with a lot of things that can now do yours.
Yeah.
No, it's totally not a fair comparison. Like he can take shots at me, but I got to take a timeout. Come on,
I'm not telling you that you're a Calvinist.
Praise
I
us.
never compared you to them. I just wanted to know where you
totally did, brother. You got to rewind.
I just wanted to know if you stood with them, and you said you do not. You are a different type of Calvinist. That's fine.
So Amy, I would just have a prediction.
But
tomorrow.
I just want to
Now
say,
we know John hasn't made
I don't dislike you.
That I will be in the chat tomorrow night, and I will defend you from all the retarded theists, even though you don't need me to.
Praise God.
Because I won't leave you out to hang.
Well, thank you. See,
Now-
so much love.
I predict some pot shots from John Maddox about the show. I think he's gonna, because he's been lurking here. He hasn't said anything. I think he's gonna throw a couple shots across the bow. Oh, you and James's show.
I love this show though.
What is John Maddox without
Bible
his ad hominem?
study.
What is he?
No one can say anything bad about this show.
Oh, don't.
Amy and James, you guys run a great show. Like, whether or not someone agrees with you, you're very fair in your moderation, and Amy gives people more time to talk than she has to. So,
thank you.
Yeah, I'll defend at least the format of this show, like absolutely 100%.
Absolutely.
See, I'll take that. Woohoo! And
Crazy
what were you gonna say, Oz?
Oh, sorry, I had my hand up. I forgot.
Like Moses, you hold one hand, I'll hold the other, so Oz can hold his hands up so we can win.
I was actually just praising the Lord. I was just praising the Lord. That's all that was going on. But no, and don't move it because I feel like it's proper. On YouTube, I have this microphone in my face, and I feel like I have to I feel like I need to drop bars.
You could put another graphic there. It doesn't have to be a microphone.
Hey, I think Oz was
James, you wish. You wish, James. James, you wish.
Praise you.
You wish.
Praise you, Oz.
You wish. But Sunflower.
Praise Pasta Mike.
But Sunflower, again, with all respect, what I listened to tonight, forget the initial clash there. That's not what I intended. But based on our conversation the other day and what I heard tonight, you told me just a few days ago that really your belief was we could drill it down to or come to the agreement that it was based on personal experience or an anecdotal argument. Would that be correct or no?
What did I say tonight that contradicts that?
Oh man, do we need to pull it all up?
See, but there's a very good reason I asked that question is because I knew he would not have an answer. He had nothing in mind. I'm not trying to attack you, Oz, but
no.
Look, no, please don't huff and puff here. If
I'm not huffing and puffing.
Then ask the question. But no. I'm a little bit more clever than you think I am. State.
I didn't say you weren't. I didn't say
I
you
need to channel my inner Pine Creek.
If I said anything that contradicts what you just said about what you thought of me, then say it. If you don't know what that even is, you're not presenting me with anything at all. So just, I guess, rephrase the question.
Okay, so this is what I'll do, Sunflower, because I do want to always be as honest as possible. I will end my conversation with you right now. And I will go and get all the clips that are either opposed to or questionable to the things that you stated the other night when you and I talked. So we'll stop now. We'll pause now, and you can talk to someone else, and we'll do that then. If that's the route if that's the route you want to take. I was trying to be cool. If that's the route you want to take, then
no. How can I answer your question unless you're presenting me at least one contradictory thing? What am I supposed to say? What?
You know, bro. You know what we talked about the other night, and you know what you said tonight. All of those things came out of your mouth.
Tell me. I don't know.
Okay, and that's what I just said, and I'm trying to be respectful.
You don't know.
No, Sunflower. No, I have. Listen.
Your ego is so visible.
No.
Some people say they wear their heart on their sleeve. You wear your ego on your sleeve, my guy.
Okay. If that helps you, feel good right now, then you can make that statement. But actually, what I did, that's not ego at all, is I said I will stop this right now and pause to go and get the information, and I will collect it and bring it back to you. That's not ego.
Yeah, that's called getting called out for not having a point, and then saying, damn, crap, I don't have a point.
No, that's saying I can go and accumulate the information if you want me to. That's what he's saying.
Well, right, anyone can present to me
that is me telling you. You and I had a conversation the other night. Then I listened to you tonight. If you don't remember what came out of your own mouth tonight, that's not a me problem.
Yes, it is.
So it's not.
Yes, it is.
That's a you problem.
Tell me what I said.
So then, what I'm telling you, very respectfully,
that is
very respectfully. I'm telling
you're not going to talk over me.
No,
that is a textbook.
What I'm telling you is, I will pause the conversation. I will pause. I'm going to pause the conversation and get. I'm going to pause.
Confront someone.
I'm going to pause. Sunflower, I'm going to pause the conversation. I'm not saying I'm leaving or I won't talk to you again. I'm telling you, we will pause this conversation. I will collect the data and the evidence, and I'll bring it back to the table. That's all I'm saying.
Guys, if you want gaslighting, the definition
that's not what that is. Okay, that's not the definition of gaslighting at all.
Let me answer this. If I roll up to someone and said, hey, do you realize that what you said tonight is totally contradicts what you said last night? And they go, oh, sure, yeah, maybe. How do you mean? And you go, you really don't know? Wait, you actually don't know? Okay, it's like and then the person is like,
that's
no.
The person is like, I don't know.
And Sunflower, what you're missing as part of your equation there is I'm not doing that and just dipping out. What I'm telling you, I'm going to pause. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere.
No, I'm not saying you're
pausing. Hold on. You're not going to accuse me of gaslighting.
Oh, yes, I am.
Yeah, that's bullshit, dude. No.
Okay. You're not going to do that to me.
He has the receipts.
You're not going to do that to me and me let it lie. You're not going to accuse. So what I'm telling you is, okay, you don't understand. So what I'm going to do is then go back to the video and get the data and then present it so that you understand what I'm talking about. So that's not gaslighting. Gaslighting would be to do that and manipulate it and not give you the data and not back it up. So the next time you want to try to call somebody out on gaslighting or manipulating or anything, pick somebody else.
I'll pick you, buddy. And listen, don't get the tough guy attitude with me, because let me tell you right now, I would not. Listen to me very.
Hold yourself back.
I would not accuse you of
and hate sex.
God damn! If I wasn't so drunk, man, I'd be like
gaslighting me. I would not have accused you of it. But I see the fear in those eyes. I see the stuttering.
You can't even see my eyes. You can't even see my eyes.
Gaslit me. Own up to it.
You're going over the edge again.
No one agrees with you here.
Hold him back.
There are no receipts. I'll wait. I will
wait. That's not gaslighting.
Now you can see my eyes. You couldn't see my eyes before. Now you can see my eyes.
I will wait for the receipts.
And their beautiful eyes.
I will wait patiently for the receipts.
And Oz is willing
Round
to
2
wait
tomorrow night, midnight. You can bring it back.
Oz will dye his beard purple.
Speaking of the
For you.
back and forth, I feel like we should start having some debates here. I could feel a Calvinism debate is
A Calvinism debate.
I think with all
fermenting.
these normalizing channels, I need to start a normalizing Calvinist channel, I think. With all the hate that I'm getting for crying out loud.
I would
You
say
should go to
that,
Canon Press.
I still
Go
like
there.
I would say that I joined the
YouTube
panel because Will asked a rather interesting question regarding free will and the omnipotence of God in the chat, and so I thought that him and Sunflower discourse between those two would be something that's very enlightening and beneficial. So
Yeah,
I
never got
agree.
there, Jay. Sorry.
Will or
What's
free
that?
will?
And I just want to say thank you so much, Doc Fearsome, for being on. And we actually have Mark Reed. We've been Skeptic Bible studying. We've been gabbing about God and stuff.
Almost
How are
5
you?
hours. This is amazing.
We're about to hit the
We are
5-hour
going.
mark. Chugging.
Wow, 5
They
hours.
say after
That
3
is
hours to call the
marathon.
doctor, but we're still
Oh,
going.
well, yeah. If symptoms persist, consult your doctor. How is everybody doing?
Woohoo! Not
Pretty
too
good.
bad. How are you doing?
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, no, I jumped on because I wanted to say hello to Sunflower because I've interacted with him a fair bit in modern day debate chat, and I wanted to say hello. And
Yeah, Mark Reed. I see you all the time in the chat. I was like, hey, buddy.
yeah, I've always got some sort of opinion to say, but yeah. So what I wanted to mention this idea of gaslighting when you say, gaslighting, it has to be the intention to make somebody doubt their own mental faculties. That's the intention of doing it. So I don't understand why you're saying this, Sunflower.
Okay, can I
'Cause if
respond to that? Hey, Mark, can I respond to that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, please. So what happened was, Oz came in. The first thing he said to me was, I had thought we had gained some, I'm paraphrasing. I had kind of thought we had, gained some common ground or gotten somewhere the other night, but it seems to me that we I guess I was wrong. And I asked, well, what is it that's making you say that? And he said, do I really have to go grab okay, I'll go grab. How is that not making someone doubt? He's instilling doubt in my mind that I said something tonight that was contradictory, but he's not telling me what it was. He's
Okay.
going, okay, I'll go grab it.
Sunflower. Just a second. So I don't doubt that you are feeling doubt in what you've said, but what you've got to say is, was it his intention to do that?
I'm not a mind reader. No one's a mind reader, Mark. No one's a mind reader, Mark. That's not what you don't say.
Well, but you can sort of get a general idea.
Mark, with all due respect, every accusation is a hunch. I have a hunch he's gaslighting me. Am I 100% certain? Obviously not. I'm
not asking you to be. But
then I don't know
to me, it sounds more like he is simply incredulous that you don't remember a position that you've taken very, very strongly.
What that position is.
Well, that's okay. You're the one who took the position.
Oh, wait. What? If he's not telling me what that position is, that's textbook gaslighting.
No, it's not. No.
How is that?
If somebody says to me, I can sort of put myself in this position. Just one second. I can put myself in the same position that if I took a really strong position on something the other night, okay, I said, hey, this position, I'm 100% certain and really backed it up. And then somebody said, well, what was your position on this? And I say, hey, I don't know. And they said, I don't understand how you wouldn't remember your position. That's a fair comment, right?
Mark, no, it is. No, what? Mark,
that's a fair comment. If I took a position and very strongly, and then I don't remember the position that I took, if they were incredulous, now they're not, I don't think that they're saying, hey, I should or I have to remember my position. They're just saying, hey, it's weird that you don't. And that's fine. That's a perfectly reasonable comment.
Wait a second. He said that before I said I didn't remember.
Fake news.
You're not tracking. Wait, Mark, you're not tracking.
Sorry.
He opened with, I don't think you're, I guess we didn't get anywhere the other night. I then asked, what makes you say that?
Mm-hmm.
How are you tracking the conversation? Like,
so why don't you just clarify your position again? I don't understand what the
I don't know what I'm supposed to clarify my position on. He's not giving me, he literally said, hey, Sunflower, I thought we got somewhere last night. I guess we didn't. I go, what makes you say that? He goes, I guess I got to go get I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? He's like, look, I can't tell you what I'm talking about. Yeah.
So you guys disagree with something.
I am.
Yeah, so he's just incredulous that you don't remember a disagreement that you had ultimately second. Hey, Sunflower, let me finish, mate. Don't.
No, dude. Now you're panicking.
No, Sunflower, let me finish. He basically is incredulous that you don't remember an argument that you had where you took a strong position. That is not gaslighting.
A nondescript.
It's not.
Mark, a nondescript argument that I made. He's not even saying what the argument was.
So
he's literally saying something you said last night contradicts with something you said tonight, and I'm like, what? He's like, I don't know. I gotta go look it up.
Okay, then he's not specifying what it is. What you do?
Gaslighting. You
no, Sunflower. Stop. Let me talk.
Fucking bastard. Fuck you.
Sunflower.
Mute him. Guys, calm down.
Sunflower, just let me talk. What you should do is just point out that he's not specifying it, and that's it. You're done. He's not gaslighting you. He's not saying.
That's
hey,
not gaslighting.
Sunflower. I already told you.
Because it seems like we don't have the definition right. Gaslighting is when someone intentionally twists your perception of reality for their own gain. Another definition would be a form of psychological abuse where a person
Stop right there.
Their sanity, perception.
No, let her
of reality,
finish. Sunflower.
No, I'm not gonna. The first definition fit what Oz did. He twisted
No, it doesn't, because he said he could back it up with evidence.
My perception was twisted to make me feel as though I had contradicted myself, and then no evidence was provided that I did contradict myself. That
he
is
said, let's
that
put it on pause right now, and we will come back tomorrow with the evidence. He said, pause right now, and tomorrow I will show you the evidence.
Tomorrow?
And we can discuss it then. That is not gaslighting, dude.
Right now.
And if Oz is wrong, then he won't have evidence.
You can't tell someone.
Guys. All right.
You guys are fucking retarded.
Sunflower.
I'm not even.
I am a little bit.
Sunflower.
Sunflower. Pretty bigoted, Sunflower.
Sunflower.
Listen, Sunshine, you can't just be bigoted.
You're getting twisted around something that's not overly important.
One-on-one. That's how scared you are, dude. You're shaking.
Sunflower.
If you tell someone they contradict
I think
themselves,
you're mistaken, and I can provide
If you
evidence
tell
for that.
someone-
You're gaslighting me.
All right,
No, dude.
Ryan, you're not helping, man. You're not helping.
When they ask you to clarify, you say, "I'll tell you tomorrow." That's gaslighting.
No, it's not.
I waited too long to
have to go
grab
back
him.
and
He's already jumped
see.
off the cliff and gone down the other side.
Yeah, Amaretto's right. They've got to have time to go back and clarify what their position. That's not gaslighting. It's just reality, Sunshine.
Like when we are humans, a lot of us are neuroatypical.
Sunshine, in the future,
You don't have like memory of. We don't hold everything in the immediate memory. We lose things. So we've been going on how long? We've been going on for at least 2 hours.
If you don't
Has
remember,
this been going on 2 hours?
If you don't
the show's been going on.
Hey, Sunflower, let me ask you a question. If I'm after work with my friend and I say, hey, I don't think you emptied the grease trap right in the restaurant. And they go, yeah, what do you say? And I'm like, well, I can show you how you didn't do it right. The next day. Is that gaslighting? If I tell them that I can show them the next day, is that gaslighting? What they did wrong?
Can I answer your question?
Yeah, go
walk
ahead.
away. Walk away. Go do a line of blow.
I have headphones.
I don't
so
even
I'm
know
listening.
what
Sunshine.
you're doing over there. Okay, yeah. You keep walking away. It makes me think you're probably doing drugs. Okay, so if you told your coworker, "Hey,
That's
look,
gaslighting. That's gaslighting.
yeah, no, it's not.
Yeah,
It's
dude, that is poisoning the well, is what it is.
fuck you. I don't care. You fucking dumb
Sunflower.
shit.
Sunflower, why are you being
You're
abusive
gonna
right
dog
now?
pile
I wanna talk about this. Your
No, I'm gonna
manner has
respond.
been
I'm
no, Sunflower. Your manner has been absolutely abusive, insulting,
Yeah,
bigoted.
I got gaslit. I got gaslit.
Sunflower.
That's a tu quo quo fallacy. What somebody else does has no impact on your behavior that you're displaying right now.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm telling you why I'm doing it.
Then if it's not right, why are you doing it?
Don't do it.
Because I've been gaslit, you stupid fucking idiot.
Sunflower.
See, this is
Come on,
what
man.
I'm talking about.
Hey.
The level
You guys-
of
Amy, you're better than me.
disrespect you're
We
showing.
have to. It's so.
Yeah, I have no
Yeah,
respect
can't
for
let
you
him keep
now.
going.
Sunflower, you had a
So,
good night,
here's the
and you just
thing.
ran the car right off the edge of the cliff, my man. Like,
I don't care at all.
You should, though.
No, I've been
You're
gaslit.
making
You do care.
you're
You do
making
care,
yourself
Sunflower. You
look
care
worse.
about how you carry
Right.
yourself, and
I
you
don't-
do know that a word fitly spoken is better than apples of gold and pictures of silver. You know that, and you do care.
No, I know I made a
Wise
good case for
man
myself in terms of the fact that I've
holds
been
his
gaslit
tongue.
perpetually. No, I've been gaslit perpetually.
Yes, Sunflower, you can be a really good guy. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, we're not going to go there. I'm going to address Ryan's hypothetical where it says you didn't like empty the garbage. No. What if you just told your coworker, "Hey, I don't think you really did a good job at work tonight," and the coworker goes,
Sunflower.
"Oh, why do you say that?" Goes, I don't remember. I'll tell you tomorrow
Sunflower.
when
Can I give you advice as an older brother? Can I give you some advice?
No, absolutely not. You're a Calvinist. You're not an older brother. to me,
Okay,
so-
how about this?
That's
Can I?
rude. That's just rude.
Can I? Let's put a pin in this. Oh wait, Will you do? Let him
nothing-
take
it's
your
not-
advice.
it's
Go,
not a
Will.
theological
Oz will be
thing
so
at all,
happy to catch
okay?
up on, keep going on this tomorrow. Oz will
It's
be very
simply-
happy to.
It's simply the fact that in this situation in the future, you should just say, "Okay, Oz, come back with it tomorrow."
No.
They can go on
Put
Tart.
the onus up. Put the
Bring
ball in his
Sunflower
court.
on Tart.
And you know
so-
what? If there's one,
Then the conversation's over, and you
I
look
need to
like the
make
guy.
one- I'm gonna
Now
make
he
one
has to provide
prophecy.
it.
I'm going to make a prophecy here and now. Oz will not tomorrow, not ever.
Well, then
show
we'll
up.
all
No,
shame
listen
Oz.
listen
We will
to me.
all know that Oz
Hey,
is
that
wrong.
prophecy will be about as accurate as any in the Bible.
Oz
So
will
it's
never
biblical.
show up.
Biblical accuracy.
Hold on.
No, why are you
Hold on.
talking over me? Why are you
Because
talking
you're
over
not
me?
making any sense. You're not letting anybody else speak.
I'm
That's
speaking
why.
English.
Well, how
What
about
you're-
this?
you're-
How about this? How about this?
Oz will
Sunflower.
never show up with
Let's-
any data of anything like
Now you're
ever
talking over
said.
Amy. I stopped
Let's
because she's
pretend.
fine.
No, it's
It's her
fine.
show.
Let the
Let's
record show.
pretend the last 30 minutes didn't happen. Sunflower, what did you have conversations with Oz about recently? What are just some of the reasons?
Yeah, well, what I remember is he sort of asked me a few generic questions about what I believe, why I believe it. I answered them. That was about it. Let the record show Oz will never show
Let's
up.
make neutral because I
Now
want
he
to.
doesn't have to, Sunflower, because you've put on this display.
Well, yes, he
can
does.
now
Well, what-
never
of course he
provide
does.
the evidence and come out on top.
Let this be, if nothing else, a text with definition.
I'm not saying that's
of-
what he's going to do, but he can now do that because you've made a scene of yourself.
I don't care. Let this be a text.
Well, then why are you making a scene?
Gaslighting. Of gaslighting.
We have established that this is not gaslighting.
No, you
I
haven't
have
said
read
nothing.
a couple of
Amaretto.
different definitions to encompass it. You were
No one
not
here agrees with
gaslit.
you, dude.
Yes, I was. Let the no. Well, I'm speaking.
No, and as
Dear
somebody
Lord.
who has dealt with gaslighting, it's very offensive that
Amaretto,
you're trying to say
you
that.
have, Amaretto, you are like I don't even get me started.
Sunflower, stop.
Okay,
Before
we're
you
gonna
get
stop.
yourself
Yeah,
in trouble.
yeah,
Come at me,
Look.
bro. What's up?
We all acknowledge that you felt
Not here, not
gaslit,
right now.
Sunflower. We all acknowledge that you felt that.
Just
Okay,
wanna
I completely understand, but that's not reality. Your feelings aren't reality.
Mark,
Sorry.
do you? So in my example, I said you go up to someone, you say, "Hey, you really contradicted yourself tonight," and they go, "Oh, really? How?" And they walk away and go, "I'll tell you tomorrow."
Sure.
That is gaslighting.
No, sorry, I wouldn't take it like that.
Well, then you're retarded. You're a fucking idiot. I don't know what to tell you. Dude. You don't know what
Sunflower,
gaslighting
man,
is.
why do you got to throw an ad hominem? It makes
Why
you
is he
look
still
dumb.
here? Why is he still here?
Well,
It's not an ad hominem. It's a genuine.
I've never-
description
It
of-
is.
of who
Called him a name. That's
Okay,
an ad
guys.
hominem attack.
I am bringing Peter.
Well,
Because
yeah,
I think
logical
Peter is here
fallacy.
because I want to say hi and love to Randolph and Robert, who I think probably just woke up. Or Randolph, it should be late for you. What are you doing up? But hi and love.
It is late.
Peter, I think we had a Bible study in there somewhere. We have been skeptic Bible studying, but we have been gabbing about God. How are you, and what are your thoughts?
I was pretty much just going to listen to the conversation because I was working, but yeah, then something happened and I had to jump in. Yeah, you can take me off full screen, Amy. I wanted to ask Sunflower a question. We had a conversation last time in which you apologized for using the word retarded, the word you just used again. What happened to your apology?
That's it. That must be what he's on about.
Yeah, well, what is that even like? What are you trying to get at me? Like,
what I'm trying to hold on, Amaretto, hold on. What I'm trying to get at is last time you apologized and you said you would not use that word ever again.
I would try not to. I would try.
No. That wasn't the wording, and we can go back.
What am I? I'm a human being.
You're a human being.
I'm fallible.
You don't.
So
you
you're
don't.
saying you shouldn't be held accountable?
Amaretto, please hold on.
I'm fallible.
Please hold on. You might be fallible, but you're not trying.
Are you kidding?
The fact. No. Listen. Please listen to me. Please listen to me before this evolves in another shit show. You're not trying because not only did you use the word again, you also start insulting people, calling them stupid idiots, fucking idiots. If you, as you pretend to be, are a Christian, what the fuck are you doing? Do you really want to disgrace the God that you believe in so much that you can't even keep your word on just not using two simple words again, not going into ad hominems and not calling people idiots? What the hell's wrong with you?
Okay, let me answer.
Hey, Randolph.
All right, stop talking. Let me answer the question. How about that? If you don't remember the rest of that, monologue, it was, I recall me saying, I struggle with this. This is something that I've been.
I remember.
Wait, I said, let me answer. I gave you your time, buddy.
Yeah, I said I remember that.
Oh, right. So if someone says they're sorry, which I was, and I am, and then they also say, but I am prone to, being nasty, to act like, to then say, okay, the next time this person slips up, I'm going to come in and try to do some mic drop moment and say, how could you be a Christian with your God? Dude, you are making, that is it's just ridiculous. I'm fallible.
Okay, let me rephrase it. Let me rephrase it then. When you are in a conversation like this, you come here as a representative
I was gaslit.
Of the God, hold on, of the God you believe in. The fact that you think you were gaslit when you actually weren't because you don't know the definition. No, hold on.
You're wrong. I don't care. You're wrong.
Please let me finish.
No,
because you don't know the definition. Let me try and clear this up. I do a lot of video work. It's pretty much everything I do at the moment when it comes to contributing to the community. If there is a way that Oz, within the blink of an eye, snapping his fingers, can come up with clips from the last show that we did, please, Sunflower, tell me how that is possible, because that would improve my work a lot. It would reduce the time that I need to work, because I'm not able to do that. And if Oz tells you that I'm going to come back with clips, then that's not gaslighting. That is him taking the time to get the evidence he needs to show you what went wrong.
To show me what?
And it's hold on. And I specifically said to show you what went wrong, not that you are wrong.
Wait.
But
What
I agree
went
with
wrong?
Oz that
Peter.
you had a completely different demeanor. I thought we had a good conversation.
Wait a second.
as
He
well.
didn't even say that much. He didn't say different demeanor.
He did.
No, he did. No.
I heard it. I heard
No.
it. I heard it. I literally took down those words, those exact words. I noted them when Oz said them. So don't try and gaslight me, because that is what I just did.
Peter.
I wrote them down. What
Peter.
you're doing now is gaslighting. That is gaslighting. Telling people that something they experience is not the case. That is gaslighting. Not telling you that you are wrong. That's not gaslighting.
Did I or did I not ask? Was it my tone or a sentiment I made? Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Oz said your
Peter,
demeanor.
answer the question. Did I say?
am.
Was it
If
my
you let
tone?
me. Well, you let
Was
me.
it my tone or a sentiment I had? I asked that. He didn't answer one or the other.
It was your demeanor, which is a combination.
No, demeanor is synonymous with tone in this context. I don't have
No, demeanor is not only tone, it's an attitude.
It is when you have no visual.
It's an attitude, it's a use of words, it is insulting people there's no call for insulting people. Mark had a really good conversation with you. Just asked you a few questions, and you decided to go on and insult him.
No, you're all crazy.
If you're here as a representative of your God and
I've
your
been
religion,
I am. Let the record show. Let the record show.
Slowly,
okay, then
Let the record show.
Then let the record show that you are now making our case when it comes to religion. Thank you, Sunflower.
I just have a quick question for Sunflower, and I don't want to pick on you because obviously you're in a bit of a you're very, very upset, and I get that, I really do. I just want to direct you to what you think your obligation is under 1 Peter 3:15. Do you want to take me through what you think about that, Sunflower?
Mark, I appreciate.
Please let the record show that he does not represent the God of the Bible.
Mark, I appreciate the question. What I'm going to ask you is, if someone came up to you and said, "I think what you said tonight really, contradicted what you said last night," and then you asked for clarification, and they kind of huffed and puffed and went, "Okay, I guess I got to go get an example."
Sure.
You've been gaslit.
No, I don't see it that way at all.
Because Oz was specific and said you had a different demeanor, which everyone who's now watching can see.
Sorry, Peter, just let me clarify my position. Sunflower.
Dude, calm down,
Sunflower, mate. Let me just clarify my position. If somebody did that to me and said, "Hey, I'll come back and get it for you tomorrow," I wouldn't feel that I've been gaslit. What I would feel is that, okay, I'll believe you when you present the evidence of my contradiction. And until then, I just don't believe you.
But it's on video. It doesn't matter how you feel. It's now right. So you're right. I don't feel as though I agree. I believe it when I see it. But now everyone else is watching and egging this idiot on and thinking, "Oh, he'll get it when he sees it."
More ad hominems.
Hold on. So in that case, you can say then, okay, you've made a claim here that you're not willing to back up at the moment, and that will be on the record too.
Gaslighting.
No. Hold on. Let me finish. Sunflower. Just let me finish. At the moment, Oz has made a claim with no evidence. I see no reason to believe it. That's on the record as well. If he wants to present the evidence when he does, and I can see it, then I will believe him. Until then, no one should believe him without evidence.
Absolutely.
If I've been made to feel as though
your feelings are irrelevant. I'm sorry.
I don't think anyone here is determining what you believe based on what Oz said.
Mark, is part of gaslighting not making someone feel as though they've
If that is their intention, yes, but it is. I don't believe it's Oz's intention to make you feel like you're insane or you're doubting.
Gaslighting is a form of psychological abuse where a person or group makes someone question their sanity. That's a feeling.
feeling.
Exactly, and no one did that right here. No one did that to you, Sunflower.
If you're questioning your own sanity,
no one did that except for one person. Hold on. No, I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to wait. No one did that right here except for one person. Except
guys. If you make someone question their own experience,
Sunflower, remind me. Who was the person who used the word retarded to address someone here?
Me. Fuck you. I didn't
is that you questioning their mental state or not?
What? That didn't make any sense.
Yeah, so
what does the word refer to? What does the word refer to in your part of the world?
Listen, boomer, go away. You're a fucking boomer. You don't know what you're talking about.
Sunflower.
I'm actually proud of that. Thanks.
Tell me the definition of gaslighting.
Under the age of 21, come on now.
Amaretto, I don't want to hear from you.
Hey, Sunflower. Let me address this real quick. Yeah, I have another hypothetical for you since you liked my last one.
Why is this still happening?
Yeah,
If a teacher asks you, if a teacher tells you that you answered a question wrong, and you say, how or why did I get it wrong? And she says, I'll tell you tomorrow in class. Is that gaslighting?
Yes. What? That's of course. If a teacher makes a point to come up to and say, wait, I can't finish. If you handed a text. Wait.
Sunflower, did you study to get dumb, or was this?
Shut the fuck up,
guys! No, everyone, shut the fuck up.
Peter, no one asked you to talk.
Everyone, shut the fuck up, or I'm gonna mute.
Listen to
Amy. I'm saying it again because he wants to see. It's like Yodling Pro. I can see you out there in the Twitch stream. How are you doing? And he says a priest and a mom and a rabbit walk into a hospital. A nurse asks the rabbit, "What's your blood type?" And the rabbit responds, "I think I'm a typo."
Where's Dak?
Where's Dak? Yeah, I think I would kill to have Dak on.
And okay, guys, we're going to start to do outros. And as I keep on saying it, it's been good back and forth. I'll leave it at that. We have been Skeptic Bible Studying on Gabbing with God. And I know.
Have we heard from Jay yet?
Jay. He's been making points, but now we see his beautiful face. That's the difference.
I'm just like gotta inform my wife that she gaslights her students every night when she leaves class.
Yeah, it's like if you have a manager that says you're doing something wrong and he says, "Oh, we'll have a meeting about it tomorrow." You can't just in work go, "Dude, manager, you're gaslighting me. Stop it."
Wait, what if you ask the manager like, "Well, what am I doing wrong?" And they say,
"Yeah," and he says, "We'll have a meeting about it tomorrow." You don't go, "You're gaslighting."
Mark, what if
That's not how it works, Sunflower. You're wrong, dude.
Let me answer. And then you go, "Okay, what did I do wrong?" He goes, "Oh, do I have to get the videotape from yesterday?" That is gaslighting then.
No, it's a bit of a dick, but it's not gaslighting.
And he won't tell you what you did, but he's just saying,
he'd tell me tomorrow in the meeting. That's the entire point. He said he would tell me tomorrow in the meeting. That's the point.
We're gonna.
Sunflower, I have a question for you. Do you think that your demeanor wasn't different than from last time?
I refuse to address you anymore, old man. You're too old for me to talk to. You're too old.
Why is he still here?
You're too old. You're too old.
I don't think there's any benefit.
We stop this.
Sunflower. Thank you for making an utter disgrace out of the religion and the God you believe in.
You're welcome. Now go the fuck away. You're welcome.
Peter's got just as much right to be here and talk.
Everyone feels attacked. Everybody feels attacked. We are all working to become better people. That's all of us one day at a time. And that's what we're going to leave. Yes, we are, damn it.
I just want to say,
Are we though?
I do not feel that. I'm good.
What?
Yeah,
I don't either.
Wasn't I good?
Are good as in we're not trying to.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't feel attacked.
When managers call meetings, they just call the meeting. Managers don't say.
We don't feel attacked, even though Sunflower will not stop talking.
Yeah, so managers usually say, "Let's have a meeting tomorrow." They don't say,
We do not.
Done.
We do not feel attacked, and we do not feel like we got gaslit because he tries to gaslight people. And
my wife teaches critical thinking. Sunflower, would you like to take a class?
No, not at all.
Ryan, you're poking the bear, man. Let's just let it go.
I don't think you guys realize, what if a teacher, while you're taking a test, goes up to you and and as you scribble in an answer, goes, I really thought you had learned something in our lecture last week, and you go, what do you mean? And they go, yeah, whatever. Turn in your test. I'll let you know tomorrow.
Yeah, teacher wouldn't do that in a test.
That's gaslighting. Yes, it is.
I get the idea that you do not have a lot of experience with teachers, but that could just be me.
All right, go away, boomer, you fucking boomer idiot.
And so,
you know what ageism is?
You fucking retard. You're a bowling shirt idiot.
Oh, there it is.
Wow, that's really bigoted, man. Like, seriously.
Okay. Sunflower. The reason, because I've never done it before, Oz. It doesn't. I know.
Just get rid of it. It's the best for your channel.
But Sunflower, the reason that they're having this emotional reaction, this visceral reaction, is because that word is one of those words that has been used for so much hate and belittling of people throughout the years. I walk very tight.
I can empathize. It took me a while to get that word out of my vocabulary too.
Ryan, you're not helping, man.
I walk a very big tightrope with certain words. Everyone has their certain words that we try and reclaim, but I use that because of my experiences, and when I use it with a lot of love, and it's very hard to explain, and yet I feel like everyone gets it because they could feel the inclinations of your word. And so when you use that word specifically, it's almost like it's almost like it turns the bar up, even though you're just expressing yourself with stupid. Or calling someone that you're just using it as an analogous. I'm trying to be in between. I know.
Try to hurt my feelings. I try to hurt their feelings. That's all I'll say.
Exactly.
Why?
That's why he doesn't deserve to be here.
How did I hurt your feelings?
He's out to hurt. He's out to hurt.
How did I hurt you?
Because I had it. This sounds, Sunflower. I think you need to look into getting some professional help. It sounds like you may have something called borderline personality disorder.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
That is something that
bipolar.
No, I think it's more borderline. I'm going into clinical mental health. I also have this disorder as well. So some of the things that he's saying and how he's reacting, it reminds me of myself when I was younger and a whole lot worse. So I think that, it's good that you acknowledge that you have these problems. However, you had this conversation with us about your language not even 72 hours ago, right?
Yep.
So you have to understand from other people's perspective, that's not okay. Just because you're feeling a certain way doesn't mean that you're entitled to levy out abuse to them.
Why are you told?
That's something I've dealt with personally myself.
You are only responsible for yourself, Sunflower. That's it, man. You have to be responsible for your own actions.
I am responsible for
You can't accuse other people of your own actions. You can't be like, well, you pissed me off, so now I'm acting this way.
No,
you are in charge of your own actions.
And I agree with that. And I feel remorse for it. But I'm saying part of gaslighting is then telling the person, no, I'm not gaslighting you. After they feel, if someone feels gaslit, how about you consider their feelings valid instead of telling them, no, we didn't gaslight you? That's gaslighting 101. You are all fucked up, honestly, in my opinion.
Sunflower, if you feel remorse, are you going to apologize again?
I'm going to leave. I don't even want an outro because you should all introspect.
Sunflower, if you feel remorse, are you going to apologize again for using
I'm not,
the word?
Peter. No.
Okay, so
Peter,
that tells us what we need to know about your sincerity. Bye, Sunflower. Bye.
Bye,
Sunflower. Is this the person you really want to be? Is this the person you want to be? Sunflower.
Mark,
seriously, is this who you want to be?
Yeah, is it who you want to be? You come into chat only to tell someone they haven't been gaslit?
So I'm going to add in Haley.
Honest with you. I was 100% honest with you. I just said how I would feel if somebody said the same thing to me or did the same thing to me.
Back. I hope you do, man. I really hope you do.
All right, so
care.
Haley,
probably
you wanted
won't,
to
but
add something?
sure.
Take care.
Haley, what's on your mind?
Stop! He's already dead.
And I just want to say, everybody here what was awesome. But Mark, you coming in kind of at the tail end that you handled that like a boss because you didn't get to hear everything. And I did 100% say, okay, if you feel that way, I'm going to pause. Like I literally said, I'm going to pause this conversation and I'm going to go gather the data and I'll bring it back to the table and we can then continue this conversation. Like that's exactly how I handled it.
Which is the opposite of gaslighting.
Yes.
And you did mention a different demeanor because I literally took that down. So
I did. Yep.
Yeah, I just think he took the original message in the wrong way. He immediately got defensive, and just to kind of I'll speak on his behalf. His feelings are legitimate.
Haley, we're getting a little bit of feedback.
His feelings are legitimate if he feels as if he was being attacked, but he just needs to understand that he wasn't being attacked. And then he needs to get that emotional response under control. And that's a problem that a lot of young men have, especially, and I don't know anything about him or his personal experiences, but especially from the environment I come from, there's always almost this visceral reaction to anything that feels in opposition to yourself. So I think Amaretto gave us some very good advice about getting professional help because we all need it. It's not that's not a an attack or anything like that, but it's just it's definitely beneficial to get someone to help.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing too. I didn't even realize, like, I was diagnosed when Amy and I were living together. And for years, like, I didn't know what was going on, what was up. So it's something that's misunderstood a lot, because really what borderline personality disorder really should be called is emotional regulation disorder. And that's why I say he kind of reminds me a lot of myself, because the German comes out. I am very much a spitfire. I get very passionate. I can get very angry. And the moods and emotions can change a lot. And that it's sad. I kind of see a little bit of my younger self in him. So regardless of, whatever he has going on, he can't expect to have no consequences for levying abuse at people. Like, you can't expect people, like I said, we had that conversation less than 72 hours ago. So wouldn't he think that having people that were in that conversation be present means, okay, if I'm getting upset, find a way to back out, find a way to, pause, whether you have to like red flag it. I'm getting, you have to have those lines of communication. Otherwise, what you have is you're levying abuse at people because you're justifying it. Because I do the same exact thing. I want to hurt others when I'm really hurting, because why should I be the only person hurting?
Right. Or, Amaretto, let me go on and attack you mercilessly, because you said something that you said the German in me comes out, and then you said I'm a Spitfire. Keep in mind, the Spitfire was British, and it was developed to kill Germans. It doesn't work.
Well, it works for me because I'm British and Welsh too.
Just that aside, the only thing I want to add to all of this is, being attacked is not a big problem. If people attack you with arguments, what you should do is defend yourself with arguments, not with ad hominems. And I can feel attacked at some point.
I'm concerned about how long it happened.
And I don't mind being attacked if I'm attacked with arguments, not with an ad hominem, because attacking someone with arguments is what these discussions are all about. That is why we're here. That is what we're trying to do. attacking.
Can I interject a little bit?
Sure.
Well, real quick, Will, before you do it, so because there's a couple of people here that weren't present for he and I's conversation just a short day or two ago. We very, very simply.
Sorry, that wasn't for you, Oz. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. I just because I think this may help. Will, this may help you understand too. We entered into a very, very peaceful, calm line of Socratic line of questioning, right? And it was cool. And his whole demeanor dropped.
Yep.
Because he was full charge. And then we went into that and the whole demeanor, the body language, or I'm sorry, you could say it, not the body language. I'm sorry. I'll retract that. But the tone, the volume, everything dropped down. Then when anything else came up, it went up to 100 miles an hour again. Anytime that happened, and that's why I came on tonight. It wasn't about like you're fake or you're phony, and I think that's how he took it. Is that I came in like, oh, you're fake, you're phony, which is not how I meant it at all. It was, man, I thought we had made progress. That's how I meant that. Was I thought we made progress, and I thought we had made steps to getting closer to having more normal dialogue. And
you did, and if people go back, they can hear that.
Get crazy, and then or for me to bring that up tonight, and then him accuse me of that, and that's I snapped back for a minute where I was like, whoa, no, you're not going to accuse me of that because that's not what I do. That's not how I operate. You're not going to accuse me of gaslighting because that's not what the fuck I did. What I did was try to hold you accountable to what happened the other night when we talked, which was peaceful and calm and progressive, right? And that's all I was talking about. So for him to ever try to accuse me of any type of manipulation, psychologically or emotionally, is 100% fabricated and bullshit.
Can I add to this, because I've got a couple of friends that I usually bounce some ideas off of. What I did for last time is that I asked a few people whether or not I was coming on too hard on Sunflower when I joined that conversation. And one of the responses I got back from someone whose opinion I appreciate a lot is, no, it wasn't, because it apparently shocked him out of his state and let him realize that you cannot use certain words. And the person that told me that said that that was probably the one and only reason why Sunflower opened up to a good discussion where the tone wasn't heated and open for questions and honestly answering them. So I too thought that after the last show there would be a good conversation to be had with Sunflower, and I honestly accepted the apology, which now just is a non-apology, because not only was the word used again, but he also refused to apologize for using it again, which to me is a clear sign that those are the words that he wants to use. He doesn't want to change. He's not thinking about his own position. This is the person he wants to be, and he's going to be that person, and that's sad.
Can I just ask something quickly?
I think he just. Oh, okay.
Well, so make your point. I think Haley then wants to. She said she's been listening and she wants to add in her 2 cents.
Yeah.
You were about to say something.
Sure.
So
yeah. So I want to know if Haley Bluecat is Bluecat 1K, who just said that I looked like Lex Luthor with Asperger's in chat. And I really wanted to have a conversation about that and ask, is it a problem if I have Asperger's or, high functioning autism? Is that a problem at all? You're muted, Haley.
I said, no, I was just roasting you.
Oh, okay.
I roast
Hilarious.
everyone. I call Amy gay all the time.
Yeah, so I'm actually on the autism spectrum, high functioning. So what you said is insanely, and I can't even describe how insulting it is.
I can't insult people. I'm black.
Funny thing, Haley, aren't you also on the spectrum as well?
Who told you that? I'm not on the spectrum. I'm very mentally disabled, but I'm not autistic.
I got a question, Haley. My co-host is black as well. He's also one of my best friends.
What's up, my brother?
He would strongly disagree with someone saying I can't insult people because I'm black. That would cause.
I would
quite a
disagree
rage,
too,
I
for the
think.
record.
She's just trolling. That's all she does. It's okay.
Yeah, but
Hey,
so I
hey,
think
what-
Mark said something. I think Mark said something that needs a response that is not trolling. That needs a sincere response, a response that you think about, because Mark isn't the only one being offended right now. There are a lot of people who are offended by that.
Okay, Mark, as an official apology, let me write you an official N-word pass. You can use that whenever you want, and we'll just call it even. Okay?
No, that's fine. You look okay. The Lex Luthor part I agree with. Okay, that I agree with, but just it doesn't. It sort of just feels minimized when you use it.
What just really happened right now? What just really happened?
Like one swap for another. Hi, Haley.
No.
That's what happened.
I want to know what
you
the
take
fuck
this one,
happened right now.
Oz, please.
I want to know
What?
what the fuck just happened right now.
What do you mean?
Diagnostic pagan mom.
Amy,
People are testing me.
Amy, so somebody tell me what the fuck just happened right now.
Haley said she had an interesting point of view. She said she was hearing conversation and that she had.
So her interesting point of view was to come and insult somebody.
No, I wasn't going to talk about that. He brought that up.
Okay. What did you think?
Haley, I've got a serious question. I've made stuff to support BLM. Another real insult that I just heard is that I'll give you an N-word pass.
I really don't.
Do you know how much power that gains?
Yes.
Look, Haley, I'm not trying.
I know how much power. I know how much power. Guys, hold on, please. I know how much power is behind that word because I've heard enough from my co-host Robert to know what the power behind that word is, and that no one should use it. Not as a joke, not when given a free pass, not at all.
It's not free because you learned it.
That's how much power is behind that word. If you've seen a 9-year-old girl hide behind a car when a police car pulls up, and you still think that using that word when you give them a free pass to use it, that's not okay. Sorry.
Yeah, and I don't really want to counter hate with more hate. I really.
The word only has as much power as you give it.
No, it doesn't.
But Haley,
that word has a lot of traumatic meaning for a lot of people still in this country today.
But you don't like it when I call myself a tranny lovingly. And so why do you talk about all those other words?
I've got a question for you, Haley. Have you ever talked? No, wait. Oz, I need to make this point. I need to make this point.
Peter, stop.
No. I need to make this.
From Jay. I don't
Oz,
care.
I need to make this point.
You and I are white
Oz,
people.
Please, I need to make this point.
Peter, please.
I need. Sorry, Oz. I need to make this point.
I want to hear.
Oh, yeah, because Peter, you know more than Jay. You know more than Jay.
No, I'm not saying I know more than Jay. I will ask Haley a question. If you think the word has no meaning, you can come on our show and talk to my co-host. who was there when his father got shot in a rally against using, among other things, using that particular word.
Which word?
The word you want to give someone a free pass for. I'm not going to use it.
Okay, so now we have somebody on screen now. Jay, how do you feel about the current events happening on screen right now?
Well, first of all, I work I work 3 jobs, and my third job is I work as a caretaker for people with intellectual disabilities, and anyone making any derogatory statements or remarks towards those individuals, it really, it really gets a rise out of me, because we're talking about people who they did not choose to be in the situation they're in. They did not choose to have, to have whatever ails them. And so, to me, it just comes off as bullying. I don't give a damn if you're joking or trolling or roasting or anything like that. It's stupid. It's stupid, and it's uncalled for in any given situation, at any time, in any place. So, and number one, and then number two, I mean, it sounds like it's just all jokes with you, and that's what kind of gets me as well. Like, we're talking about things where people have lost their lives over. We're talking about people who are extremely underrepresented in society, and extremely, oppressed. People who are always at the bottom of the totem pole. And when you refer to the conditions of those people in that manner and in that way, it's just not funny. It's stupid, and it's hurtful, and it's harmful.
It's like you're trying to oppress people to make yourself feel better.
I'll be right back. Can I go get something really quickly?
You're good. In fact, we're almost coming up on hour 6. We should probably be doing outros. We keep on having, more people bringing up interesting points, so I don't want to cut anyone off. Well, not
Amy. Amy, if
I meant like Blastermeyer, Mark Reed came in, Peter came in.
Amy,
that's what I mean.
Amy, if this keeps up, it'll take 2-3 months, and you're going to do 24-hour streams.
Well, I just unpin the thing now. I should have.
Not only that, Amy, but this could actually get your channel strike.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's probably striked by now.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it would be demonetized. The video would be, but
I mean, yeah,
not we're not monetized yet.
Demonetized. So. Yeah.
I'm not talking about monetized. I'm talking about a community strike.
I don't know. It's actually very nice to be easy to people. It really isn't that hard. I do not understand. Just be nice to people. I'm not directing this at anyone.
Some people don't know how, Amy.
Morality.
They don't know how. They don't know how. We have to show them how.
Which is why I direct people to Amy's channel, because if anyone's an advocate of
treating the Windex bottle again,
and I am,
it's Amy.
Then thank you so very much, Peter. And I am. My warning is I am sorry to anyone, because I did see people in chat that were leaving, and I do not fault anyone for leaving who did hear something that's not what I'm trying to do here. We're trying to inform and make laugh. I want people to laugh. It always
we're not a political channel. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?
What is what?
You could
drinking soap or whatever. Like, what are you doing?
I'm hungry. Don't discriminate against me.
It's not discrimination that you're eating soap. What the fuck is that?
I'm sure she poured it out and filled it with a different liquid, so it looks like she's drinking a soap
this
container.
time it's real. This time it's real.
Like the Windex.
You shouldn't drink soap.
It actually no legit. It tastes kind of like it tastes pretty good.
She's
So-
trying to
so is
she's
this-
trying
so
to
is this-
become a
is this your
stand-up.
sign- Is
Doesn't
this
know.
your sign of remorse for the things that you said?
Yeah.
Okay, are you doing this in a joking manner?
Little of both. I kind of want to die anyways, so.
You don't need to do that.
The thing is,
That's
Sunflower lit the dumpster fire, and now it's just being, more
Okay,
people
I think the
throwing
best part is
gasoline on it.
Amy and her are less than 30 feet apart.
I'm trying to it's testing. James and we have this conversation with numerous different people. We're supposed to be free speech advocates. We have never kicked anyone. We have never muted. But it's like, how can I not?
Wait.
She's
Jay
spinning
just said
Windex.
boot me?
Huh?
Jay just asked you to boot me?
No, well.
Yeah, I did.
Look,
I don't think you're taking
No,
this
Amy, let
seriously
Jay
at all.
speak. Let Jay speak. He's a grown man.
Huh?
Yeah, I just don't think you're taking it seriously.
You're being mean.
I'm sorry you feel that way. We're not trying to be mean at all.
She starts this. It's fine. This is her thing. She'll start to say you're being mean, and she'll start to smile.
No. Tell him about the magnet.
The tell them about. Actually, why don't you tell them about the magnets, Haley?
All right, give me 1 second. I gotta go get them.
Well, I can't stay. I've got to go get
No. We're not doing.
This is gaslighting.
Is this your roommate?
She's literally mentally. Yes, that's her roommate, and she's literally not well. And I've been trying to get Amy out of her.
Not kicking you. I'm just removing you from the stream, Haley. There we go.
You.
Yeah, I mean, at least I think
just
at
sit
least
there. I'm not doing this. I don't know why.
I gotta go get.
I think at least at a minimum.
We're doing outros. We were doing outros.
Yep.
It has been an interesting back and forth, everyone. Okay. We are starting with Oz. Oz. We at one point had a Bible study about gabbing with God. Anything that you want to say at all? The floor is all yours, Oz.
Don't do the close up.
Okay.
Because I might go off right now.
Okay.
First of all, when you're going to accuse somebody of gaslighting, please understand what gaslighting is. And also remember the conversation we had 24 or 48 hours prior to that. But yeah, just like
Oz, can I ask an example real quick? Because I'm just curious. I don't mean to interrupt. It's just a really short. You can just yes or no.
What?
So, if for instance, if I didn't believe that sending babies to hell was a thing, and then you were to say, "Oh, you're an absolute effing monster because you want to kill babies," but you know that that's not my opinion, would that be gaslighting?
Say it again.
This seems like a Skylar theme question.
Yeah. So, because I was accused of misusing that term as well in the debate, but it was because in that instance, he was accusing me of being an effing monster who murders babies when that's not what I do and that's not my position. And he knew it wasn't my position.
Okay,
and he was using that to make me question my own moral standard.
Let's you and I talk about that.
All right, later time.
When I'm not, because I'm really, really pissed off right now.
Yeah, that sounds like a good conversation later.
Yeah, I don't want to address that because I'm literally like irate right now, and I'm doing everything I can do to just be cool right now. So yeah, don't accuse people of gaslighting or do those type of manipulations, things like that when you don't even know what the fuck they mean. But for everybody else watching, the Atheist Roundtable, we actually had a great conversation tonight. We had 3 Christians and myself on, and the name, or I'm sorry, the title and the theme of the show was Christians Behaving Badly. And
Yes, it was.
Should Christians be holding Christians accountable for the batshit crazy they do, or the batshit crazy shit that they do all day, every day? We had a great conversation, and some points it got heated, but it was always respectful, and I didn't get cussed at and told I was an idiot and I was gaslighting and all that. We just had a normal conversation. So you can go check that out. But other than that, well, I guess the 22nd, we're having our 1-year anniversary. And sadly, right now, I'm so pissed off, I didn't even want to talk about it. So I'm good.
Thank you so very much, Oz. And okay, going down the line, Will. We have been Skeptic Bible Studying, gabbing about God. Somewhere in there, we've been weaving it. What are your thoughts for the night?
I mean, my thoughts for the night, and the reason why I didn't want to come on, but I decided you don't have to make a face big either, unless people want to look at me.
That's going to be the theme. Okay.
Yeah.
All yours.
I just think that there's a lot of people who, when they're on the same side or they have the same viewpoint, that they're willing to accept ad hominem attacks on the opposite side, and they're not willing to stand up for that. But when it happens to someone in their own community, they're willing to jump on it pretty quick. And I think that that's a little bit hypocritical. If being ad hominem attacked insults you when it's an opinion that you agree with, it should also upset you when it's one that you don't. And just for folks in the comments as well too, because as a Calvinist, I'm not a monster. I don't believe in killing babies. I don't judge people for things that they do. That's antithetical to my theology. It's antithetical to my worldview. And I judge people based on nothing, because we're all equal in my eyes. I'm in the exact same position that everyone else on earth is. There's nothing that's special about me or anyone else because of my theological worldview. I would never accost anyone for any choice that they've ever made in their entire life. And I find it a little bit hypocritical that people like to say that I should be locked up and thrown in prison and have my children taken from me. And people laugh at that and agree with it.
Sorry.
And yeah.
I want you to go to jail.
Well, thank you.
And
You're
okay.
all right, dude.
Thank you so very much, Will. And moving right along, Jay, we have definitely been gabbing about God somewhere in there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on tonight?
It was mixed in there. Hey, so just to give everybody a little background about myself, I was born and raised in a Pentecostal church, and basically, sat under the preacher, the pulpit, all my life, and studied the Word of God and all that stuff. And now I'm an atheist. I've been an atheist for about I'd say about 5 years or so. And I will say this. Number one, to Will, I want to say this sincerely. Whenever you feel that way, whenever you feel someone's coming at you that way, it's definitely an individual issue, and it's not reflective of any community as a whole. Because I would say this, coming from the church, and let me tell you, I've when I was in church, we went to church 6 days a week. So it was Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday morning, Sunday evening Bible school, and Sunday night. So I've been there, and I understand where you come from, and I'm right there with you. So I don't think you're crazy or a monster or anything like that. And I do understand the perspective that you come from. So whenever you do feel that way, it's an individual issue. It's an issue with that individual, and not with the atheist community or anybody as a whole. Because you're gonna have assholes everywhere. But And I do want to say this. I wanted to add, because earlier I asked Nick, or I talked to Nick about people's perspective, and one part of that is being what they were taught. And in the society that most of us live in, we were highly indoctrinated from youth on things like what is sin, and what the things that God is not pleased with, and things like that. And so I wanted to kind of point that out, because I think that's one thing that Sunflower struggles with, is with that concept of sin and guilt as it relates to sin. But I would say I'm a clusterfuck, because growing up in church, I believe that it had some very beneficial effects on my life, as I was conditioned to carry myself in a certain way, in a certain manner, to learn how to go in, go out, show people love, respect, compassion, reciprocate, things like that. So those were some very good things I learned by being in the church. But I also experienced some very deep, psychological scars and mental damage from being in the church as well. So I'm never one to say, church or religion or anything is like 100% wrong and bad and evil. And then I'm also not the one to ever say that it's 100% good and we need it and things like that. I always try to come from the most objective position as possible. I think, bottom line, I think we should all love each other. I think we should learn how to love each other, learn how to respect each other, and Bible sucks. That's all I got. Back to you, Amy.
Ramen.
Wow.
Amen.
I want you to know,
dude.
Oz,
I'm supposed to follow you up, Jay. Thank you.
I just want you to know, Oz, it's getting to the point where I hear that version of that amen sound effect when I hear. I'm like, Oz would totally be doing okay.
Amen.
And okay, Blaster Master, you're right. Those are big shoes to fill. But the floor is yours.
I can relate a lot to what Jay was saying, because I kind of grew up in a similar situation where I was very close to the church and the church leaders around the church. And I grew up in a town, and I grew up in a church that was fairly large in a smaller town, in a university town, and we had pretty much every single apologist you can think of visit us. There wasn't, and that's kind of what led me to question it more than anything, honestly, is because they had so many contrary beliefs within themselves. I'd have Kent Hovind one week and then William Lane Craig the next. It didn't make sense. You have a creationist and a non-creationist, and apparently that was acceptable at the church. And I don't think that, like, when the church can't agree on their own doctrine, I think that says a lot about the validity of the beliefs themselves. I also want to say, Will, I'm sorry if I made you feel like I was trying to represent you as one of these people in my hometown. I didn't mean to do that if you felt that way. I was just pressing you on how they believed, because this is what I'm familiar with, and all the Calvinists I know act this way, and they are a certain type of people. I don't know what I would call you. I guess you described yourself something different, maybe. But yeah, I'm sorry if you felt that way.
It's not just you. It's about, like, this is like the fourth or fifth situation in the last week and a half. So,
well,
the last straw maybe that broke the camel's back, but not the main.
Okay, it's okay. I'd encourage you to go look at the website posted in the chat there. If you,
yeah, I'll do that.
You're good. Finish yours.
No, and Sunflower was raging for no reason, and unexcusable behavior, once again, by the crowd that comes from Smokey and LPP. He hangs out with those guys and they teach that type of behavior. I discourage Christians that hang out with them to not.
I will say, just because I have to comment on that, I mean, I don't know what it is. LPP is actually nice to me in chat, but then sometimes in the ad hominems, we'll see tomorrow. Hopefully he is a mensch, and Smokey. I'm trying to think of others. I don't know what is with the trolling for Jesus. It's a new phenomena for me, but I'm like,
it's nothing new. It's just, have you seen G-Man before?
He wins every debate. How could I not see?
How long has he been around?
Jesus is the way. Jesus is the way.
And okay, I almost got us off topic. That's okay.
He's a dark talking sycophant, that Jesus is guy.
Yes, he is.
Peter, we've been gabbing about God every once in a while. How are you doing? I guess that's how when you come in. What are your thoughts of the night? There we go.
How am I doing? I'm still working on some stuff for atheist channels.
I saw the weather report. I saw your new thing. Looks awesome. And shout out to the weather report on Speed's channel.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm currently working on some stuff for I don't know. It's a kind of an obscure little channel called Tart. If I get some input from the people from Tart, I'll be able to finish up what I'm working on. So I'm waiting on that. See, this was the response that I was hoping for. Thanks. No, so I'm still working on stuff. I'm also designing a scooter, which is not a thing without an engine that you propel with your legs. It's and for the Americans that are listening, it's what you might call a Vespa, I think. I took inspiration from a 1953 Indian motorcycle that a friend of mine owns, and so I've designed this retro 50s looking thing that's considered to be a bicycle in my country, so you can ride it without a helmet. But I'm literally making a logo and have that sent off so it can be CNC'd, so I can put that on there. Other than that, I've calmed down a little. I think my temperatures were about equal with those that Oz was experiencing, and so I decided maybe to mute, which would be better for the conversation instead of lighting the dumpster fire even more.
Me too.
I'm still hoping that Sunflower will see his faults and will come back, and this time with an honest apology for his behavior. And I would still like to have a conversation with him.
Keep throwing the gas on the fire. Keep going.
Yeah, that's just not a good idea.
Well, I'm just saying I'm still open for it, even though what happened today. I'm still open and forget what happened here.
Approach him cautiously is what I would say.
I would say this, Peter, just really quickly. I think if anything, a non-televised or non-publicized conversation will probably be more effective.
Oh yeah.
He likes to put on a show.
It's what both Oz and I have offered to Sunflower to do it offline. So some of the triggering factors, like people being in the side chat egging one or the other on, would not be a case. And I think even if you want to do it publicly, a conversation offline first would help. And since we do that with every guest that comes on our channel anyway, it still wouldn't be a problem. But I'm hoping we get somewhere. And as a last thing, I'm hoping that this show may help realize help people realize that there are words you shouldn't use. There are words that can be incredibly harmful and to people, insulting to people.
And I just want to add to that, Peter. The reason why they're so sharp is because they get their intent well, and the intent is to be sharp. If that makes sense, that sharp feeling you feel when someone says that word with the intent, it's like when the two match up, it makes that sharp feeling.
I know, but there are other words you can use. You do not have to use something medical, mental, or racial as an insult.
Yeah,
those
intent,
three.
You have to change the intent. It's
no, not even the intent.
Now I'm getting. Never mind. Now we're getting.
Not even the intent. You don't use any of those. Period. You can insult me in any way, shape, or form, just not on those, because I think we need to build a better world, and we can only do that if we start stepping away from using these words as insults when they're actually harmful to a large group of people. And so that's my opinion, and I think, again, you put down a show where people can learn from things. So, again, great show.
And I always love having you guys. And okay, moving right along, Mark. We had a Bible study. It was in there. It was actually a good Bible study.
I didn't see any of that Bible study. I saw nothing of that actually.
Hey, by the way, nice to put a face and a voice with the name, Mark. I only know you from the chat, so.
No, thanks, Jay. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've ever seen you in the chat. I must admit. Are you just Jay in the chat? I don't. Is that MDD chat?
Jay Mixon or Jay Theus Jones.
Okay. I'll keep an eye out. Definitely. Yeah, good stuff, man.
I'm in a suit usually on my avatar on one of them. So.
Oh, nice. Why not? And it's really good to see you all again. I just good luck in your debate, Amy. I'm sure you don't need it, but
thank you so very much.
Go get them. And I really want to commend Will for sort of trying to appeal to Sunflower and sort of help guide him along, even if it's unfortunate you were met with hostility as well, Will. But obviously you had the best intentions, and I think that things got heated, but I think overall that we did have the best intentions for
he was
Sunflower.
trying to de-escalate him,
Yeah, absolutely, and I guess I really don't take offense to Sunflower calling me names and stuff. And aside from that, I do realize why some words are very hurtful to segments of the population and very hurtful in general. And I find words hurtful, but it's not about me. It's about what their fears. I think it was all to do with Sunflower's fears at that point, that sort of fight or flight. And he just went to that fight mode that, we've all been there, but really it comes down to his anger wasn't with me or you or anybody else. It was just to do with, his feelings coming up for him. I don't have a lot to say actually, but it was fantastic to be here. It's about dinner time, so I've got to go and have dinner. So I'm going to bail, and I've also got to fight Superman. I don't know if I mentioned that. So awesome show, love it, and I hope I'll see you guys later.
Well, thanks for coming on, Mark.
Very much. And okay, Amaretto, we have been Bible studying among other things, but gabbing about God. Yeah, hey, it was a good, I think, two and a half hour Bible study. We got even though it was tons of excitement, those chapters. Oh my God, the wisdom. I'll be quoting them for a long time. But yes,
you got to fix your curtains there, Amaretto.
Those curtains.
You got to do God style.
So, what are your final thoughts for the night?
Like I said, Amy, we should go to Liberty University. We should do that project. I want to see what happens. I don't care
Bring
if
plenty
we
of
get arrested.
shitty with you.
I will have Russell post bail for us both. But
We might burn, but yes.
possibly. I mean, we've been burning since what, 2007 anyways, so yeah, no, that's been quite a night. Definitely hope Sunflower gets the help he needs, and I don't tend to have a good opinion of Haley right now, so but that's not really a surprise to Amy, I'm sure. So this is just kind of tonight's kind of icing on the cake. Like, this is kind of part of the course for her. So yeah, been an interesting night. And you know, I think as far as in regards to the language, you know, am I going to profess to be perfect? No. But at the same time, are those necessarily words that you should be levied against other people when you're upset? Of course not. I think we have to hold ourselves, you know, to a standard, but apply that standard equally to ourselves and to our peers, you know. So I know that you try and foster a certain atmosphere, Amy, but I think in the future, unfortunately, it might be breeding, has the potential to breed
That
bad
first.
stuff. And because seriously, everybody, so that conversation with Sunflower took over an hour.
Well,
I love you. I love you all. And I think
that's
I commend you all for being able to hold that conversation. But
That's
man,
a complicated thing. I probably shouldn't have
very
let
complicated.
people.
I know, but
I probably shouldn't have let people join. I had multiple cutoff dates where, as long as no one came back
You
in,
just see a guy up
off.
against the ropes, and he's getting hammered by everyone. And at some point, you got to go.
More people came coming in to hammer him.
They smell blood in the water. It's they see the dumpster fire. They want to throw their 2 cents onto
And
it.
also, when you name check him, like, I want to bring Haley in, like, but the urge is so strong because you just name checked her. And so generally in the debate community, I would have to bring her in now because you name checked her. And so, I am bringing.
Face, but I can't.
No,
because she,
I told. I mean, she knows, but we fight every day. She knows my views on atheism versus theism and her views on trolling. So she knows similar things, but she'll talk when we're done. I'll bring her back in.
no, and I'm sure she's going to come into your bedroom in
this
like
is
10
the end
minutes.
of this. I make mistakes often, but I learned from them. I'll bring Haley in after we're done. This has been fantastic. I'm going to pass it over to James. James, we have been Skeptic Bible studying Gabbing with God. What are your thoughts on tonight?
Well, what a way to follow up a very powerful and enlightening section of the Word of God, the creator of the universe. And yeah, got a little cantankerous in there, but I think we had some good discussions mixed around the dumpster fires. And it is still good to get to talk to you guys and hear your point of view on things. So thanks for participating.
Woohoo! Well, thank you so very much. Okay,
Yes.
I hope you all had a fun time on this episode of Skeptic Bible Study, Gabbing with God.
We'll be back tomorrow.
Can I just
After
say,
show.
y'all, it's 6:30 a.m. What the heck is wrong?
5:30 for me.
And yeah, we're going to be having an after show actually tonight after my debate, which go check out with Raging Atheist Saul and John Maddox on Modern Day Debate. So go check that out. But I hope you all had a fun time on this episode of Skeptic Bible Study, Gabbing with God, where Moses had his head talked off by a deity on a mount with a preference for fine linen, silver, and gold. I want to thank James W. with our guest hosts, Amaretto, Nick, Jim, Doc Fearsome, Blaster Master, Jay, LR, Sunflower, Will Stewart, Oz, Mark Reed, and Haley, along with all the lovely people in chat and our awesome mods who make this stream so great. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that all button icon so you can be part of our live streams for YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook. And if you'd like to help make more fun content, feel free to check out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I'm Amy Newman. I'll see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z.